the 5th spirit ascension, the 5th row, the 79th position. At the instant Su Ming touched it and fused with it, his aura filled the entire world in an unprecedented manner. The ground trembled, and the fog tumbled. 5 spirit descension halls descended around Su Ming. The all-spirits were still before him, shining brightly compared to the dull spirit descension halls. Su Ming fused with the ancestral spirit. Several hours later, when the ancestral spirit in front of him disappeared from his position in the 5th row, an astonishing, mighty pressure erupted from Su Ming's body. It was so strong that it instantly caused all the ancestral spirits beneath the 5th row to lower their heads together. The all-spirits hall in the sky became dimmer, and the spirit descension halls became barely discernible, as if they could not withstand the great pressure from Su Ming. His strength was unprecedented. At that moment, he might seem to have only had his spirit ascend 5 times, but in truth, he had already ascended 6 times. In fact, when Su Ming returned to Arid Triad and went to All Spirits Hall there, he would have his spirit ascend 10 times. He would then be an existence who surpassed the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe. In fact, if Su Ming, with his current power, gathered his will and cultivation base together, then he would have reached a state at which he could stand on equal grounds with the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe. In fact, in some sense, Su Ming had already surpassed the old man. Su Ming's expression was calm. He closed his eyes in midair and did not choose to continue having his spirit ascend, because he could feel that he had reached a state of fullness again. He knew that this was his limit as of then. If he went through his 6th spirit ascension, it would be impossible for him to succeed. If he wanted to succeed again, he needed to return to Arid Triad and turn the Emperor of Abyss True World into his own will. With the wills of 4 true worlds gathered on his person, Su Ming would have the confidence to go through his 6th and 7th spirit ascensions. After a long while, Su Ming opened his eyes. There was a sparkle of life in his gaze. All his aura was kept in his body, which made him appear immortal, but when he stood there, he looked as if the entire world served as a background for him. In truth, this would not be the only place where this would happen. At that moment, no matter where Su Ming was, the world where he was located would bow down and worship him. His state of being had already surpassed that of a true world, and he was only second to Arid Triad and Harmonious Morris Alba. Perhaps, there had been quite a number of cultivators who were stronger than Su Ming during the various eras in the passage of time. But besides Arid Triad, there was no other person who could reach Su Ming's state of being during the countless years the universe had existed. In this aspect, Su Ming was already near the peak. It would be difficult for him to find an opponent unless he ran into old monsters who had hidden themselves incredibly well in St. Defire and Dark Dawn. Only they might be able to fight against Su Ming. Besides those select few people, only the powerful warriors of the previous eras who could only wake up 100 years before the disaster could catch Su Ming's attention. Those people had lived for far too long, and their power had accumulated to an incredibly terrifying degree. They were existences who could not be destroyed by the disaster, so only they had the right to be regarded with importance by Su Ming. After all, Su Ming was now the same as them. They were complete and imperishable even in the face of disaster. But Su Ming did not want to be an existence gasping for the last breaths of his life. He did not want everything by his side to be destroyed, and did not want to roar at the skies while he held a corpse in his arms, just like what the secrets of the universe had showed him. What he wanted was to change all of that. In silence, Su Ming swung his arm, and the golden light in the sky disappeared. The All-Spirits Hall vanished, and the world returned to normal. Su Ming took a step forward with a calm expression. He disappeared from the world, and when he reappeared, he had already returned to true Immortal Sect world. It's time for me to leave this place and return to true Morning Tao world. Su Ming lifted his head to look at the direction of bright Yang Vortex, and when he muttered these words to himself faintly, he took a step forward. With one step, the true world started rotating in reverse. Since true Immortal Sect world belonged to Su Ming, as long as Su Ming sent his will outwards to any spot in this true world, he would be able to reach the place he wanted in an instant. He stared at the continuously rotating bright Yang Vortex before turning into a long arc. He entered the vortex and disappeared without a trace. Su Ming was so quick while moving through the vortex that he surpassed his previous speed by several times. It could be said that before he entered harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos, while Su Ming was strong, his strength was still limited, but at that moment, he had surpassed his previous self numerous times, regardless of whether it was in terms of his will or his cultivation base. The difference between his current self and past self was like the sky and earth. If the previous Su Ming ran into a cultivator in Avacania realm, he could fight against them, albeit with great difficulty, but right then, those in Avacania realm were nothing to him. Only if they were people who had already gained incredibly high attainments in Avacania realm would they be able to make Su Ming slightly serious. An average cultivator in Avacania realm. Well, Su Ming might not have tested it out, but he wondered how many breaths it would take to kill them. Su Ming kept on charging through the vortex, which did not have any sort of suction force. It did not matter whether it came from above or if it was the mighty pressure from below, for all of them were extremely weak before Su Ming. He did not even need to touch them with his own body. He only needed to have his will spread out from him, and all of it would immediately be crushed and broken down. In just a few breaths, Su Ming had already closed in on the spot where he had initially stood against the antecedental spirit's disaster. At the instant he passed by the place, he came to a swift stop. He examined the area quietly, and a gloomy look gradually appeared on his face. He could sense a faint wave of aura of death. It did not belong to the world in the vortex, but to someone Su Ming was familiar with, the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe. He failed. Su Ming sighed softly. In truth, once he learned of the truth about Arid Triad, he already knew that even if the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe wanted to take revenge on the Arid disaster, it would be impossible for him to succeed. As he shook his head, Su Ming turned to leave, but his expression suddenly changed. He lifted his right hand and seized the air towards the vortices on his right. With it, the sky in the vortex that hung over 3000th world instantly turned dark. It was covered by Su Ming's palm, which now hung above an ocean world. Once the sky turned into Su Ming's palm, he swiftly seized what was below. As the ocean shuddered, it instantly broke down to reveal a drop of blood within it. When Su Ming caught it and was about to pull his hand back, a red bolt of lightning swiftly charged down at his palm. This was the antecedental spirit's disaster. At the moment the red bolt of lightning approached him, Su Ming raised his right index finger and flicked it away. With a loud bang, the lightning bolt crumbled. Su Ming's right hand was completely unharmed. When he pulled his arm back from the 3000th world, the drop of blood was completely unharmed while it lay in his palm. Su Ming could sense the mark of life belonging to the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe. With the drop of blood around, the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe would not have truly died. If he fused with his other self in harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos, there might be a chance for him to be resurrected. Su Ming closed his fingers and put away the drop of blood, before he turned into a long arc that charged towards Death Vortex. He rushed forward, drawing closer to the exit. Swiftly, he got closer and closer to Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos and True Morning Tao World. Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos, True Morning Tao World. At that moment, around the land originally belonging to Morning Tao World that was used for the 9th summit were countless cultivators from St. Defire and Dark Dawn. They had surrounded the 100-something cores of the runes hidden in space. Right at the center of those cultivators was a distortion in space that was about 100,000 feet wide. Mountains, rivers, land, and floating continents could be vaguely seen there. That was where the 9th summit was located. That distortion of 100,000 feet wide was a gap the cultivators from St. Defire and Dark Dawn were going to forcibly tear open. Once it was created, the cultivators from St. Defire and Dark Dawn could instantly tear through space like a swarm of bees and step into the dimension where Morning Tao Sect was originally located and where 9th Summit currently was. As space distorted, from the distance, it looked as if the incredibly fragile spot had countless lightning sparks swimming in it. This sort of attack had lasted for a very long time, but during the past 3 days, due to the appearance of 9 faceless men in white robes, the attacks reached their climax. The 9 people dressed in white robes had incredibly bizarre faces. There was nothing on them. They had no eyes and no other features. They were just like white jade slips. The 9 gave off the feeling as if they did not have any sort of cultivation base and were just like mortals, but the mighty pressure spreading out from them was incredibly shocking. By the way the cultivators around them glanced at them, anyone with eyes could see the respect they had for those 9 people. The 9 were dressed in white robes, but there were slight differences in their robes. 5 of them had the mark of the moon, and the other 4 the mark of the sun. They stood next to the edge of the distorted area. They did not use any sort of divine abilities, but if anyone took a closer look, they would be able to see that the fluctuations of the distortions were the strongest in this area. The distortions in space were the final layer of the runes Wuxia had laid out, but, due to the 9 people's existence, the space in the rune distorted and became faint. In fact, if anyone stood in the distance and looked, they would have a very strong feeling that the 9 people were like nails. It looked like the 9 people were nails that had struck the final layer of the rune Wuxia had set beyond 9th summit. It was also precisely because of them that the rune constantly grew weaker. Standing behind the 9 were the cultivators from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire, and some distance away from them was a sea of white bones levitating in space. It was not located too far away, and it allowed whoever was on it to be able to see everything in the battlefield. Leaning against a bone among the large number of white bones was a long-haired man in black robes. He had a handsome face and was filled with a strange presence. In his hands he held a wine cup, from which he would occasionally take a sip, as if all the effects this particular galaxy had on him were so incredibly weak that they might as well have not existed. Around the black-robed man were 10 black-robed people standing respectfully, who looked like guards. They were coldly staring at the distortions in space. The black-robed man smiled faintly. He took a sip of his wine before he said, "Interesting. In just one more day, the rune will shatter, and will torture the cultivators there slowly while they writhe in despair. Once we kill them after that, their souls will taste even better." The man was so strong that even if he did not send his aura outwards, he could make it seem as if space could not bear with his presence. Signs of its destruction continuously appeared around him. Needless to say, he was the strongest person who had descended in Arid Triad from Saint Defire and Dark Dawn's camp. Sovereign of Dawn Yenpei, one of the 3 sovereigns of Dark Dawn. However, the person currently sitting on the bones was not the sovereign's real form, but one of his 2 great clones. At the instant his real form descended, he headed off somewhere, though no one knew where he went. One of his clones remained in True Morning Dao world, while the other went to the mysterious 4th True world. They might be just clones, but they had also reached Avacania realm, or else it would be impossible for Yenpei to be known as one of the sovereigns of Dark Dawn. While the sovereign of Dawn Yenpei drank his wine and watched the rune of the 9th summit contort in the distance, no one, including the sovereign of Dawn Yenpei, noticed a figure standing in the space on the other side of the contorting 100,000 feet rune. The person was watching all of them coldly. Su Ming had come almost 2 hours ago. This was his true world, so nothing in it could escape his grasp. In fact, Su Ming only needed to think, and he could move to any region he wanted. Once he walked out of Yin Death Vortex, he immediately knew everything that had happened in True Morning Dao world. He did not chase away the cultivators from Saint Defire or Dark Dawn. Su Ming only stood quietly in space and watched the contorting rune of the 9th summit while it was continuously attacked. When Su Ming reached his current level of cultivation and possessed the wills of 3 great true worlds, all lives became simply a part of the universe rising and falling in his eyes. If someone lived, then someone else had to die, and only if someone died would someone else get to live. This was a law. Su Ming did not want to change it, and he would not interfere with it too much. It did not matter whether it was Dark Dawn or Saint Defire, for both of them belonged to Arid Triad. It was just that, as of current, they had moved from Arid Triad's 2nd world to his 1st. Based on what Su Ming could sense due to becoming a higher state of being and understanding more things, the feeling that his world was being invaded by Arid Triad had diminished greatly. All of it was a plan by Arid Triad to eventually invade Harmonious Morris Alba and completely possess it. All lives were chess pieces. Even if some of them believed that they had become players on the larger scale of things, they were still only chess pieces in other people's eyes. This was a sad truth, but also a form of law. If you don't go through storms and blizzards, how can you possibly grow? If you don't go through trials, how can you rise to glory? If you don't go through life and death situations, you are just like an unsharpened sword. Su Ming stared at Ninth Summit with a calm expression. He could stop all of this from happening and could make it so that not a single life from Ninth Summit was lost. He could put a complete stop to this disaster. But what was the use in doing all of that? Even if Su Ming could put a stop to this disaster and the next and even the third, there would still be one disaster in the end which he could not stop. Those who were protected would never be able to grow up. Only those who experienced life and death situations, difficulties and trials would have powerful spirits and strength. Only such a person would be able to stand their ground and support the world on their own. It was exactly what he had told to the berserkers. At that moment, Su Ming quietly watched everything that happened before him, because he wanted Ninth Summit to go through a trial. This was a battle, and there would be more battles they would have to face in the future. If Ninth Summit and the berserkers wanted to get used to living through battles as well as survive in the world of cultivators, where the strong preyed on the weak, then had to experience every trial in existence. If they could not get used to it, then Su Ming would attack and provide a protection that would give them no future but allow them to remain for some 500 years. At that time, the disaster would arrive. If Su Ming succeeded, then all would be good. But if he did not, it would be fine as well. Everything would probably be reduced to nothingness. They had to fight for their own lives, for the ones provided by others might not be what they truly wanted. Su Ming never understood this in the past, but right then, he did. Perhaps it would hurt. Perhaps there would be quite a large number of people who would die. But this was the path that had to be taken if a person wanted to become a powerful warrior. The only thing he could do was make the battle a little fairer. Su Ming could not increase the levels of cultivation for the cultivators in Ninth Summit and the berserkers in an instant, but he could suppress the levels of cultivation of those from Dark Dawn and St. Defire so that their levels of cultivation would match those from Ninth Summit. To Su Ming, this was very easy. When the day went by and an astonishing bang filled the entire galaxy, the ferocious roars from Dark Dawn and St. Defire served as the accompaniment for it. The sound came from the last rune Hu Zi had set for Ninth Summit breaking down. At the instant it collapsed, a large number of cultivators from Dark Dawn and St. Defire instantly charged into the gap leading to Ninth Summit, which was created when the rune broke down. Once the rune crumbled, hundreds of thousands of cultivators gathered in Ninth Summit. They squared their shoulders and prepared to fight against the cultivators charging towards them with the killing intent boiling in them from their willingness to fight back and struggle. At that time, there was still no one who was worthy of seeing Su Ming in true Morning Dao world. He lifted his right hand and casually pushed in the direction of the cultivators from Dark Dawn and St. Defire. With it, all of true Morning Dao world shuddered. The tremors were quiet, but they formed an indescribably great mighty pressure that descended in space, causing true Morning Dao world to immediately become much heavier. It made the hearts of all the cultivators from St. Defire and Dark Dawn tremble. They came to an abrupt halt, and shock appeared on their faces. All the cultivators felt as if they had become several times heavier, causing all of them to feel heavy and sluggish. In fact, they had a feeling that the circulation of their cultivation base was no longer smooth. It was as if all of true Morning Dao world was pressing on them at that moment. Once the rune crumbled, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators from Ninth Summit jolted as well. Shock appeared on their faces, and all of them stopped instead of rushing out. As the cultivators from Dark Dawn and St. Defire were shocked, the 9 white-robed, faceless people shuddered violently. There were roars echoing in their bodies, and they looked as if they were fighting against something. Further into the distance were the 10 black-robed men around Sovereign of Dawn Yanpei. All of their expressions had changed drastically. Their pupils had shrank, and a bright, brilliant light shone in their eyes. The Sovereign of Dawn Yanpei had his wine cup lifted and was about to taste the wine when he stopped moving. He lifted his head slowly, and a ferocious look appeared at the corners of his lips. Which fellow Taoist has descended and disturbed this true world's will, making it suppress us? You, what gave you the courage to stand against those of us from Dark Dawn? How dare you provoke me? The Sovereign of Dawn Yanpei's voice was ghastly. When it rang out in the air, the entire galaxy trembled violently. The mighty pressure that descended in the area even showed signs of lessening. The sovereign of Dawn Yenpei still held the wine cup in his left hand, while his right hand was on the white bone by the side. A dark green light appeared in his eyes. It swept through the entire galaxy, but he could find nothing. As the sovereign of Dawn Yenpei's voice spread out, quite a large amount of the mighty pressure that had descended in true morning Tao world scattered. This was the astonishing divine sense formed by the sovereign of Dawn Yenpei's power of Avacania realm. When it swept past the area, it became a power that could shock all cultivators. When the cultivators from Dark Dawn felt a bit of the pressure on their bodies lift, zealousness appeared on their faces. They knew that their sovereign was nearby and watching them. They had the confidence that as long as their sovereign was around, there was nothing in the world that could stop them. All existences were to either die or flee under the mighty pressure of Dark Dawn. They were confident that there was no other choice for any enemy of theirs. The shocked hearts of the cultivators from St. Defire also gradually became calm as the pressure on their bodies lessened. They were not from the same camp as Dark Dawn, but they still believed wholeheartedly that the only ones in the world who could fight against Dark Dawn was St. Defire. As for the 9 white-robed, faceless men, they felt their hearts relax. A ferocious expression replaced their shock, and during that instant, a great power erupted from their bodies. But it was not the power of a cultivation base, but the will of antecedental spirits. They were known as supreme paragons, and their statuses were only second to the sovereigns of Dawn and Lord St. Defire. They were the antecedental spirits from Dark Dawn and St. Defire. The 10 black-robed men beside the sovereign of Dawn Yenpei also felt the pressure on them lighten. Soon, a monstrous cultivation base erupted from their bodies. Those 10 people were each infinitesimally close to Avacania realm. A cold sneer appeared at the corners of the sovereign of Dawn Yenpei's lips. He was confident that he was invincible in this true world. Even if he ran into any antecedental spirits from arid triad expanse cosmos, he was confident that he could destroy the world, because he was in Avacania realm and because he was the sovereign of Dawn Yenpei. You overestimate yourself. Begone from this place. Do not show even a single hint of your aura where I stand, or else no matter who you are and who you are affiliated to, I will not mind having another spirit slave by my side. Cultivators of Dark Dawn and St. Defire, destroy 9th Summit. I want this sect to be completely wiped out. The sovereign of Dawn Yenpei said faintly. His voice instantly echoed in all of true morning Tao world, and he placed the wine cup in his left hand by the corner of his lips. There was a hint of arrogance and casualness to him as he took a sip of his wine. But the instant the small sip of wine entered the sovereign of Dawn Yenpei's mouth, Su Ming had a calm look on his face. He did not even cast a glance at the sovereign of Dawn Yenpei in the distance. To him, this so-called sovereign of Dawn was nothing. He pushed his right hand down again. The previous push was just Su Ming slightly suppressing the cultivators. Right then, he made true morning Tao world heavier by 1-fold. The moment he did so, ripples appeared out of nowhere in true morning Tao world. As they spread out, they filled up all of true morning Tao world in the blink of an eye, and a presence belonging to another true world instantly descended. That was true immortal sect world. Su Ming's suppression was in truth a form of a seal. He sealed the power of the people from Dark Dawn and St. Defire who surpassed those from 9th Summit, and the principle of the seal was to make true morning Tao world heavy. The easiest method to achieve this was to make another true world appear in this place. Once it fused with true morning Tao world, it would naturally become heavier. As true immortal sect world descended, muffled booms echoed in space. Ripples spread out, and true morning Tao world instantly became heavier. This heaviness was difficult to describe with words, but it made all the cultivators from Dark Dawn and St. Defire to instantly tremble violently. Their bodies sank downwards. Banging sounds rang out continuously from their bodies, and 3/10 of their cultivation bases were instantly suppressed. That was 3/10 of every single person's cultivation base, including the 9 white-robed, faceless antecedental spirits. Under the pressure of the weight, their bodies shuddered, and 3/10 of their wills as antecedental spirits were also suppressed. Preposterous! The sovereign of Dawn Yanpei's expression changed, but the moment he opened his mouth, the wine cup in his hand shattered into pieces with a bang. The wine spilled out and levitated in front of him. The sea of white bones around him shuddered. Signs of it becoming loose appeared, and the 10 black-robed men roared together. They shuddered and immediately circulated their cultivation bases to fight against the pressure. But it was useless. 3/10 of each of their cultivation bases were suppressed. In shock, the sovereign of Dawn Yanpei had killing intent appear in his eyes. His power in Avacania realm was completely released. It formed a huge whirlwind, and when it rotated around him with loud booms, it spread out in all directions. Wherever it went, all the mighty pressure disappeared, and during that instant, the sovereign of Dawn Yanpei stood up slowly from his seat on the sea of white bones. He swung his right hand, and a bone spear immediately appeared in his hand. Once he held it, his cultivation base erupted from his body again. Since you're asking for death, I will fulfill your wish. Show yourself, you rascal who only knows how to hide. As he spoke, the sovereign of Dawn Yanpei took a step forward. Before his foot landed, a white light the color of bone erupted from the bone spear in his right hand, and it immediately covered all of true Morning Dao world. The light spanned an impossible distance while forming an endless amount of bone spears that were impossible to count and which filled every corner of true Morning Dao world. It seemed that if the sovereign of Dawn Yanpei wanted to destroy all the lives in this true world, it would only take a single thought from him. But right when the sovereign of Dawn's foot was about to land, he did not see Su Ming finishing his last push with his right hand with an indifferent expression on his face. The entire process was in truth just Su Ming lifting his right hand and pushing down. At the instant he completed the process, True Sky Hill world descended. As it went down, ripples surged through true Morning Dao world. They intersected with each other and spread out as forming a huge net that was formed by the fusion of 3 great true worlds. The mighty pressure formed from it was equivalent to 3 great true worlds descending at the same time, and the heaviness was the same. Almost in an instant, practically all the cultivators from St. Defire and Dark Dawn coughed up a mouthful of blood. All of them felt as if there were 100,000 mountains pushing on them. Their souls were suppressed, causing 6/10 of their cultivation bases to become dull, as if they had been sealed. They could only bring out 4/10 of their cultivation bases. In fact, there were quite a few people who had their levels of cultivation fall, especially the 9 white-robed, faceless antecedental spirits. As their bodies trembled, their features returned to their blank faces, as if the power that could allow them to cover their faces had been forcibly torn from them. Since they were antecedental spirits, the effects of the mighty pressure on them seemed to be stronger. They coughed up blood and staggered backwards. As they did so, 6/10 of their cultivation bases were suppressed as well. The 10 black-robed people around Yen Pei coughed up blood too. Their levels of cultivation immediately fell, and they exuded a relatively weak presence. They were no exceptions to this. 6/10 of each of their powers were suppressed. A trickle of blood flowed out from the Sovereign of Dawn's mouth. Ruthlessness appeared on his face. He was about to throw the long spear in his hand, but when he was about to put his right foot down and began to speak in a ferocious voice, "You!" he only managed to say this one word before his expression changed swiftly. His eyes went wide, and the ruthlessness on his face instantly disappeared. For the first time ever, it was replaced by shock, because at the moment the wills of the 3 great true worlds descended, his body felt as if it had been crushed by something, causing blood to appear at the corners of his lips. But this was still nothing to him. What really caused the Sovereign of Dawn to feel shocked was how he could sense the gaze looking at him from directly across him in the distance. That gaze was filled with an aloofness that he had never seen before, and there was an air of nobility that was difficult to describe with words within it. It was the strongest will in the entire true world, and with just one faint glance, he made the Sovereign of Dawn Yen Pei feel as if his body was about to crumble. This was a feeling that he had never sensed even when he went to the deity's mausoleum, which was a place where even the Sovereigns of Dawn had to come to worship once every millennium. It was something he only sensed when faced with the three strongest slumbering bodies among all of the others who had existed for an unknown amount of time. According to the legends of Dark Dawn, the three slumbering people were true old monsters who had survived through the disasters an unknown number of eras ago. Sir, the heart of Sovereign of Dawn Yanpei trembled. His expression was one of shock, and even with his level of control over his emotions, he found it hard to hide it. Just as he was about to speak, a faint voice came from behind him. "Did you say that I was asking for death just now?" The voice had appeared incredibly suddenly, making Yanpei shudder. He was about to explain himself on instinct when the voice spoke again. "Sit. Stay with me and watch this life and death trial. Your people are pretty good, but the situation is a little unfair." Yes. The Sovereign of Dawn Yanpei did not have the right or the courage to refuse. All his thoughts turned into this one word in the end, and it was filled with respect. In fact, he did not even dare to turn his head around. He put away the bone spear, and with his heart pounding in nervousness, he slowly sat down. The hearts of the 10 black-robed men beside the sea of bones shuddered in fear. They retrieved their aura and tried to be as respectful as they could, not daring to sneak a peek in Su Ming's direction. Strength was everything. "But now it is fair. You can fight now," Su Ming said calmly and sat on the seat originally belonging to the Sovereign of Dawn on the Sea of Bones. He leaned back against it, and with his right hand supporting his forehead, he stared at Ninth Summit. The Sovereign of Dawn Yanpei sat up straight beneath him. Anguish appeared on his face while he stared at the cultivators from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire and mulled over what Su Ming had said. He had already understood that this person wanted to use his people to train those from Ninth Summit. "Well?" Su Ming cast a glance at the Sovereign of Dawn Yanpei. Yanpei's heart shuddered. He sensed the displeasure from the person behind him. He then gritted his teeth and sent his order as the Sovereign of Dawn to the cultivators from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire far in the distance. "Step into Ninth Summit and fight." Roars reverberated through space during that instant. It did not matter whether the cultivators from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire were willing or not, for even if they had 6/10 of their power sealed, the Sovereign of Dawn Yanpei had already given his order, so they had to fight. Fight! A roar that sounded like that of a tiger echoed into space from Ninth Summit. It was Hu Zi's voice. Once he spoke, his figure was instantly reflected in Su Ming's eyes. With a body like a tiger, at the moment he walked out, Hu Zi threw a punch forward, and his vast physical strength erupted. When he seized the space to his left with his left hand, a huge spiked mace appeared in his hand, and he swung it at the cultivators from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire charging towards him. Booming sounds surged into the air. Hu Zi was located at one of the spots used by the armies from both sides when they came into full contact with each other. There were countless cultivators from Ninth Summit around Hu Zi, and they were all fighting madly in a life-and-death battle against the cultivators from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire. They fought for their continued existence, for their own lives. There were berserkers among them. In this battle, they showed off the powerful physical bodies belonging to the berserkers. The enemies they faced were the cultivators who had easily destroyed the armies formed by the union of the 3 true worlds, who had killed the 4th true world Sublime Paragon, forced true Sacredine world to seal themselves, and the 4th true world to lay down a rune, no longer hoping to kill their enemies but only hoping to struggle and fight back. Those people had swept through true Morning Dao world, and wherever they went, no cultivator could make them stop in their tracks. Could be said that they were an army of powerful warriors who had never suffered defeat. People from Ninth Summit were prepared to die, but even if that were to happen, they could not die in vain. They would kill a few people and drag them to their deaths for company. If they killed one, then they would have broken even. If they killed 2 people, they would not have lived in vain, and if they killed 3, they would have covered the losses they suffered. If that was the case for Ninth Summit, then it was even more so for the berserkers. Loud rumbles surged into space. The sounds of fighting were deafening to the ears and filled the entire galaxy, while the battle was reflected as the most brilliant light in Su Ming's eyes. The people from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire had 6/10 of their cultivation bases suppressed, but even if they could only bring out 4/10 of their cultivation bases, They were still a force of power that was definitely not weak when they stood before ninth summit of Arid Triad's true morning Tao world. After all, regardless of whether it was Dark Dawn or Saint Defier, their legacies came from the records of their second era. If Su Ming had not sealed 6/10 of their power, then there would be no suspense in this battle. The victor would have been decided long ago. Only once he did seal them was the battle fair for ninth summit. In truth, it was absolutely in Su Ming's power to seal more of Dark Dawn and Saint Defier's power, but if that was the case, it could not be considered a trial. That was why he only sealed 6/10 of their strength, allowing Dark Dawn and Saint Defier to have less than half a realm higher in terms of their levels of cultivation compared to the cultivators from ninth summit. The sounds of battle echoed through space at a volume that could shake the sky and earth. A large number of cultivators from Saint Defier and Dark Dawn surged into the gap in the rune, and the moment they stepped in, ninth summit fought back. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators had determined looks on their faces. When the two armies clashed against each other, the battle instantly broke out. From the moment they came into contact, there were a large number of deaths on both sides. This sort of battle tested a cultivator's personal power to its utmost limits. The loud rumbles from divine abilities rose and fell. The light from enchanted treasures and the intensity of the clashes formed ripples that swept out in every direction. In the blink of an eye, the shadow of death descended on the galaxy. It swung its arm, taking away lives as if it wanted to reap every single life in the place. Dark Dawn and Saint Defier suffered the greatest amount of casualties since they had invaded Arid Triad. It did not matter whether it was the block they faced at Arid Triad's gap from the three great true worlds in the past, when Dark Dawn and Saint Defier swept through True Morning Tao world later on, or when they went on an expedition to the other true worlds. They had never suffered a loss like this, when a large number of deaths happened immediately after they clashed with the enemy. After all, the reason why the cultivators from Dark Dawn and Saint Defier had been undefeatable in their battles was because of their strength. The 9 white-robed antecedental spirits gritted their teeth and rushed to the front lines. Wherever they went, the cultivators from Ninth Summit would retreat. There was no one who proved to be their opponent. They might have 6/10 of their cultivation bases suppressed, but they still remained powerful. But right at the moment the 9 completely stepped into the gap of the rune and entered the world where the Ninth Summit was to rush towards Wuxia, who was the most frenzied out of all the cultivators from Ninth Summit. The sounds of waves tumbling suddenly came from Tao Ocean located beneath them. A great will instantly filled the space and enveloped the 9 people. They were instantly submerged by the will which was as fierce as raging waves. It was the predecessor of Tao Ocean. Once he enveloped the 9 people in his will, a battle of arts belonging to antecedental spirits started. They were isolated from the cultivators, and when they fought against each other, not much bloodshed could be seen. However, to the 9 antecedental spirits, the predecessor of Tao Ocean was so strong that he was in existence that the 9 could not fight against once their cultivation bases had been weakened. At the same time, the berserkers in Ninth Summit showed off their pride as berserkers. Ever since their levels of cultivation had risen and they had gotten used to True Morning Tao world's presence, they went through another metamorphosis. It was a sudden rise in power due to accumulated strength and a power remaining in the berserker's blood, which worked on a similar principle as the survivors of the great berserker tribe sacrificing themselves so that they could help their descendants. During the short period of time, the entire race had been continuously getting stronger, and in their madness, they now waged war against Dark Dawn and Saint Defier in the chaotic battle. Su Ming sat on the sea of white bones and watched all of this unfold before him. His expression was calm, and not a single change could be detected on him. If a person wanted to sharpen their blade, there would definitely be parts of it that would shatter. If a tree wanted to grow, then it had to be doused by storms. The Ninth Summit and the Berserkers were the 2 most important homes for Su Ming. If they wanted to grow, they had to go through various hardships. They had to experience all that would be needed for any force of power to rise to glory. Only by doing so could they grow to be existences that could touch even the sky. Only by doing so could they no longer need Su Ming to provide them with constant protection. They needed to become people who could stand tall and strong on their own from people who could only depend on others. The only thing Su Ming could do was to make the battle fairer. However, if Ninth Summit could not get used to this sort of battle, they would be saved by Su Ming, and he would make it so that Ninth Summit and the Berserkers would never show themselves. Because if that was the case, perhaps the time for Ninth Summit and the Berserkers to rise to power had not arrived, and it would be better for them to stay in Death Region if that was the case. And if they could grow up, if they had the conviction and courage to fight, if they had the will to face the heavens, men, and all manner of living things, then Su Ming would use his full power to make Ninth Summit and the Berserkers become the strongest sect and race in the universe. This was the absolute truth. Su Ming watched the battle before him, and relief slowly appeared on his face. He saw Ninth Summit fighting back, saw their unwillingness to surrender, and their determination. He saw all their lives shining with the most brilliant light, and it was especially so for the tiger-like Wuxia. As he roared, he brandished the huge spiked mace he held in his hand and cursed loudly while he swept through thousands of people. The loud roars he stirred up were shocking, and the honest look on his face could not be found. Instead, there was a ferociousness that shook the hearts of his enemies. And levitating in the space beyond Ninth Summit while in a seated position was Su Ming's headless eldest senior brother. He did not attack. The ones who attacked were the shaman souls surrounding him. As they circled around him, they let out shrill, piercing cries and occasionally charged forth towards the cultivators from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire. Standing beside eldest senior brother was second senior brother. The gentle man had a solemn expression that had never appeared on his face before. Order after order came from him. He controlled everything that happened in the battlefield. There were quite a number of cultivators who did not attack around him, acting as his defense. Further away was the Ninth Summit, and standing at its summit was Fong Zonglan. She stared into the distance with a calm expression. Su Ming's second senior brother was Ninth Summit soul, and Fong Zonglan was the Berserker's soul, and Su Ming was no longer the sect or the race's soul. He had already removed himself from view and became the sect and the race's deity. As of then, Su Ming could indeed be known as a deity. If he could not be regarded as one, then there would not be any deities in the world. He had the will of 3 great true worlds with him, and he could make the sovereign of Dawn Yen Pei shudder in terror before him. This was Su Ming. A faint smile slowly appeared on Su Ming's face, while the sovereign of Dawn Yen Pei's face grew more anguished. He did not dare turn his head back and could only watch the battlefield, but while the cultivators from Saint Defire and Dark Dawn still had the upper hand, they no longer had the momentum of victory. 6/10 of their cultivation bases were sealed in a bizarre manner. This matter in itself had already dealt an incredibly big blow to all cultivators from Saint Defire and Dark Dawn, and it had also formed an unseen mighty pressure on them, causing their hearts to tremble. They should have fallen back, but due to the orders from the sovereign of Dawn Yen Pei, they had to fight. The results from this series of events was that the morale of the cultivators from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire was not strong. If Ninth Summit's resistance had been weak, then the morale of the cultivators from Saint Defire and Dark Dawn would have slowly risen, but they had run into a battle they had never met. As the number of deaths increased and people from Ninth Summit began choosing self-destruction before their deaths, Dark Dawn and Saint Defire's momentum was completely oppressed. Glory to Ninth Summit! The cultivators from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire heard the cultivators from Ninth Summit shout those words right before they chose to explode, but that was not all. If they had just exploded, it would have been impossible to affect the hearts of cultivators from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire. However, those people who self-destructed stirred up such a mighty power that it surpassed what should have been possible from self-destruction. What they only later noticed was that there was a large number of jade slips infused with chaotic energy tied to their bodies, as well as a large number of enchanted treasures that would self-destruct with them and self-destructing medicinal cores. All of them exploded along with each cultivator upon their self-destruction, causing the power of their explosion to instantly increase by several-fold. This madness was enough to shock Dark Dawn and Saint Defire. This was not a single occurrence, and neither did it happen only twice. Thousands and tens of thousands of people did it. Powerful bangs reverberated through the universe, forming a ripple that swept through the battlefield like a huge hand, taking away the lives of people that did not want to leave. There were also berserkers among the people who self-destructed. Before they died, They cried out to the berserkers, and in their voices was the unwillingness to part with their people. But none of them hesitated in sacrificing their bodies that had already suffered irreparable damage. They self-destructed, and with the power of the explosion, they completed the final and most dazzling event in their lives. When the number of deaths reached a certain point in a normal battle, the willpower of one side would crumble, and those people would scatter. However, during the battle on that day, before they died, even if their souls were destroyed by self-destruction, they became spirits in the other survivors' hearts, the medicine that stimulated their lives, and because of one sentence Su Ming said, they became eternal existences. All cultivators of Ninth Summit and berserkers, I will not let your souls be lonely. Even if your souls scatter, the pieces will gather into you again. The berserkers and Ninth Summit could not hear Su Ming's words, only the sovereign of Don Yanpei who was sitting below him. The moment Su Ming had spoken, a vortex appeared in space above the spot where Ninth Summit's rune was damaged. It appeared without a single sound, and when it rotated, souls manifested, though they could not be seen. Those souls stared at the battle beneath in confusion. When they saw all that happened, shock appeared on their faces, along with even greater confusion. They were all cultivators of Ninth Summit and berserkers who had died on the battlefield. The vortex continued rotating, and glowing spots that the survivors could not see manifested in space. As they gathered together, all the souls of the cultivators from Ninth Summit and berserkers who had died because of self-destruction went to the spot where they had died. There seemed to be a supreme law in the galaxy which had two sentences written in it. And they were the 27 words Su Ming had said just then. The souls could not be seen, but they could see everything in the battlefield, including Su Ming, who was a huge sun in the distance before their eyes. That sun was so huge that it looked like an existence that even the galaxy of the true world had to worship it. I am the god of berserkers, was once the fourth disciple of the Ninth Summit, and am one of the creators of Ninth Summit. Su Ming will create the 10th Summit on this day with the will of Morning Dao, Immortal Sect, and Sky Hill. The 10th Summit will be known as the Morning Summit. It will gather together all the souls of my people and the members of my sect who died in battle in my true world. You will stay there so you can protect the world for your sect and your people. You will be worshipped. You will enjoy having incense lit for you. You will be the souls who defend the sect and your race. I bestow upon you the right to not perish as long as the sect remains. Su Ming's voice echoed in space. The survivors could not hear his voice reverberating through the galaxy, but a mountain that resembled a sword appeared in space. It formed in an instant and stood towering over everything in the galaxy. The souls who drifted in the area looked at Su Ming, then bowed to him in excitement before flying to the mountain to become the first batch of imperishable warring souls in the 10th Summit who would protect the world. This scene caused the sovereign of Don Yanpei to tremble. He had witnessed the entire process from start to finish, and everything he saw filled his expression with shock and disbelief. This is laws being enforced once they are created. This is not him just changing a law. He is creating it. With one sentence, he created a law. This is boundless Tao, the realm after Avicania. Because there is no end to Tao, their words will make ships move, and they will do so forever without reaching their end. The sovereign of Don Yanpei mumbled in his head, and his entire body was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Su Ming stared at the battlefield in the distance and at the souls who had manifested once more and would no longer scatter. The admiration in his eyes grew greater. He saw Ninth Summit's resistance, and while it might seem chaotic, in truth, there was an order to it. Everything was done by the orders of Second Senior Brother, including the attacks right in the beginning, their actions to suppress Saint Defire and Dark Dawn to prevent them from regaining their momentum, and the series of self-destructions that happened during the battle after. All this was based on Second Senior Brother's plan. He had them suppress their enemies through a series of actions and weaken their morale while boosting their own. By doing so, he could also make Saint Defire and Dark Dawn's cultivation base disintegrate, though it could not be detected. With his method and the suppression, he could cause a large number of cultivators from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire to only be able to bring out 3/10 of their original power. Su Ming was smiling, But the Sovereign of Dawn Yanpei was in shock and his mind blank. He only managed to recover after a long while. His face was pale, without a single hint of blood to be seen. The battle was already past the point where he could change its tides. In truth, the instant the existence so great that he made Yanpei's heart shudder appeared behind him. The results of the battle were set. Just who is he? How can there be such a terrifying monster in arid triad expanse cosmos? Damn it, all the old monsters are sleeping right now, and I've never heard of anyone waking up ahead of schedule. Legends say that they have been abandoned by the universe and are not included within the will of the expanse cosmos. They have already leapt out of its boundaries. When they wake, it will be a moment before the universe is destroyed. But this person clearly gives off the feeling that, like those old monsters, and even among them, he could be considered someone powerful. Boundless Tao. He is clearly a powerful paragon in Boundless Tao realm. Damn it! Just how did he wake up? The Sovereign of Dawn Yanpei was no longer thinking about the deaths of the cultivators of Dark Dawn and Saint Defire or the certain defeat they would suffer. He was thinking about how to get through the disaster before their eyes. The Ninth Summit. This old monster cares about Ninth Summit to this extent? If I knew about this, there is no way I would have caused trouble to myself by offending Ninth Summit. Fortunately, the one here is just a clone of mine. But even if he is just a clone, losing it would cause me great harm. Besides, if this person really wants to kill me, it'll be incredibly easy for him to find me in arid triad expanse cosmos, unless I run back to Dark Dawn's camp. While the Sovereign of Dawn Yanpei was feeling upset and anxious, the battle between the cultivators of Ninth Summit against those from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire reached its climax. Wuxia threw his head back and laughed ferociously. Wherever he went, the place where he stood would be like no man's land. He had always been powerful, and with his enemy's power being reduced by about 7/10, he became nearly invincible in battle. Unless there were some from Saint Defire and Dark Dawn who were still powerful despite 7/10 of their power being reduced, the others were not Wuxia's opponent. But as for those cultivators who were still powerful after they had their power reduced, their opponent was Su Ming's eldest senior brother. He might seem to be sitting still in space, but all the shaman souls around him had already reached a state where they could manifest themselves. This meant that virtually every spot in the battlefield was filled with shaman souls, and so Su Ming's eldest senior brother was in every spot of the battlefield. Su Ming could tell that during the period of time he was away, his eldest senior brother's power had increased by a lot. The spell allowing him to make it look like he manifested versions of himself beyond his own body had made even Su Ming cast a few scrutinizing looks his way. Besides not allowing the real body of the caster to move, the spell was so strong that it allowed the caster to form hundreds of manifestations. They existed in every single part of the battlefield, and the power they showed was the exact same as the one possessed by what Su Ming remembered his eldest senior brother having in the past. Su Ming had also detected a hint of a faint antecedental spirits will coming from his unmoving eldest senior brother. This discovery caused Su Ming to look closely at him, and after his observations, he could tell that this antecedental spirits will belong to the predecessor of Tao Ocean. Seems like Ninth Summit and the predecessor of Tao Ocean have been getting along well. A smile appeared on Su Ming's face. He looked at his second senior brother, and a hint of admiration appeared on his face. Second senior brother's personal level of cultivation was not comparable to Su Ming's own, but his grasp of the battlefield, his schemes and ploys, and his ability to formulate plans were things Su Ming could not compare. Second senior brother had been able to turn Ninth Summit into an unshakable force and command it in a way that all of the sex combat abilities were brought out to the max. Indeed, in these aspects, Su Ming could not compare to him. As the deaths of the cultivators from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire gradually made them want to retreat appear and the will to fight grew stronger among the cultivators of Ninth Summit and the berserkers, Su Ming narrowed his eyes. The trial could not end just like this. Since it had already started, he would have it reach a state where the experience would be etched into their bones and their souls. Only by doing so could this trial turn into a brand in their souls. Only by doing so could he light up the souls to fight among the people from Ninth Summit and the berserkers, so the sect and the race would be able to rise to power through great victory. He could also use the fight to make their names ring through Arid Triad. laying down the final foundation for their rise. Since all of you have chosen not to be lonely existences in this apocalypse, I will give you a future where you will be paragons. Su Ming thought in his heart. Brilliant light shone in his eyes. Are the cultivators from Dark Dawn only worth so much? Su Ming asked a flat and freezing tone. When it reached the ears of the sovereign of Dawn Yen Pei, his heart trembled. Senior hesitance appeared on Yen Pei's face. Dark Dawn, Saint Defier, fight against Ninth Summit with your full strength. If there is anyone among you who tries to retreat, then I will destroy your entire sect. Yen Pei shouted out with gritted his teeth. He was intimidated by Su Ming, and he sensed the shadow of death looming over him. At that moment, he could no longer care less about the others. He immediately ordered them forward, and his voice reverberated through the battlefield. His words echoed in the hearts of every single cultivator from Dark Dawn and Saint Defier who wanted to retreat because they had been completely suppressed by Ninth Summit and the Berserkers' momentum. It forced them to stop in their actions. You may declare war as you wish, but only I can declare an end to it, said Su Ming flatly. There was not a lot of might contained in his words, but they had a domineering air, which overwhelmed the sovereign of Dawn Yen Pei with fear. He's a star of disaster. He's definitely a star of disaster. Even when he was in his era, this person definitely had an infamous reputation. But how could this old monster have a connection to Ninth Summit? Bitterness appeared on the sovereign of Dawn Yen Pei's pale face. He stared at the cultivators who stopped moving back when his words echoed in space. There were quite a number who turned their heads back to look towards him. There was uncertainty on their faces, and even a hint of hatred. Roars of those who had just been sentenced to death came from the mouths of people from Dark Dawn and Saint Defier. They were immediately followed by their crazed attacks and desperate charges. Once they go through this madness, this sect and race will be able to bloom beautifully in arid triad. Su Ming mumbled as he watched the changes in the distant battlefield. The expression of each cultivator and the circulation of their cultivation bases could be clearly seen by Su Ming. It was just like sharpening a sword. If he only sharpened one side of the blade, it would not be complete. He had to sharpen both sides until they glistened in the sun, for only then could it be considered a sharp sword, and right then Su Ming was sharpening the other side. In the face of Dark Dawn and Saint Defier's sudden madness, the time for Ninth Summit and the Berserkers to be tested instantly arrived. This trial was not just a test of their personal power, but also their will to persevere in a prolonged war. They also had to know how to handle cultivators who had been pushed into a corner, just like them. To a sect and any race, these were all incredibly rare experiences. After all, one mistake in this sort of war would end up in them being destroyed. Su Ming wanted Ninth Summit and the Berserkers to go through this process because after that, they might learn how to get through other similar events. That was why, instead of going through it in the future, it was better for them to go through that right then. After all, only the difficulties of war could make the sweetness of victory unforgettable. Su Ming also wanted to use this rare opportunity to let his second senior brother test his skills in commanding and see what worked, so that he could hone his skills for even more difficult situations in the future. The Berserkers also had to work on their cooperation with Ninth Summit so that they could reach the same wavelength in this battle and form a connection that was similar to those shared by bloodkin, allowing them to work in unity. Su Ming's second senior brother swiftly sent his orders to each corner of the battlefield, and more cultivators from Ninth Summit and Berserkers joined the battlefield to take over their comrades so that they could launch another large-scale battle on Dark Dawn and Saint Defier. It was a pity that this situation could not last too long. A loud, astonishing bang reverberated through space. Most of the rune was torn, causing the gap in Ninth Summit to widen, and most of Ninth Summit was revealed in the galaxy, allowing more cultivators from Dark Dawn and Saint Defier to rush inside. Under the firm orders of second senior brother, the cultivators of Ninth Summit and the Berserkers did not continue to stubbornly defend the gap. Instead, they began withdrawing in an orderly manner, shifting the battlefield from the galaxy to their world. When Su Ming saw this, the admiration in his eyes grew stronger. He saw Ninth Summit's growth and his senior brothers become stronger. When Su Ming became a will, his heart became something that no longer resembled the heart of a cultivator, But at that moment, the warmth he felt in the past rose in his heart. Su Ming knew that he had already changed. If his past self was in his place right then, the moment he saw Ninth Summit being attacked on all sides, he would have personally attacked without hesitation and killed all the invaders, but right then he did not choose to do so. His thoughts were more focused on whether the sect and race were suited to live in the outside world. If they showed that they were capable, he would make it so that their right to live in the outside world was even greater, but if they were not, then he would choose to let them have 500 years of peace at the very least. Then, he would use his full strength to fight so that those 500 years would turn into an infinite amount of time. The things he saw at that moment told him that Ninth Summit and the Berserkers could live in the outside world. They had the ability to improve and become stronger on their own. Even if Su Ming was no longer around, as long as there was a certain amount of fairness in the fights they faced, they could rise to power. And Su Ming could provide them that fairness. There is no madness that can last for long. It is the case for one person, one race, and even one sect. If you can crush them while they are in a state of madness, you can completely destroy their beliefs, and you will be able to achieve complete victory. When Su Ming said those words faintly, he looked at Ninth Summit, and he saw his second senior brother watching the battlefield with eyes burning with a brilliant light as he continued issuing orders without stop. From the layout of the battlefield, Su Ming could tell that second senior brother's choice was different from his. He chose to temporarily avoid direct conflict and instead waited until the enemy tired out to strike them with full strength. This method was different from Su Ming's, but it was slightly gentler. If he completed the setup, he could obtain complete victory with less losses. Right when Su Ming thought he could see the results of the battle and the cultivators of Dark Dawn and Saint Defire were about to show their most crazed and desperate side to charge into Ninth Summit en masse, a loud roar that shook the sky and earth shot out from Ninth Summit. As it echoed in space, Su Ming narrowed his eyes for the first time since he had arrived. He saw a floating continent crumble with a bang in Ninth Summit's world. The explosive power formed by the continent's destruction instantly swept through all directions and turned into a huge vortex. At the moment it rotated, booming sounds surged into the heavens, and the second as well as the third continents crumbled. Soon after, the fourth, fifth, up to the 12th continents crumbled and exploded. This was not due to Dark Dawn or Saint Defire. This was due to Ninth Summit themselves, who had been storing this power for this moment. At the instant the 12 continents crumbled, the destructive power spread through the entire world where Ninth Summit was located, but most of that power was gathered at the Gap of the Rune, causing many of the cultivators from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire to be instantly affected by it. The number of injured and dead was so high that it was simply disastrous for Dark Dawn and Saint Defire, and for a time being, shrill and forlorn howls and wails filled the sky. This scene caused Su Ming's pupils to constrict, and the Sovereign of Dawn Yen Pei, who was originally distracted, stood up swiftly. A grave expression appeared on his face, and he fixed his stare on Ninth Summit. If it was not because he had suddenly remembered that existence who made him quiver in his boots, he might have immediately rushed into Ninth Summit. The crumbling of the continents caused so many cultivators from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire to die that the number surpassed 100,000. Countless runes and various enchanted vessels that could self-destruct and amplify power of explosions had clearly been laid out on the 12 continents beforehand. The 12 of them had been refined, because of which they looked like continents, but in truth they were huge enchanted vessels. With Ninth Summit's retreat as bait, the moment Dark Dawn and Saint Defire descended into their most crazed state, they would launch a strike with unprecedented power, and with one hit, determine the results of the battle. Su Ming stood up and threw his head back to laugh. His second senior brother's methods surpassed his expectations. The firm and straightforward strike had crushed the convictions of the cultivators from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire. Amid the loud bangs, practically all of those still alive retreated. Their expressions were filled with shock, and their bodies trembled. There was too much blood, too many deaths. The suppression of the cultivation bases, their enemies' madness fueled by no thought to their actions, and everything else caused them to lose their courage to continue fighting. At the moment they retreated, Ninth Summit and the Berserkers' rise to power was set in stone. They were destined to achieve complete victory in this battle. Kill them, The roars from the cultivators from Ninth Summit reverberated through space at that instant. Together with berserkers, they launched a full-power pursuit on the retreating cultivators from Dark Dawn and St. Defier. For a period of time, the battlefield was in a chaotic state but the battle had completely tilted towards Ninth Summit. Su Ming's laughter echoed in space. With a swing of his arm, he straightened and said, "You may stop the fight now. As for the lot of you, since you cooperated in this trial, I will not kill you today. Now, get lost." Su Ming's voice was like thunder, and it caused the sovereign of Dawn Yanpei's heart to tremble. As his body shivered, he moved without hesitation and turned into a long arc that swiftly left into the distance. In the face of absolute power, all other forces of power were nothing. Su Ming already possessed this power. He watched the cultivators from Dark Dawn and St. Defier, who had now broken down and were like a plate of scattered sand, and the cultivators from Ninth Summit and the berserkers charging out in streams in pursuit, and his lips curled into a smile. There were deaths in this battle, but the path of cultivation was always a fight over life. It was a rough path, but dying on the way was not frightening. What was frightening was the fear towards death and losing confidence. Su Ming looked at the galaxy, then took a step forward. When his foot landed, he was already in Ninth Summit, appearing right next to his second senior brother, who was observing all the changes in the battlefield with all his attention, and who had confidence on his face as well as an air of elegance. "Second senior brother," Su Ming called out softly. At the moment he spoke, his second senior brother turned his head swiftly. Eldest senior brother, who was sitting not too far away, also seemed to have opened his mind's eye at that moment and directed his attention at him. Su Ming's figure manifested before second senior brother, and with a smile on his face, he wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed. Eldest senior brother did not have a head, but at that moment, his body was brimming with joy. Second senior brother also looked as if his spirits had been lifted, and laughing, he hugged Su Ming. "I knew you'd be fine." As second senior brother laughed, he pushed his hands on Su Ming's shoulders and observed him closely. There was love between brothers on his face. "You must have arrived a long time ago. How do you think I performed here?" A smug look appeared on second senior brother's face while he spoke with a smile. Their eldest senior brother stood up as well and strode over. He lifted his right arm and hugged Su Ming. He did not speak, but all his care and concern were contained in that hug between brothers. There was no need for words. When he sensed his eldest senior brother's powerful heartbeat, even if Su Ming's level of cultivation had reached an unfathomable stage and his will was so strong that he was only second to Arid Triad, during that moment, he forgot his own power. He only knew that he was the youngest in Ninth Summit, and the youngest junior brother of his senior brothers, who would forever want to protect him. With a smile on his face, Su Ming looked at his proud second senior brother and said softly, "Second senior brother, you showed off your talents in this battle." While second senior brother laughed, a long arc charged over from the distance. Before that figure even approached the area, Hu Zi's voice reached their ears like thunder. "Darn it all, that fight felt really good. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, did you see how many of those? Ha!" Hu Zi charged forward while speaking, but right at the moment he was about to approach the area, his voice died abruptly. He had noticed Su Ming. Youngest junior brother. Hu Zi's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. He stared at Su Ming, then walked forward with huge strides and hugged Su Ming. Why you? Do you have any idea how many times second senior brother went to the area right outside In Death Vortex and watched it in silence? Do you have any idea how many times eldest senior brother worked hard to reach a breakthrough in his level of cultivation without regard for the cost? All of it so that you won't have to be so close to death all the time. Do you have any idea how many days I didn't sleep to set up the runes? Youngest junior brother, if you listen to me, then don't go anymore, now that you're back. Stay in Ninth Summit, and let's make sure that we senior brothers can stay together for eternity." As Hu Zi spoke, the excitement in his voice turned into a sob. To the outside world, he was a man with a personality like a tiger. He was a ferocious entity who would not blink even when he killed. When he smiled, there would still be a ferociousness to it, and his entire body exuded a heinous, murderous aura. But before Su Ming, second senior brother, and eldest senior brother, he was like a child. He was just Hu Zi, who loved laughing, crying, and peeking at others. Second senior brother was silent for a moment before he looked at Su Ming. Youngest junior brother. Are you going to leave again? Eldest senior brother might not have said anything, but at that moment, he gave a feeling to the others that he too was waiting for the answer. Su Ming was silent. He did not speak and only stared at his eldest senior brother, his second senior brother, and Hu Zi. After a long while, he nodded slowly. After I finish settling 3 final matters, I will return to Ninth Summit and not leave for 100 years. Oh. It was night. During it, Ninth Summit's night sky was filled with stars that reached 10,000 lis. It was brilliant. The battle during the day had ended. At that moment, most of the cultivators were resting and meditating, but there were some who were swiftly mending the runes so that the gap could be closed. Moonlight shone on the Ninth Summit. There was a table on it. Eldest senior brother sat at the head of the table, second senior brother to the left, Hu Zi to the right, and Su Ming at the end of the table. This was a reunion of the brothers under the same master. There was no distinction of status based on their levels of cultivation, and neither was there a ranking system used by the other summits in Freezing Sky Clan. Their seats were only determined by the time each of the disciples of the Ninth Summit had spent under their master's tutelage. The eldest was like master. When master was not around, eldest senior brother was the master of the sect. Behind Su Ming was Fong Tsonglan, who stayed beside him quietly. Her face was one of composure and elegance. She did not mind Su Hui's existence on his other side. Su Hui had long since returned to Ninth Summit. Su Ming did not ask her about Deshun, and she did not say anything about him either. Ninth Summit won this battle, but the reason and the prerequisite for our victory was the overall levels of cultivation of the cultivators from Dark Dawn and St. Defire being suppressed. Youngest junior brother, were you the one who did this? Second senior brother said after hesitating for a moment. He simply could not think of any other answer, and so he said it out loud and looked at his youngest junior brother. Su Ming had a calm expression on his face while he nodded. Once he did so, Hu Zi sucked in a sharp breath and stared at him in a daze. Second senior brother's breathing instantly quickened as well. His expression changed swiftly, filling with disbelief. They clearly knew the significance behind the suppression of the overall levels of cultivation for the cultivators from Dark Dawn and St. Defire. This allowed them to know that Su Ming probably had the ability to destroy all the cultivators who descended from Dark Dawn and St. Defire by himself. Eldest senior brother was silent, but his right hand shivered slightly, a telling sign that a storm had started raging in his heart during that moment. Among the 3 of them, eldest senior brother had always been the one with the highest level of cultivation. Second senior brother hadn't noticed the sovereign of Dawn Yen Pei's existence, and it was even more difficult for Hu Zi, but eldest senior brother had formed a connection with the predecessor of Dao Ocean. With his help, he could clearly sense that there was an existence who caused him to feel terrified in that battle. It was the sovereign of Dawn Yen Pei. Eldest senior brother had obtained information regarding that person's statue and reputation from Dark Dawn cultivators on which he had performed soulseek after capturing them. To be able to seal 6/10 of the power belonging to the cultivators from Dark Dawn and St. Defire with someone like the sovereign of Dawn Yen Pei around, this power already surpassed what eldest senior brother could imagine. Second senior brother remained quiet for a while before he spoke in a serious yet muffled tone. Youngest junior brother, what is your level of cultivation right now? How is your strength compared to the sovereign of Dawn Yen Pei? Su Ming was silent for a while before he answered honestly. He does not have the right to be my opponent. Right now, besides some of the sleeping ancient monsters, there should be very few cultivators in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos and the 4 great true worlds who can be my opponents. When Su Ming said those words, his eldest senior brother fell silent. Second senior brother's breathing became quicker, and Hu Zi gaped, unable to speak for a long while. They did not doubt Su Ming's words. Excitement and exhilaration immediately appeared on Hu Zi's face. He picked up the wine cup in front of him and took a big gulp from it, allowing the wine to trickle down the corners of his lips. "Ha ha! Youngest junior brother, what should we do for our next step? Should we get rid of all the cultivators who descended from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire? Second senior brother, what do you think? Does my idea sound good? Is there something strange about Dark Dawn and Saint Defire?" A contemplative expression appeared on second senior brother's face. He ignored Hu Zi and looked at Su Ming instead. He seemed to be thinking of something. Dark Dawn and Saint Defire are also part of Arid Triad. They might seem to be invading us through this war, but they are really just returning. It might seem dangerous, but it is really just the final bout of madness in their lives. The people who think they are the players do not know that it had been decided a long time ago that they are chess pieces. Even if we chase them away and kill them, it would make no difference because the Arid Triad disaster is not now, but 500 years later. When Su Ming said those words slowly, he sighed softly. He told them some of the things he had experienced, including the disaster 500 years in the future, harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos, and the ancient monsters who would wake up before the disaster. As his voice echoed in the air, disbelief appeared on Hu Zi's face while his heart trembled. Second senior brother shuddered, and his eyes sparkled swiftly. While Hu Zi and second senior brother were silent because they were digesting the shocking truth, eldest senior brother asked in a muffled voice, "Youngest junior brother, you mentioned that you had 3 things you had to deal with just now. What are they?" Su Ming raised his head and looked at his eldest senior brother before he said softly, "The first would be going to the Emperor of Abyss True World. I'm going there to search for a woman and to retrieve my true world. I will return him something, and end a grudge that has tied me down for 1,000 years. Is it you, Xian?" Fong Tsonglan suddenly asked. Su Hui had remained silent by the side since the start, but at that moment, she seemed to have remembered something. When she lifted her head, she looked at Su Ming as well. Su Ming nodded. Fong Tsonglan did not say anything. Her expression was still as calm as water, but her lashes over her half-lidded eyes quivered ever so slightly. "The second would be me going to an old haunt that will make me stronger. I will make all preparations for the disaster 500 years later." When Su Ming spoke, a fierce light appeared in his eyes. "And this is the third. I will go to Dark Dawn's camp and find our master." The moment Su Ming said those words, Hu Zi's head snapped up. Second senior brother's expression also immediately filled with shock. Eldest senior brother fell silent, but determination filled him. "Searching for our master is something our levels of cultivation will not allow us to do. Only you can bring master back. It's been a very long time since we saw the old man," said eldest senior brother. His voice was deep, and there was longing in his words. Su Ming did not tell them that besides searching for his master in Dark Dawn's camp, he had another goal. He wanted to go to the Spiritlings and have a look at his mother's homeland. "Once I finish doing these 3 things, I will return to Ninth Summit and will wait for time to pass. I will wait for the day the disaster arrives. I've promised a certain group of people certain things in my life. During the next few hundred years, I will fulfill all those promises." The people to whom Su Ming had made promises before were plenty, such as Chong He, Flame Fiend's progenitor, the 100,000 cultivators in the foreign lands in the barren lands of divine essence, and many more. He never forgot his promises, and he would fulfill all of them. Su Ming had noticed Chong He and Flame Fiend's progenitor when he arrived in Ninth Summit earlier. He had no idea when they had joined it, but there were very few who knew of their relationship with him. "Only 500 years left, huh?" Soon after falling silent, second senior brother suddenly smiled. His smile was as gentle as before. However, it was filled with a ferociousness and an unwillingness to give up. "Since there are only 500 years left, it doesn't matter whether you will succeed in the end or not. Perhaps during these 500 years, we should create more exciting battles with the world outside." Second senior brother picked up his wine cup and finished it in one gulp. When he put it down, he threw his head back and laughed. In silence, Hu Zi picked up another wine cup. When he downed it all in one big gulp, he threw it down the mountain, and a grave look that had never been seen before on his face appeared on him. "Darn it all. 500 years will be enough. During them, I swear I'll find myself a wife. Wuxia's words echoed in space. Second senior brother had been filled with fighting spirit, but when he heard Wuxia's words, he was left stunned. Once he went over his shock, most of his fighting spirit was cut off by Wuxia, and he smiled wryly. The night went by as the four brothers from the 9th summit drank a lot, since it was very rare for them to gather together. They talked about their past, their master, and the berserkers of the past. Fang Zhonglan stayed by Su Ming's side throughout it all. She watched everything with a smile and occasionally handed Su Ming a pot of wine, as if this was the most important thing for her in her life. As for Su Hui, she might have stayed by Su Ming's side for the night, but she remained silent, as if there was now a wall between them, as well as a certain amount of distance. It was especially so when Su Ming said that the disaster would descend in 500 years. She was clearly stunned for a moment. Then she seemed to have remembered something. Su Ming did not ask anything about it. There were certain things and certain feelings that needed to go through trials. Su Ming did not believe that he was a good partner, because the things pushing down on his heart were too heavy. So heavy that he felt as if he could not put anything else in his heart. Yet Fang Zhonglan had walked into Su Ming's heart. With 1,000-something years of persistence and waiting, she brought out a tenderness in him, and he had no reason to leave her. Since he had already chosen her, he would stay with her his entire life, regardless of how long it would be. This was Su Ming's determination. It did not matter whether it was friendship or love, it was the same. He was very happy that night, and Wuxia was also very happy. He continued causing a ruckus by saying that he wanted to find a wife and grumbling about his second senior brother being too much of a womanizer and how there were countless women by his side. He spoke his mind and he showed that he was jealous, very jealous. But Wuxia did not know that his second senior brother's womanizing ways hid the pain and regret left behind by the one and only time he fell in love and persisted with it while in the land of berserkers. Su Ming had seen all of it in the past. He had practically witnessed the entire process. Their eldest senior brother did not like speaking, and it didn't change that night. He did not drink, but a warmth was exuded by his presence that was felt by his brothers. It was a warmth this cold man would definitely not show to other people. The three people before him were his junior brothers. All of them were people who he would give up his life to protect. He did not need any woman in his life, and perhaps there was no woman in the world who could accept his headless self. Su Ming's eldest senior brother always believed that it was enough for him to only have the three brothers in his life for the rest of his life. When morning arrived and the first ray of sunlight appeared in the dimension of 9th summit, eldest senior brother left to continue training. Since there were only 500 years left, he would make himself stronger while he could. Wuxia collected a large number of cultivators from 9th summit and the fated kin of the berserkers to form a group of 10,000 cultivators to head to the outside world and patrol the area. If they found any remaining cultivators of Dark Dawn or Saint Defire, they would crush them completely. As for second senior brother, he had many other things to do. He had to manage everything in 9th summit, and many of his plans had to change after he learned what would happen 500 years later. Many new plans formed in his head, and he had to set them up one by one. Only Su Ming was left in 9th summit. He sat there and stared at the blue sky. Fang Zhonglan was by his side and was watching him with a composed expression before she cast her glance at Su Hui. Then, she lowered her head and turned around to leave. With her intelligence, she could tell that there seemed to be a wall that could not be described with words between her and Su Ming. A mountain breeze blew towards them and lifted Su Hui's hair. She sat quietly for a long while, then she sighed softly. "Are you really not going to ask how I dealt with Deshun?" Su Hui bit her bottom lip and looked at Su Ming. He stayed silent. He put down his pot of wine and shook his head. "If you want to tell me, even if I don't ask, you will still tell. If you don't want to say it, even if I asked, you would not answer." "I didn't kill him," Su Hui mumbled after some time. "I know." There was no way Su Ming would not know everything in true Morning Dao world. Unless he did not want to, he would know everything that he wanted to know. At that moment, Deshun was on a damaged cultivation planet at the border of the true world near the Emperor of Abyss True World. He was staring at the heavens, and there was a hint of hatred mixed with some complicated emotions on his face. This scene was something Su Ming could see once he thought about it. A dazed look appeared in Su Hui's eyes. Once she heard Su Ming's words, she instinctively wanted to explain her actions. But when he lifted his hand and touched her hair, her words disappeared. I know that you owe him a debt of kindness, and there are blank spots in your memory. I know that, Su Ming said calmly as he caressed Su Hui's dark locks before he pulled her into his embrace. When Su Hui came into contact with Su Ming's chest, she suddenly cried. The feeling of being lost and a Shun's face occasionally appearing in her head had caused her to not know what had happened to her. But at that moment, when she was in Su Ming's embrace, everything in her mind seemed to be rearranged. The feeling of being lost disappeared, replaced by a deep wave of fatigue. Gradually, she fell asleep. 500 years later, if Su Ming succeeded, then everything would be good. But if he failed, they were bound to disappear because of the disaster. Since they only had 500 years left, why was there a need for them to make each other suffer? It would be better to wipe off those memories. This method was slightly domineering, but there had always been a domineering attitude hidden in Su Ming's character. Time trickled by, and in the blink of an eye 3 months went by. During them, Su Ming stayed in Ninth Summit and accompanied Songlan as well as Su Hui. The three of them went through those days in a rare state of peace while watching the sun rise and set. There was a warm and gentle atmosphere around them, causing Hu Zi to be incredibly envious, and he started scanning the many female cultivators in Ninth Summit like he was in a rut. During the 3 months, aside from staying beside Songlan and Su Hui, Su Ming spent every single day drinking with his senior brothers. Amid the laughter born from all of them temporarily forgetting all their troubles, Su Ming used his vast cultivation base and will to give pointers to Hu Zi in his training, second senior brother in his path of cultivation, and eldest senior brother in better understanding the antecedental spirits. His fusion with the predecessor of Dao Ocean also sped up. The predecessor of Dao Ocean was willing to participate in this fusion. Su Ming did not ask what happened between the two of them. He only knew that if his eldest senior brother wanted to become stronger, that he would do everything he could to help him. During the 3 months, cultivators from Dark Dawn and St. Defier continued descending without stop in the outside world. Their numbers grew, but Ninth Summit became a forbidden ground for them. None of them dared to offend them anymore, and they strictly prohibited their own from getting close to Ninth Summit. Once they stepped into the area belonging to Ninth Summit, 6/10 of their cultivation bases would be suppressed, which was a warning. Ninth Summit was still treated as the master of true morning Dao world. Even if they ventured out and ran into cultivators from Dark Dawn and St. Defier, most of those people chose to retreat in silence. The battle 3 months ago had determined the state of affairs in this true world. Compared to the peace true morning Dao world enjoyed after it, an intense battle broke out in true sacred Yin world. The devastation brought with it the destruction of the rune. While Dark Dawn and St. Defier suffered a little, to them, who continued sending in a continuous flood of cultivators from their home worlds, this loss was really nothing. Once the rune crumbled, the cultivators from Dark Dawn and St. Defier surged in, causing true sacred Yin world to change masters. On the other hand, as the fourth true world continued fighting and resisting, a stalemate was gradually established. It happened because powerful warriors whose names were never heard of would occasionally appear in the fourth true world to manipulate the situation of the war. As more and more of them appeared, they began to manipulate not just small areas, but the entire battlefield. Only the Emperor of Abyss True World remained calm. All the cultivators from Dark Dawn and St. Defier who entered the place would fuse into the Emperor of Abyss True World and disappear without a trace. Another month passed, and Su Ming ventured out once to go to the true morning Dao world's All Spirits Hall. Half a month later, when he returned, he appeared to be no different from before, but only Su Ming himself knew that the moment he walked out of the world in All Spirits Hall, a will so great it was shocking gathered on his body. It had felt as if all of Arid Triad had gathered together to turn into an eye to stare at him. It was the gaze of Arid Triad's will, because when Su Ming walked out of All Spirits Hall, He had already become so strong that he could cause the slumbering arid triad's will to instinctively become wary of him. He went through 5 complete spirit ascensions, and it equivalent to him going through 10 spirit ascensions. This was not something that had never happened when harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos was still one whole entity. After all, Su Ming was not the first to learn of All Spirits Hall, and he was not the first to have entered harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos. The All Spirits Hall had existed for countless eons. But Su Ming was definitely the best in this eon, and he was definitely the strongest at the present. When arid triads will gathered on him, Su Ming did not choose to move back. Instead, he met arid triad's gaze squarely, and he kept his gaze on him for a long time. He waited for the antecedental spirit's disaster to descend on him, which might or might not happen, but before the disaster arrived, the sleeping arid triads will gradually disappeared. A perplexed look appeared on Su Ming's face. He had never thought to hide himself. Those from Dark Dawn and St. Defier surely knew about him by then, and it was about time that arid triad knew about him as well. He went back to 9th Summit, and when another month passed, Su Ming chose to leave. This time, he did not leave quietly, but left with his senior brothers sending him off, as well as Fang Zhonglan and Su Hui quietly watching him as he left. He gradually went into the distance to complete the second thing he wanted to do: resolve the grudge he harbored for 1,000 years. He was also going to break the shadow over his heart brought to him by the scene he saw in the Secrets of the Universe. It's time to put an end to this. Su Xianxia, are you truly not going to try and retrieve the 5th kiln, where your wife sleeps? Are you really going to let me have it? Su Ming turned his head around and cast a glance at the crowd from 9th Summit, then turned around and took a step forward, vanishing into thin air while murmuring to himself under his breath. When he reappeared, Su Ming was already at the border between True Morning Dao World and the Emperor of Abyss True World. Further away from him was a damaged cultivation planet and Dashun. Su Ming did not care about this person. He stared at the barrier between the Emperor of Abyss True World and True Morning Dao World. It was a wall, and behind it was the Emperor of Abyss. It was precisely because of that wall that the 4 True Worlds had never had any intense battles break out between them. In the past, Su Ming did not have the right to break the wall, while Yu Xian had only been able to move from the Emperor of Abyss True World to Morning Dao because of her Abyss Dragon. She had used its power to move through True Worlds. As he stared at the True World, Su Ming swung his right arm, and 2 long arcs immediately flew out of his storage bag. One of them was the Abyss Dragon, and the other was the Bald Crane. The Abyss Dragon had mostly recovered from its injuries. When it appeared, it looked as if it wanted to speak, but it immediately had a wing slapped over its mouth by the Bald Crane standing by its side. With a resentful look on its face, the Bald Crane glared at Su Ming. Its resentful look made it look like a bitter wife, and it was complaining about Su Ming not letting it out of his damn storage bag for a long time. In the past, as long as it wanted to, the Bald Crane could come out on its own. But as Su Ming grew stronger and his will grew greater, the Bald Crane could no longer appear at will. Could only wait passively to be summoned. This sort of feeling caused the Bald Crane to feel that it had become something like a bitter and resentful wife. Every single day it had to live through its life counting crystals, sleeping and hitting the Abyss Dragon. Then it was counting the crystals, sleeping and hitting the Abyss Dragon again, rinse and repeat. Every single day. Gradually, the Abyss Dragon could no longer bear with it, and it began to resist and fight back violently. But it was difficult for it to escape from its predestined fate. At that moment, once it came out, the Abyss Dragon wept, but before it could speak, the Bald Crane had already slapped a wing on its mouth, and the grievance it felt reached its peak. "Su Ming!" the Bald Crane screeched. If it had feathers, all of them would have been bristling at that moment. It looked ready to fight while full with strong, resentful, angry energy about it. As it seethed, its aura reflected that anger and served as a background to give the Bald Crane a sense of size. "Why you? How many days have you locked me up again this time? Huh. Oh heavens. How many days has it been? I've already forgotten how many days have passed. I can't see sunlight. I can't see the stars. I can't see other people's crystals. This is torture. This is the greatest, biggest, most ultimate torture for me. Su Ming, you went overboard this time. I accompanied you through your expeditions over the years, went through many dangers by your side. I even saved you who knows how many times, but you. The bald crane was quivering with rage. As it continued shouting in anger, Su Ming touched his nose, and an awkward look appeared on his face. He had indeed forgotten about the bald crane. After all, when he was in harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos, he had been stunned by the truth he learned. The series of events he experienced were also all connected together, and it caused him to overlook many other things. Only when he came to this place and saw the Emperor of Abyss True World did he remember that the bald crane seemed to have been kept in his storage bag for a long time. Darn you! While the bald crane continued shouting in rage, Su Ming raised his right hand, and a crystal appeared on his palm. You don't even think about using a crystal to tempt me. I am the great bald crane. I'm not going to yield for just one crystal. At the instant the bald crane saw the crystal in Su Ming's hand, its eyes became fixed on it. This was the first crystal it saw in days that belonged to someone else. There might just be one, but it was someone else's. As long as it was someone else's crystal, the bald crane would never think that the number was few. That was why when it shouted, its eyes betrayed it. Its fixated stare made it seem that if Su Ming dared to put away the crystal, the bald crane would rush forward and fight for it with its life. You bully! One crystal! This crystal! As the bald crane spoke, great conflict appeared on its face. Its shouts immediately much weaker, and indecision as well as a look that very obviously said there was chaos going on in its mind appeared in its eyes. It was as if its mind had been divided into two portions, and they were fighting fiercely among themselves. I'm going to the Emperor of Abyss True World. I promise you that I'll give you all the crystals in that true world. All right? When Su Ming saw that the bald crane was waging war against itself in its mind, as if it had not seen another person's crystal for far too long, and was about to start doing something stupid as it was in a conflict with itself, he quickly spoke distracted. You, dream on. Darn you, what did you say? Did you just say that you'll give me an entire true world's worth of crystals? The mighty bald crane will absolutely not yield. The bald crane was practically drooling at that point. It took a few instinctive steps forward, and an obsequious look had subconsciously snuck its way on its face, but it forced it down. When it was about to give extra emphasis that it would hold Su Ming's offer in disdain but would agree to it reluctantly, Su Ming sighed. Upon hearing it, the bald crane immediately felt its heart let out a thump. It panicked, afraid that Su Ming would go back on his word. Just as it was about to pounce on him, it saw something that it would never, ever forget in its whole life. It was a scene that shocked it more than anything else could. To a true world's will, crystals were objects that could be born from space if it swept through the true world with a divine thought. It was similar to what mortals said about turning stone into gold with a touch. Su Ming could create crystals with his will. Su Ming only swept his will through the true world, and countless crystals immediately appeared around them. There were so many of them that they covered a large part of the galaxy. The sparkling crystals stunned the bald crane. It was completely dumbstruck, and it was especially so because it had clearly seen that Su Ming had not brought out the crystals from his storage bag. After all, the bald crane had an even clearer grasp of how many crystals Su Ming had in his storage bag than he did. How did this happen? The bald crane instinctively asked in a dumbfounded manner. I made them. At the instant Su Ming answered this question, the bald crane screeched and pounced on him to hug his thigh tightly. You're a walking crystal mine. From now on, you're my walking crystal mine. Even if you lock me up for 10,000 years, I'll acknowledge it. I'll absolutely not grumble even a single bit. Walking crystal mine. Give me more crystals, please. Say, can you turn me into a crystal crane? The bald crane's eyes sparkled as if it was looking forward to the day it would turn into a crystal crane. When it recalled how Su Ming had created crystal, the bald crane immediately forgot that it was just an illusion and felt its blood boil, somehow. As its body quivered in its excitement, it began howling. In the bald crane's eyes, The art Su Ming cast just then definitely took the title of the greatest art in the universe. The ability to create crystals out of thin air was an art it dreamed of having. To it, this was the greatest divine ability in the universe. Even Su Ming himself did not know just how great of an impact it had on the bald crane. It was practically a dream come true that could make the bald crane do everything it could to obtain it and fight for it with its life. Su Ming let out a dry cough. He had intentionally showed this divine ability to the bald crane to appease it, but when he saw just how excited it became, Su Ming had a vague feeling that he had gone overboard. The bald crane had actually requested that he turn it into a crystal crane. Hence, he quickly averted his gaze and ignored the crane, choosing to direct his attention on the barrier between True Morning Dao World and the Emperor of Abyss True World. A piercing light appeared in his eyes. Su Ming's eyes shone brilliantly. The bald crane immediately noticed this and cast a glance at the barrier. A thought appeared in its head. The time for it to show its abilities to Su Ming had arrived. As long as Su Ming was happy and created crystals for it every day, it would enjoy the greatest bliss in its life. When it thought of this, the bald crane became excited again, but it forced down its excitement and put on an expression of righteous anger. That's it? How dare it stop Sir Su Ming's footsteps? Damn it! How dare it stop the great, the almighty Sir Su Ming who can create crystals? I'll fight it to the death. The bald crane put on an expression as if it was livid, and as it roared, it turned its back to Su Ming while sending eye signals to the Abyss Dragon non-stop. Based on its plan, the Abyss Dragon had to show anger as well, which would make the effects of their actions even better. After all, in the bald crane's impression, the Abyss Dragon was its lackey and its partner as the dual fiends in the past. The Abyss Dragon was taken aback, then instinctively asked, "What does this mean?" As it spoke, the Abyss Dragon winked as well, sending the bald crane's eye signal right back at it. The Abyss Dragon did not understand what the bald crane meant. It was originally very excited, so why did it suddenly become so angry? The Abyss Dragon shrank back in regard to the bald crane's changes in expression. It felt that the bald crane was very terrifying. When they were in the storage, the bald crane had beaten it up every single day to pass time, and the more it thought about it, the more it felt that it could not catch up to the bald crane's thoughts. When the bald crane saw the dumb look on the Abyss Dragon's face, it instantly felt real anger. Just as it was about to shout at the dragon, Su Ming took a step forward and instantly appeared next to the barrier. He lifted his right hand and touched the invisible barrier. Shatter! The moment Su Ming said that word in a flat tone, his right hand touched the barrier. An astonishingly loud bang instantly reverberated through half of True Morning Dao World. As that sound traveled outwards, the bald crane gave up on the idea of giving the Abyss Dragon a flack. There was a ferocious look on its face, as if Su Ming only needed to point forward, and it would charge forth without looking back. It rushed at the barrier and crashed into it. To show off its talents so that Su Ming could create crystals for it, the bald crane had indeed decided to give it its all. But when it touched the barrier, or rather, just before it touched the barrier between True Morning Dao World and the Emperor of Abyss True World changed. A trembling membrane that looked like there was light flowing in it showed up. When cracking sounds rang out in space, holes spread out through the membrane, starting from where Su Ming's right hand had touched it. Su Ming did not move, but his hair fluttered freely. Even his white long robe danced in the wind. His face was indifferent, revealing no emotions. He calmly watched the cracks spreading through the entire barrier. Soon it looked like it had turned into a spider's web. Then, a loud bang shot up, and it shattered to pieces, turning into countless fragments that spilled into the Emperor of Abyss True World. From a distance, they looked like falling snow. The fragments reflected a brilliant light, and when they were in the galaxy, they looked like starlight. At that moment, they were swept up by the wind and created an image of an ocean of stars. Since the ancient times, only a fine crack would occasionally appear on the barrier between two true worlds. Not one of them had ever shattered completely like this. Yet on that day it happened. And it was not a destruction of a small portion of the barrier, since the entire ring-shaped barrier had shattered in different spots during that instant. All of this might have seemed to have happened over a long period of time, but in truth it happened in an instant. When the bald crane charged at the barrier, it did not touch it. Instead, it shot right through the barrier since it crumbled and fell back. Let's go. I'll give you the same number of crystals you can seize from the Emperor of Abyss True World. A smile appeared on Su Ming's face when he cast a glance at the bald crane. The bald crane had supported him for 1,000-something years, so it could be said that it had already become a part of his family. Su Ming valued his relationships, and it was the same for the one he shared with the bald crane. When Su Ming's words reached the bald crane's ears, it became excited again. While shuddering, it screeched a few sentences, and with a single move, it appeared on the Abyss Dragon's body. The Abyss Dragon was so terrified that its heart trembled, but soon, the bald crane whispered something to it, and its eyes instantly sparkled. The light was not the sparkle of the bald crane's eyes, but was a light that Su Ming thought gave it a rather sleazy look. "Boss, is what you just said real?" The Abyss Dragon was so excited that it trembled when it asked its question. "Nonsense, of course it's real. When have I ever lied to you?" The bald crane immediately said, as if it was making a promise. "Are you really going to let me have all the female dragons? All right, I'll give it my all." The Abyss Dragon's eyes turned bloodshot. With a roar, it rushed forth with the bald crane, charging straight into the Emperor of Abyss True World. The bald crane made a ruckus in its excitement. When it went past Su Ming, it immediately lifted its claw and waved a little. "You promised you'll give me the exact same number of crystals I can get. Just you wait. If even one crystal will be left in this true world, then I suck." The bald crane's voice was still echoing in space when it left into the distance with the Abyss Dragon. It intended to leave Su Ming's side and loot the crystals itself since it was afraid of him throwing it into his storage bag again. Su Ming watched the bald crane leave and smiled faintly. He could tell what the bald crane was thinking with just one glance, but with his current level of cultivation, he could let the bald crane cause as much of a ruckus as it wanted, even if it was the Emperor of Abyss True World. Soon, this would no longer be the Emperor of Abyss True World, but Su Ming's True World. Su Ming still remembered how his will had appeared in harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos True Immortal Sect World when he entered it. He took a step forward and walked into the territory belonging to the Emperor of Abyss True World. All of the Emperor of Abyss True World trembled, and countless ripples appeared out of thin air in the galaxy. At the same time, a roar that all lives in the true world could hear reverberated through the true world. There was a wave of madness in that roar, along with great terror and an unwillingness to admit defeat. It sounded like there was a life form struggling in the most violent manner before it died. It had a powerful abyss death aura contained in its roars. This aura was different from the aura of death. There was a hint of sentience to it, along with a feeling that it was decaying, as if it could taint all forms of lives, and it caused all of the Emperor of Abyss True World to tremble violently. Those tremors caused all the lives in the Emperor of Abyss True World to feel their hearts tremble. Ferocious beasts unique to only the Emperor of Abyss True World that lived on its countless planets threw their heads back and let out shrill roars. They prostrated themselves on the ground as if they could sense death approaching them when the true world trembled. The cultivators felt it even better. No matter what they were doing and no matter what level of cultivation they had, as long as they were lives born in the Emperor of Abyss True World, all of them felt restless at that moment. Their cultivation bases became chaotic, as if even their blood was about to gush out of their bodies. The higher their cultivation bases were, the stronger this feeling became. There were no sects in the Emperor of Abyss True World, but with various families serving as its veins, they formed a ruling system similar to a dynasty. Among them, the Emperor of Abyss status was the highest. There were 8 kings of Abyss below him, 36 generals of Abyss, which led countless armored cultivators of the abyssal world. Each king of Abyss had a family, and it was the same case for the generals of Abyss. Above the Emperor of Abyss was the true world's sublime paragon. Among the 4 great true worlds, only the sublime paragon of the Emperor of Abyss True World could make the cultivators of his true world worship him, and only in the Emperor of Abyss True World did the sublime paragon have his own Abyss Paragon Palace. Almost at the same time the true world trembled. All the families in the Emperor of Abyss true world felt their hearts shudder. There were also quite a large number of powerful warriors who swiftly sent out a powerful presence that swept out in all directions in an attempt to search for the reason behind the true world's tremors. Within the Emperor of Abyss hall was the Emperor of Abyss, who was dressed in an emperor's robe. He was a middle-aged man with an awe-imposing face, and he was staring coldly at some of the cultivators who were mocking each other with their words in his hall. Those people were talking about the large number of cultivators from Dark Dawn and St. Defier who had appeared in the Emperor of Abyss true world. As he listened to those people's increasingly obvious words of ridicule, the Emperor of Abyss frowned. Enough, this is something the Lord Sublime Paragon has decided. What is the use of even discussing this matter? He said coldly. Right when his words appeared, the cultivators further down from his throne looked towards him. If you have any opinions about it, you can go and seek an audience with the Lord Sublime Paragon. Do not ruin my mood when I am about to bear witness to my son's marriage. The Emperor of Abyss frowned. The person in the hall was his clone while his real body was in the planet serving as the capital of the Emperor of Abyss true world watching the grand marriage. At that moment, he did not want to waste any time in this place. He stood up, and when his words rang in the air, he made to leave. But suddenly his body trembled. The expressions of the cultivators in the hall also changed. Their hearts shook. The pain in the soundless roar seemed to have spread into each of the lives in the true world. The tremors were especially felt by the Emperor of Abyss, whose level of cultivation was the highest in the hall. At the moment he stood up, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and with a swing of his arm, he turned into a long arc that rushed out of the hall. What happened? Once he left, the faces of the other cultivators turned pale. Two people even had blood trickle out of the corners of their mouths. The roars of the true world echoing in space had affected their veins, and as their veins trembled, they were injured. This is the true world's will roaring in pain. At the instant the Emperor of Abyss looked towards the galaxy, his face turned pale, and he sucked in a sharp breath. In the Abyss Paragon Palace lived the sublime paragon of the Emperor of Abyss true world. There was a man dressed in a purple long robe there, with his appearance occasionally changing. A breath ago he was a teenager, and a breath later he became an old man. In between breaths, he would occasionally turn into a middle-aged man. This man was currently standing respectfully in the palace, and before him was Xianxia, sitting and meditating with a calm expression on his face. Dressed in white robes, Xianxia sat with indifference on his face. He stared at the chessboard in front of him while holding a black chess piece in his right hand. Once he placed it down, he looked at the black-robed, middle-aged man sitting across from him. The man had long hair, and it spilled over his shoulders. There was an air of someone who looked down on the world about him, and there was a powerful, mighty pressure spreading out from him, causing the sublime paragon, who was behind Xianxia, to feel his heart tremble slightly. To him, the black-robed man felt like a tiger crouching in its seat while the sublime paragon himself had become immortal. Sovereign of Dawn, it's your turn. Once we finish this round, we should head to my child's wedding. The preparations there should be about ready now. Xianxia smiled faintly. The black-robed man before him was naturally the strongest person who had descended from Dark Dawn's camp, the Sovereign of Dawn Yen Pei. The person who had been terrified into leaving from Ninth Summit's premises was his clone. Right then, the one sitting in the palace was his real self, but even so, he knew all about the things that had happened to his clone, and it became the matter he was most wary of in arid Triad Expanse Cosmos, though it was buried in the depths of his heart. And it was precisely that matter that made him to choose to stay in the Emperor of Abyss true world for a prolonged period of time. Based on what he knew, the terrifying existence in true Morning Dao world only cared about Ninth Summit. As long as he did not provoke Ninth Summit, the terrifying old monster would not come searching for trouble. Otherwise, his clone would not have been able to escape. Based on this, he could tell that the monster did not want to kill him, but even so, he still felt rather uneasy and anxious. Fortunately, nothing had happened to him over the past few months, and he felt slightly more at ease. But no matter what, He had already made his decision that he absolutely would not return to true Morning Dao world. Yen Lei smiled. His emotions did not show on his face, and his smile was incredibly faint. He lifted his right hand and placed a white piece on the chessboard. Just as he was about to speak, his expression changed. At that moment, the expression of the sublime paragon behind Su Xianyi changed. When he raised his head, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, then stumbled a few steps backwards. He coughed up blood again. His injuries were clearly much worse than the Emperor of Abyss, because he was the sublime paragon of this true world. He was the only sublime paragon here, which was why the damage dealt to him by the will of the Emperor of Abyss true world when it roared with an unwillingness to admit defeat was the greatest. As for Su Xianyi, he noticed none of this. He was not a member of this true world to begin with. At that moment he only frowned. He could sense that the true world was trembling, and he had also noticed that the true world's will was roaring because it had run into some accident. In silence he closed his eyes. The moment he did so, his will covered an endless distance and went straight into the depths of the Emperor of Abyss true world. In it there was a layer of fog resembling a vortex tumbling about. Seated at the center of the vortex was a figure. He was also Su Xianyi. When his eyes flew open, an ancient and freezing look appeared in them. The person here was his real self, and the person who had been playing against Yen Pei had been his clone. The essence of this true world's will gathered into this vortex once I readjusted it many years ago. A new will can be born in it. My blood is in the vortex, and once this will is born, it will fuse with my body. Damn it! Did some accident happen? Su Xianyi furrowed his brow. His divine sense spread out and swept through the Emperor of Abyss true world, but he did not find any clues. As for Su Ming, Su Xianyi could not see him. He could only see the Emperor of Abyss true world roaring and struggling in pain, as if its will was being possessed, but no matter how Su Xianyi searched, he could not find any traces of the true world's will being possessed. Could it be that it's because the will in this vortex formed by its essence is about to be born? It might have caused the will of the Emperor of Abyss true world to struggle. Deep in thought, Su Xianyi let out a cold harumph and closed his eyes. At the instant he did so, his other self from Abyss Paragon Palace opened his eyes. Some problems have appeared with this true world's will. The Sovereign of Dawn Yen Pei said faintly. He had already sent his divine sense out to scan the entire true world, but he did not detect anything wrong. However, he could tell that the will of the Emperor of Abyss true world was swiftly becoming weaker, as if it was rapidly dying, but even though it was dying quickly, if he factored in time, it would still need around 100 years before it truly perished. It's fine. It's due to something on my side. It isn't connected with the outside world. Lord Yen Pei, this game... Before Su Xianyi could finish speaking, a dark look appeared on his face. He looked into the distance, and his gaze seemed to see through space and into the planet serving as the capital of the Emperor of Abyss true world. All the preparations for the grand wedding were ready and on standby. Everyone was just waiting for his arrival. This was an important part in his plan that Su Xianyi had been planning for tens of thousands of years. He could not allow any accidents to occur, but right then, something unforeseen appeared. I knew that he would show signs of betraying me on this day. When Su Xianyi uttered those words in a cold voice, he stood up and wrapped his fist in his palm towards Yen Pei before bowing. A disciple of mine betrayed me, and he has followed me for many years too. Ha! Su Xianyi shook his head. All right, I understand what you mean, fellow Taoist Su. I will help you kill this person. Treat it as a reward for helping Dark Dawn's camp. As for the Abyss Builders, since I've already made my promise to you, I will definitely not go back on my word. We will not stay for long in arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. It is impossible for us to do so in any case. In the future, this place will only belong to the Abyss Builders. Thank you, Sovereign of Dawn. Su Xianyi bowed deeply to Yen Pei again, but only he could hear the cold laughter in his own heart. With how ambitious Su Xianyi was, there was no way he would be willing to be someone's subordinate. Using Dark Dawn's camp was just a temporary measure and only a branch of his plan, which was necessary for him to mend certain things. because his plan had diverged previously. They were only using each other. This was something Yan Pei knew as well. He watched Su Xianyi bow to him, and he laughed coldly in his heart too. The person before him was just a chess piece, and he was the player. No matter how important a chess piece was, it would not be able to stir up a storm in the player's heart. At most, he would just play another round. Oh. In the planet serving as the capital of the Emperor of Abyss True World was an incredibly large cultivation planet formed by using a great divine ability to merge nearly 1,000 planets together. Even from a distance, it looked incredibly huge, and if anyone stood on the cultivation planet, the feeling as if there was no end to the sky and earth would cause that person to feel as if the sky had been turned into the land. On the large cultivation planet was a boundless sea. There was a huge ancient tree growing out from its bottom, and there were more than 1 million cultivators there to send their blessings for the grand wedding held at the tree. The ancient tree was so large that each leaf was like a field. From a distance, the tree looked so tall that it touched the sky. In fact, there was even a legend surrounding the ancient tree. It said that the reason behind the merging of nearly 1,000 cultivation planets into a single cultivation planet was the discovery of the ancient tree. It was so old that it did not seem like it belonged to this time, but was from an even earlier age. In fact, there was a rumor saying that the tree was something from a previous aeon. It had somehow avoided dying from the disaster and had survived until then. Of course, that rumor was not something an ordinary cultivator would know. Only Almighties who had a vague understanding of some of the history of Arid Triad could know something like that and spread the information around. Most of them also believed that this was close to the truth. A moment ago, there had been 1 million cultivators gathered on the ancient tree. They were all from the Emperor of Abyss True World's various families and had come to give their blessings, because the groom in the wedding was the third prince of the Emperor of Abyss True World. It did not matter whether it was because of his appearance, his cultivation base in Mastery Realm, or his status. This person had an incredibly noble status in the Emperor of Abyss True World. When all of these factors were lumped together, his presence was enough to make many people envious of him. Even though the third prince had some flaws, was once very tyrannical, and even had a ruthless and brutal reputation, all of this was in the past. During the past few years, his personality seemed to have changed. He was no longer tyrannical and overbearing, but had instead become level-headed. In fact, his appearance had also slowly changed, and he had gained quite the awe-inspiring air. It was as if he had grown up. This was something that was incredibly clear to all who saw him, and it caused many people to slowly take note of it during the last couple years. He might have seemed to be in Mastery Realm, but all the cultivators in Mastery Realm felt their hearts tremble when they were before him, as if they had been suppressed, and even those in Life Realm were affected. In fact, even the family elders of the 8 families belonging to the Kings of Abyss felt suppressed when they stood before the third prince, even if they were in Death Realm. The bride was not someone unknown to the public either. Her name was Yuxian, and she was a direct descendant of a king of Abyss whose family was destroyed in the past, the woman who ran from her marriage but still ended up standing before them. The place was bustling with activity. The sounds of human chatter were loud. Laughter reverberated through the air. Congratulatory words came from each family, and their voices rose and fell as the preparations for the wedding were completed. It was about to start, but that was something from a moment ago. At that moment, the will of the Emperor of Abyss True World roared, causing the hearts of all cultivators in the place to tremble. Then, as if the apocalypse had arrived, everything descended into chaos. An old man whose face was much older than in the past turned into a long arc without hesitation and charged out while the ancient roar rang in the air. Wherever he went, the world looked as if it was about to be torn apart. He rushed to the center, right where Yuxian stood and stared into the distance numbly, like a puppet. Next to her was the third prince, who watched the chaos around him coldly and whose face was expressionless. Yuxian looked numb, as if she had already accepted her fate. She sat like a puppet and watched the chaos before her, as well as the changes of expression on everyone's faces. The roars from the will of the Emperor of Abyss True World did not seem to affect her. It was as if she was not a part of this true world. She stared at the gray-robed old man charging towards her from the sky in the form of a long arc. He used the chance of the chaos to close in on her. The old man had white hair. His expression was filled with sadness, and there was determination on his face. This person was Mo Sang, Su Ming's elder. Mo Sang was no longer the young man Su Ming had seen in Morning Dao sect, but had instead turned into an old man. His appearance was the exact same as that of the elder in Su Ming's memories. The third prince of the true world sat calmly and watched Mo Sang approach. A hint of a complicated expression that no one else could see appeared on his face. This complicated emotion ran deep in him, as if it had seeped into his soul. He sighed in his heart, and the third prince shifted his gaze away, giving up on wanting to lift his hand and choosing instead to close his eyes. At the moment he closed his eyes, Elder Mo Sang approached Yu Xian. "Go!" Elder Mo Sang grabbed Yu Xian's left hand, and the resolute look in his eyes was reflected in Yu Xian's own. She lifted her head and stared at him. With the same numb look still on her face, she shook her head. The sadness in Elder Mo Sang's eyes grew even more prominent. He raised his left hand and patted the center of Yu Xian's brow. The numb look in her eyes was immediately shaken, as if she had started to struggle against something. At the same time, the elder pulled her into his arms and turned into a long arc that charged to a leaf on the ancient tree in front of him. There were 3 men in black robes there. In the face of the chaos around them, they only had cold looks on their faces. The light from a relocation rune shone under their feet. The third prince opened his eyes and watched Mo Sang take Yu Xian away without saying a word. He watched them approach the leaf with the relocation rune during the chaos around them. As the light from the rune shone, their bodies became indistinct. He sighed softly, and the third prince mumbled in a tone that only he himself could hear. "The changes in this true world clearly show that he is here." Almost the moment the third prince mumbled to himself, Elder Mo Sang and Yu Xian became nearly transparent from their previous indistinct state while they were on the leaf in the distance. At the instant they were about to be relocated, a cold harumph reverberated through the world with thunderous booms. At the instant the cold harumph was head, Su Xianyi walked out of the sky. Behind him was the sublime paragon of the true world. Beside him was the black-robed sovereign of Dawn Yen Pei, who looked cold and arrogant. The entire place fell silent. The 1 million cultivators on the ancient tree had pale faces, but their wills no longer broke down because of the chaos in their cultivation bases. Instead, they regained some semblance of thought, though with much difficulty. The entire place felt as if a huge force had pushed down on it. "Time, reverse!" A faint voice came from Su Xianyi's mouth. There was an unparalleled mighty pressure in his words, as if the laws that came from his mouth had to be enforced, and no one could question them. At the moment his voice rang in the air, the relocation rune where Elder Mo Sang and Yu Xian were immediately shuddered, and as if time had begun to flow in reverse, their figures gained corporeal form from their previous transparent state. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the relocation rune once more. In fact, right after appearing on the relocation rune, Elder Mo Sang and Yu Xian began moving backwards. They rushed back to the third prince's side. When Yu Xian went back to sit in her seat and Su Ming's elder began moving back again to return to the relocation rune, Su Xianyi lifted his right hand and pointed at Mo Sang while standing in midair. Immediately, as the time in the entire place reversed, the elder's body stopped moving, as if he was a stone in a river that could not move. Threads appeared on his body. They bound him, for they were the marks of time. While time was flowing in reverse, changes also occurred in the 1 million cultivators in the area. They returned to the state when their faces had filled with pain when the will of the true world roared. But soon all of this changed. They returned to the state when the wedding was bustling with activity before the true world's will roared. This divine ability was astonishing. The area in which the time had reversed was not huge, but nearly 1 million cultivators were involved. The shock brought by this scene was reflected on the face of the sublime paragon who stood behind Su Xianyi. His breathing quickened, and when he looked at Su Xianyi, great fanaticism and respect appeared on his face. In fact, even the pupils of Sovereign of Dawn Yen Pei shrank slightly, but soon, a smile appeared at the corners of his lips. The stronger the chess piece he chose, the greater the benefits it would bring him. As expected of the Abyss Builders. There is indeed a reason behind why Great Abyss Tribe was known as one of the 3 strongest tribes in ancient Wei and stood on equal power with Great Berserker Tribe as well as Heavenly Spirit Tribe. Several breaths later, the reversal of time came to a halt, and everything returned to normal, as if the entire world had just been deceived. Su Xianyi had used his divine ability to manipulate time to change everything. This is a grand wedding, and we will not allow anyone to interrupt it. Today, my daughter will get married. I am very grateful that all of you have come to celebrate this occasion with me, and hence, we shan't let anything destroy our mood. Su Xianyi smiled faintly, then turned around and wrapped his fist in his palm to bow to Yan Pei, who was by his side. Sovereign of Dawn, please. Today, your daughter will get married. I am just a guest, so I cannot be the first to move. Fellow Taoist Su, you should not care too much about etiquette in this situation, Yan Pei said with a smile while laughing lightly. Su Xianyi had a smile on his face. He did not say much, and once he bowed, he walked with the Sovereign of Dawn Yan Pei to the third prince and Yu Xin. They stopped before the 2 people about to get married. The third prince's expression was the same. When he stood up, Yu Xin once more looked like a puppet whose strings were jerked. She got up, and the both of them bowed to Su Xianyi as well as the Sovereign of Dawn beside him. It was quiet all around them. The 1 million cultivators in the area were stunned by Su Xianyi's divine ability, and even the Emperor of Abyss was not exempt from that. The third prince might be his son, but right then, he felt as if he did not have the right to speak or join this occasion. He wanted to walk over, but when the sublime paragon who was behind Su Xianyi cast him a flat glance, the Emperor of Abyss instantly felt his heart tremble. He quickly stopped himself and sighed in his heart. To him, this was not his son taking a wife, but Su Xianyi forcing his son to marry his daughter. Su Xianyi first cast a glance at Yu Xin, then at the third prince. A prideful look appeared on his face. When he looked at the third prince before him, a rare expression of affection could be seen within his smile. However, at the instant that look entered his face, he looked at Yu Xin, making it difficult for others to tell just who that affection was directed to. Since I have come to the wedding today, I will use this item to bless the newly wedded couple, so they can be together forever. The Sovereign of Dawn smiled faintly. When he lifted his right hand, 2 bells appeared in his hand, and he placed them on Yu Xian's palm. Thank you, Senior, Yu Xin said softly with a numb expression and curtsied. By her side, the third prince bowed while remaining level-headed and thanked him quietly. Yan Pei observed Yu Xin. With his level of cultivation, he could tell with just one glance that there were a lot of seals placed on the woman. In fact, even her thoughts and soul had been sealed. When he shifted his gaze to the third prince, he found the young man's presence rather strange. However, the Sovereign of Dawn was not curious enough to pay any attention to it. With a smile, he looked at the 1 million cultivators below him, and there was derision as well as scorn hidden beneath his amiable expression. He lifted his right hand and swung it. Immediately, Elder Mo Sang, who was bound by the threads of time in the distance, was brought to him. The elder's face was calm, but sadness would fill his eyes when he looked at Yu Xin. Do you want to die after you witness this marriage, or right now? The Sovereign of Dawn asked. His tone made it obvious that he was going to decide the elder's life and death himself. At the same time, Su Xianyi sat down at the top of the hall, right beside the Sovereign of Dawn. He did not even cast a glance at Mo Sang. Instead, he stared at Yu Xin and the third prince before him. Then, he shifted his gaze to look at the 1 million cultivators, and a smile appeared on his face. The wedding may begin. When he spoke, the sublime paragon took a step forward and walked to the left. He was to officiate the grand wedding. Beyond the planet serving as the capital of the Emperor of Abyss True World, the will of the True World was roaring. Its voice filled the entire True World, but the sound could not enter the dimension where the ancient tree and the sea was, because Su Xianyi had reversed the flow of time there. Su Xianyi, thus, did not see the long-haired and white-robed Su Ming walking towards that planet. Wherever he went, the Emperor of Abyss True World would roar in an even shriller manner, but it was already in its dying throes. Su Ming's will was slowly born in the Emperor of Abyss True World as its will slowly died away, and he gradually gained control. With harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos True Sky Hill World in his possession acting as the correspondence for the Emperor of Abyss True World, it was impossible for the True World's will to fight against its destined destruction. While going forward, Su Ming saw the bald crane and the Abyss Dragon sneakily leaving a cultivation planet in the Emperor of Abyss True World. They took away all the crystals in the planet, and even the crystal veins hidden underground could not escape the bald crane's claws. Feeling pleased and excited, the bald crane headed to another cultivation planet with the Abyss Dragon leading the way. Su Ming continued to walk forward with a calm expression. With each step he took, he would create an endless expanse of emptiness. His will had gathered in the space behind him, and it was so great that it suppressed the will of the Emperor of Abyss True World so greatly that it could not fight back. It could only let out the soundless roars while struggling with its last breath. The level of his cultivation base and will made Su Ming the strongest person in his aeon, which gave him the right to overlook all manner of lives. Regardless of whether it was Dark Dawn, Saint Defire, or Arid Triad, there was no place Su Ming could not step into, and there were few people who could stop him. In silence, Su Ming stopped walking right outside the planet serving as the capital of the Emperor of Abyss True World. He stared at the huge cultivation planet formed by 1,000 planets before him, and he saw the ocean in it, the ancient tree, as well as the people on the tree. "I have come," Su Ming mumbled. Almost the moment Su Ming directed his gaze on the huge ancient tree, it hummed and lurched for the first time in the countless years it had existed in that aeon. As a butterfly, harmonious Morris Alba had been made to stay in the boundless space for all eternity. No one knew just how many worlds had been born and grown to prosperity in it. This matter had been going on for so long that perhaps not even harmonious Morris Alba itself knew about it. The repetitions of the eons, the lives that appeared time and again before they died from disasters were like the snow falling from the sky. Perhaps each snowflake was an aeon and contained all manner of lives. When they landed on the ground, they would be buried in the land, but more would fall from the sky. As there was no end to the snow, there was also no end to all lives. Even if a person saw one land on the ground with their own eyes, they would never know just how many snowflakes had fallen from the sky in a snowstorm. It was the same for harmonious Morris Alba, which was why it did not know how many worlds had prospered on its wings. There were 4 eras in the last aeon, and Su Ming was in the 4th era. Perhaps in the future, when people tried to figure out what had happened in the past and looked through the history recordings, they would be able to find some traces of the marks linking to this era. They would contain hints connected to the 5 great true worlds of the 4th era. The rise and fall of the 5th true world, the coexistence of the 4 great true worlds, Su Ming's existence, the return of Dark Dawn and Saint Defire. All of these were the marks of the 4th era. Before the 4th era was the 3rd era, and Su Ming had found the marks of that era. They were the 9 great true worlds, Sui Chen Zi, Ikang, and Old Man Extermination. There were only 3 marks linked to the 2nd era, and they were Shu, Wei, and Wu. It had been an era filled with tribes and plagued by wars and slaughter. It was also the most prosperous era, when there were still antecedental spirits. The Old Man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe was the tribe elder of Heavenly Spirit Tribe. That era had been born due to a disaster, and it ended when Shu and Wu left, becoming Saint Defire and Dark Dawn respectively. And when Wei dissipated, the 9 great true worlds were formed. The Old Man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe was a person from the 2nd era. He was born at the final days of the 1st era, and he died at the final days of the 4th era. It could be said that he had nearly lived through every single era in his aeon. When he was born, he was in the 1st era, a world in which the ancestral spirits existed. They taught all manner of lives everything they knew. As the ancestral spirits formed their own camps and divided themselves into 3, the era, which was born due to the disaster that descended on the previous aeon, also ended because of a disaster. However, the disaster that fell on it was not the disaster of the aeon that affected a huge area. It was what remained of the disaster that had wiped out the entire aeon, and it only affected a small area. It destroyed all the people who did not merge with their other selves from harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos from the previous aeon and had managed to escape the Ionic disaster with a unique method, since it was regarded as cheating. They had been wiped out by the remnant of the Ionic disaster, and hence the first era ended. Yet before the people of that time died, they summoned the All-Spirits Hall. The legacy of the hall started at that time. Before that aeon and the first era in which the ancestral spirits lived, there were other items that remained for all eternity. They did not fuse with their other selves, but were still not destroyed, possibly because their continued existences were permitted by harmonious Morris Alba. And there was also a possibility that arid triads could not bear to see them disappear. One of them was a huge tree that had once lived on a planet many eons ago. There was once a teenage boy under that tree who talked about his grievances, love, friendships, and everything that happened in his life. Many years later, the tree grew up with the teenager, and with the teenager's help, it became an evergreen. One day, the teenager of the past grew into a middle-aged man, and he whispered a few words quietly under the tree. "I'm leaving. If I fail, then there will surely be others who will come searching for my path and continue down this road. If I succeed, then you will never be destroyed. On the day a will is born within you, you will know that I have succeeded." That teenager was Arid Triad. From then on, the tree lived through all Ionic disasters and was never destroyed. When its will was born, it watched the sun rise and set, the planets change, the galaxies being replaced, and it knew that the teenager had succeeded, but occasionally, it would remember the past. It would remember the low murmurs of the teenager while sitting against its trunk. When the tree remembered the past, it usually lasted an aeon. Could sense that the teenager had changed. He had become unfamiliar and terrifying, but his promise that the tree would never be destroyed had never changed. On that day, while it was reminiscing about the past, the tree suddenly sensed a pair of eyes in the galaxy looking at it. Their gaze made it feel as if it had just seen the teenager of the past. But when it thought about it carefully, it found that this person was not him. But the two people were very similar. This was not in terms of their spirits, appearances, or their blood. It was simply a feeling that they were similar. This familiar feeling came from the two's powerful conviction to become great and do things that no person in the past had done, which came from the heart and the desire to protect people and things they absolutely had to protect. Su Ming stared at the tree on the Cultivation planet. He could see the ancient air about it. In fact, he could sense the great feeling of age. The heaviness of it made Su Ming instantly realize that the tree was not born in the last aeon. With a step forward, he stepped into the planet and appeared above the vast ocean. He stood on the waves on the surface of the sea, right under the huge ancient tree, just like how the teenager from the past had stood a long, long time ago to speak of grievances that he could tell no one else. While standing there quietly, Su Ming could hear the cheers and laughter from the leaves, which were as large as grass fields, on the ancient tree's crown. The cheers were very fake, and the laughter filled with an obsequious tone. Each cultivator wore an invisible mask, and it would naturally change based on all the changes in the world. The masks of some people were very good. When they changed them, no one could tell the difference. Yet some people were still not very good at using them. When they changed their masks, they were not too adept, making mistakes. But to Su Ming, it was all the same. He only saw a marriage of falsehoods. The bride had a numb expression on her face, and her entire body was covered in seals. The groom had an aloof face, but there was a complicated expression in his eyes that seemed to be filled with anguish. The Emperor of Abyss, who was the prince's father, could not even join the wedding. He had to watch quietly from a distance, and the sigh he could not let out turned into a sigh filled with various emotions in his heart. Even the sublime paragon no longer had the dignity of a powerful person. He had willingly lowered his head to become a witness to the absurdity. The father was no longer the father, and the son no longer the son. There was also the sovereign of dawn who was watching all of it with a cold, derisive sneer. To Su Ming, all of this was an incredibly hilarious joke. Only the elder Mo Sang was a color in the absurd situation that caused Su Ming to feel gentleness in his heart. Su Ming lifted his right hand and pressed it on the ancient tree. At the instant he came into contact with it, an old voice appeared in his mind. It spoke slowly, with long pauses between each word, which dissolved into lingering echoes in the air. "What is your name?" Su Ming was silent for a moment before he said softly, "Su Ming. Su Ming, you give me a feeling that you are the same as him." The ancient tree sighed as its murmurs echoed in Su Ming's mind. "He is Arid Triad. He told me that when my will is born, I will know that he has succeeded." Su Ming was silent as he looked at the ancient tree. In truth, he had already somewhat guessed its identity before he even came near it. There was definitely a reason behind why the tree could exist for all eternity in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. This reason was clearly not because the tree had fused with its other self, since all such existences were still asleep for the time being. Even if they could temporarily awaken using certain methods, it would be difficult for them to remain awake for all eternity. It was just like Su Ming had been very puzzled in the past as to why Tion wanted to hide in Death Vortex and did not come out from it. However, once he learned that there was a certain group of people in the world who had fused with their other selves, which made them indestructible in the face of the disaster but put them to sleep for all time besides a total of 200 years, 100 years before the disaster and 100 years after the disaster that would signal the end of an aeon, Su Ming obtained his answer. Clearly, Tion was not Tion, and neither was he the sublime paragon of true morning Tao world. Perhaps a sublime paragon was indeed involved in this, but he had been reduced to a soul fragment after he fought against Su Xianyi. And that soul fragment might have satisfied certain conditions, which had allowed it become a clone formed by the Tion who was not Tion. Death Vortex is a good place to sleep," Su Ming had said when he turned his head back and cast a scrutinizing glance at Death Vortex before he left it behind and headed to Ninth Summit. "If you have the chance to meet him, please remember to tell him to come and see me. It's been a long time since I met him." The ancient voice of the tree rose and fell in Su Ming's heart as it revealed the sigh hidden within the words. "He can hear you. Perhaps before long he will appear," Su Ming said softly after staying quiet for a moment. He patted the ancient tree and raised his head before taking a step forward to walk towards the wedding on the tree crown. No one could see his arrival, be it Su Xianyi or the sovereign of Dawn Yanpei. If Su Ming did not want them to, no one could notice Su Ming's arrival, except for the third prince. As the sublime paragon of this true world's congratulatory words for the wedding echoed in the air and he laughed, the third prince suddenly lifted his head and stared into the distance. Standing there, he saw Su Ming. There was a complicated and conflicted look on the third prince's face. When he looked at Su Ming also looked at him. Is the seed of life extermination really that important? When Su Ming looked at the third prince, he could no longer see the good-for-nothing young man of the past. Instead, he saw a familiar figure. Su Ming was not surprised by that person's existence. He had already learned of everything when he was in harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos. Before him was his childhood friend, his best friend when he was a teenager. His companion who patted his chest and told Su Ming loudly that he would protect Su Ming his entire life. Su Ming's voice echoed in the air, but it did not enter other people's ears. Only the third prince could hear him. He was silent, speechless, and filled with mixed emotions, which made him not know how to answer Su Ming. After a long while, Lei Chun shook his head and mumbled softly, "You don't understand. I now declare that all the families in the Emperor of Abyss True World will bear witness to the greatest wedding in our true world. It will also be witnessed by the true world's will." The sublime paragon of the true world could not see Su Ming, and he was still saying all the congratulatory words with a smile. The 1,000,000 cultivators present the leaves could not see Su Ming either, and they were still cheering and laughing. Su Xianyi could not see Su Ming, and he was still watching the man and woman before him with an affectionate look on his face. The man was Su Xianyi's son, and the woman was the partner he had chosen for his son. It was a state of completion when the seed of life extermination received all its nourishment. The sovereign of Dawn Yanpei, too, could not see Su Ming. When he smiled, there was contempt in his heart. He lifted his right hand and was about to place it on top of Mo Sang's head to kill him, so that red would appear in the wedding, just like how red would always be used in joyous occasions. But at that moment, "I will not bear witness to this." Su Ming's words echoed in the ears of all the living beings on the tree. His voice was faint, but at the instant it was heard, everyone felt like thunder had roared in their hearts, for it was a voice like the will of heaven. Su Ming's voice rumbled like thunder in the air. It spread in every direction, causing the hearts of the near 1 million cultivators in the area to tremble violently. They shook at an intensity of the earth and mountains during an earthquake. Not only everyone began to shiver, but their cultivation bases were instantly thrown into chaos. They could not gather them at all. The 1 million cultivators coughed up blood at once, and a bloody stench instantly filled the area. Patches of red also appeared on the leaves of the ancient tree. The pain the 1 million cultivations in the Emperor of Abyss True World felt at that moment surpassed what they had felt when they were suppressed by the mighty pressure formed by the True World's will roaring. They felt as if their bodies were being torn apart and their cultivation bases were on the verge of exploding and surging out of their bodies. Shrill screams of pain rang out everywhere. The 36 generals of Abyss were all present for the wedding. Their levels of cultivation varied while ranging between Fate Realm to Life Realm. But no matter what level of cultivation they possessed, shock appeared on their pale faces at that moment. The 8 kings of Abyss were also there. They sat near the hall and were looking at the sublime paragon with smiles on their faces. At the instant Su Ming's voice echoed in their ears, their souls immediately shook. Their bodies jolted, and they could not control it. They felt as if their minds had been forcefully suppressed by a will to such an extent that it was difficult even to breathe. Even if they were in Death Realm right then, they felt like helpless mortals in the face of a disaster. The Emperor of Abyss face went stark white at that moment. He held a tight grip over the leaf under him with his right hand. The buzzing sounds by his ears did not stop, and for a time, he could not hear everything around him. Compared to him, the sublime paragon was in a better condition, but there was also blood trickling out of the corners of his mouth. He staggered a few steps backward and lifted his head. Swiftly, he hid his shock beneath a ferocious look when he met eyes with Su Ming, who had walked out of thin air in the distance. Dressed in white, he looked like a cloud drifting elegantly in the sky. His long hair spilled over his shoulders like ink. His expression was one of indifference. His gaze was as calm as water, which came from seeing through all vicissitudes of life. He looked as if he had walked out of a picture, and he gave off an otherworldly air. At the moment he saw Su Ming, a brilliant light shone in Su Xianyi's eyes. His killing intent instantly rose to its peak as he glared at Su Ming, and his breathing immediately quickened. His hate for Su Ming had grown so deep that it was embedded into his bones. This hate was mainly due to Su Xianyi being forced to leave after he was defeated when the two of them had fought over possessing True Morning Dao World. The preparations he had made for years had all been in vain, and the effect of this event on his plans was quite great. If it was anyone else fighting over True Morning Dao World with him, his hate would not have been so intense, but Su Ming had been the one who fought over it against him, and Su Xianyi could not accept this. He could not accept that the boy who could only be used, who was discarded after he finished nourishing the seed of life extermination, and had even been stupid enough to think that he was his father, had snatched away Su Xianyi's True Morning Dao World. To him, Su Ming was incredibly stupid and destined to be manipulated for his entire life. If Su Xianyi wanted Su Ming to live, he would live, and if he wanted him to die, he had to die. His destiny was bound to be controlled by Su Xianyi, and Su Xianyi could manipulate him at will. It did not matter whether Su Ming was in Dark Mountain, the barren lands of Divine Essence, Morning Dao Sect, or Arid Triad's Gap. In Su Xianyi's eyes, Su Ming had always been incredibly stupid. He could use Su Ming to the limit until he no longer had any value. It was especially obvious when Su Xianyi fully used him up to nourish the seed of life extermination. Once he served his purpose, Su Xianyi would have killed him a long time ago if it had not been because Sang could not bear to see him die. He was an existence akin to an ant, and it was impossible for him to compare to his son, much less to Su Xianyi himself. Su Ming was a slave, and Su Xianyi was his master. When Su Ming had demanded why Su Xianyi had sent Yu Xian away in that incredibly ludicrous manner of his, Su Xianyi's real thought had been to laugh coldly and regard him with contempt, regardless of what his expression had showed at that time. Yu Xian was the second person Su Xianyi chose to nourish the seed of life extermination, and she was also the partner he had chosen for his real son. There was no way he would let Su Ming touch her with his lowly status. To Su Xianyi, while Su Ming was an abyss builder, he was destined to be a slave for his people. He was not worthy of the partner he had chosen for his real son. Everything was in his control. With one word, he could sentence Su Ming to death. This feeling had existed in Su Xianyi for such a long time that he could not accept Su Ming's sudden appearance when he was possessing true Morning Dao world. Su Xianyi was a fierce and ambitious person, so when Su Ming had defeated him, allowing him to only watch helplessly as the ant possessed true Morning Dao world with the preparations he had made for many years, the pain in his heart made him feel as if he was being torn apart. Su Xianyi could not heal that wound, and he did not want it to heal either. He had intended to pass true Morning Dao world to his son once. He possessed it so that it would serve as the foundation for the Abyss Builders to rise to power. But all of this had been snatched by the lowly slave before him. The hate in Su Xianyi's heart made his killing intent reach a monstrous degree the moment he saw Su Ming. With a cold harumph, he sat up straight in his seat. His killing intent might have reached a monstrous degree, but Su Xianyi was not a rash person. In his eyes, Mo Sang had definitely made secret preparations for Su Ming to be able to appear in this place. And since Su Ming had dared to come, he had to have someone or something to depend on. I am here, and my beloved son as well as the Sovereign of Dawn are here as well. This boy will not be able to do anything. He did not know that Su Ming had gone to Harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos, or else he would definitely be reacting differently at that moment. The moment Su Xianyi looked at Su Ming with a cold sneer, by his side, the originally arrogant-looking Sovereign of Dawn suddenly changed. His expression went through such an unprecedented shift that he shivered in his seat. Even his breathing quickened slightly. His pupils shrank, and shock as well as extreme terror filled his heart, making his skin crawl, and he instinctively wanted to stand up and run away. His light shudders surprised Su Xianyi, but when he looked at him, Yan Pei's expression had already returned to normal. His fear and shock had been hidden beneath a relaxed demeanor. With his level of cultivation, there were only a handful of people who could make him so terrified, and Su Ming was one of them, which was why when he saw Su Ming and heard Su Ming's words, he was horrified. The scene in True Morning Dao world a few months ago had been enough to completely intimidate the Sovereign of Dawn Yan Pei. He ignored Su Xianyi's gaze when he looked at him. Yan Pei fixed his eyes on Su Ming. When Su Ming spoke, he felt that his voice was slightly familiar. And when he appeared, the Sovereign of Dawn's heart had trembled violently. He might have never seen Su Ming before, but he would never forget his voice. That voice was like a nightmare in his mind. It belonged to a person who could determine his life and death with a flick of his wrist. The scenes beyond Ninth Summit still made him feel lingering fear when he thought about them. Yan Pei had no doubt in his mind that this person was the terrifying old monster who had made him utterly terrified when they were outside Ninth Summit. It's him! It's him! A voice screamed in Yan Pei's heart. He felt chills down his spine, and his hands as well as his feet immediately became cold, but he did not show a single hint of it on his face. However, a huge storm that had never appeared before had started raging in his heart. Damn it! I've already left True Morning Dao world and ordered all cultivators from Dark Dawn and St. Defire to not provoke Ninth Summit. I don't even have the courage to take even half a step into True Morning Dao world again, so why? Why did he chase me down to this place? Yan Pei's face turned slightly pale. Countless thoughts immediately rose in his head, but right when they appeared, they were immediately crushed by the memory of Su Ming's terrifying power. No one could see the Sovereign of Dawn's emotions. Su Xianyi only saw the displeased expression on his face. He had a crease between his eyebrows as feeling some displeasure at such a matter. Sovereign of Dawn, it seems like we have embarrassed ourselves. This person is a lowly slave of mine, and today, he came here to destroy my son's wedding day. I will definitely have his blood spilt in this place. Su Xianyi's cold voice echoed in the air, and he turned his head to glare at Su Ming coldly. He did not know that his words had caused an even greater storm to rage in Yan Pei's heart. The intensity of that storm even surpassed what Yan Pei had felt when he saw Su Ming's sudden arrival. It almost caused the Sovereign of Dawn's expression to change drastically, and he nearly stood up in shock. You said that he is your slave. The storm raged in Yan Pei's heart, and as it roared, he felt that he could not quite wrap his head around what he was hearing. He once was. I pitied his lowly birth and gave him the status of a slave. But this boy did not know what was good for him and repaid my kindness with ingratitude. He destroyed my plans. The killing intent in Su Xianyi's eyes became greater. Yan Pei shuddered. When he looked at Su Xianyi, a strange emotion was hidden in his eyes, but at the same time, he released a sigh of relief in his heart, glad that the terrifying old monster had not come searching for him this time, but had instead come searching for Su Xianyi, who did not know how grossly he had overestimated himself. He's lowly? If he's lowly, then I've never effing saw a noble person in my life. If he's lowly, then what am I? Who would dare say they have an even more noble status compared to him in all of Dark Dawn and Sanctifier? I would want to seek an audience with him, even if I am afraid that he would want to kill me. If I could obtain some guidance, I would definitely be able to gain a serendipity. Is this Su Xianyi mad, or does he not know the truth? How dare he say that this terrifying senior is of lowly status? He even dared to say that he is a slave. The Sovereign of Dawn Yan Pei stood up without hesitation and quickly took a step to the side to be further away from Su Xianyi. He was afraid that Su Ming would misunderstand him due to his seat at the wedding. Before he left, he did not forget to grab Elder Mo Sang, intending to take him as well. After all, he had promised Su Xianyi that he would personally kill this person. Despite what might happen, the principle he valued the most in his life due to his status as the Sovereign of Dawn was promises. In truth, he pitied Su Xianyi greatly in his heart. He was sure that the man did not know how terrifying the old monster before them was. For a moment, Yan Pei wondered whether he should give him a warning, but if he did, he might risk offending Su Ming. However, it would not be good for him to watch Su Xianyi sink into this mess, since he was the chess piece Yan Pei had chosen. The Sovereign of Dawn felt like he should do something due to moral obligations. As the Sovereign of Dawn hesitated over what to do and his hand was about to touch Elder Mo Sang, Su Ming strolled over. A ripple of emotion appeared in his eyes, which had previously been as calm as water. That ripple instantly turned into a cold glare reminiscent of moonlight reflected off the surface of a lake when he cast a flat stare at the Sovereign of Dawn Yan Pei. Su Ming's footsteps came to a halt. A gentle look appeared in his eyes when he directed his gaze at Mo Sang. He seemed to forget his status and his level of cultivation at that moment, and instead felt like he was a child in Dark Mountain, a boy who laughed happily beside his elder. Su Ming wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply. This bow was directed to his elder, to Dark Mountain, and how deeply Su Ming valued his relationships. I, Su Ming of Dark Mountain, greet my elder. The Sovereign of Dawn's hand came to an abrupt halt while he was in the middle of stretching it out. His expression immediately changed. He was completely stunned. Su Ming's bow and his words repeated in his mind non-stop, and he soon registered what was going on. An enraged, monstrous killing intent instantly arose in his heart, transforming into a roar that went straight into his head. Damn you, Su Xianyi, you set me up. During that moment, the Sovereign of Dawn no longer thought about principles, and he threw all his moral obligations to the back of his mind. He immediately began to hate Su Xianyi to the core. To him, regardless of whether Su Xianyi did this intentionally or not, it was the same as Su Xianyi setting him up. He had almost driven Yan Pei to his grave, setting him up against this old monster who he had been fleeing from with everything he had. The Sovereign of Dawn did not believe that Su Xianyi did not truly know how terrifying Su Ming was. In fact, in Yanpei's eyes, Su Xianyi definitely knew that Su Ming would come on this day, and he had dragged Yanpei to his side and asked him to kill Su Ming's elder so that they would be bound together. Damn it! Damn it! Thank goodness I didn't kill him yet. The moment Yanpei registered the situation, with his mighty power and the reaction he had as a sovereign of Dawn, he was able to stop his hand from reaching Elder Mo Sang. Then, he did not hesitate to immediately touch the elder. But he only placed his hand on the elder. He did not grab him, but instead supported him gently, and it even looked like he had a great amount of reverence for the elder. The threads of time binding Elder Mo Sang immediately shattered. When they disappeared without a single sound, the sovereign of Dawn Yanpei helped the elder up with his right hand, and a gentle smile even appeared on his face. There was even a hint of respect in it. I admire heroes like you the most in my life, fellow Taoist. Even if you knew that your level of cultivation was lacking, you were willing to risk everything for your family members. People like that must be respected. This is a gift and a lesson for any family. I am like that too. I have the same personality as you do, and I cannot bear with you being captured, fellow Taoist, which is why I interfered with this matter. I will definitely not allow someone like you to die before me. I acted so that I could save you. My fellow Taoist, I wasn't clear with my words just now. In fact, I even joked with you just now because I am a guest Su Xianyi had invited with all he had. I might not be familiar with this person, but he had invited me to this wedding after showing me great hospitality, so I had come here reluctantly, but I did not expect myself to meet someone like you here. This trip was worth it. That joke was to test whether you are truly a hero. Right now, I am certain of it. Fellow Taoist, I hope that you will not mind the words I said to you earlier. I hope that someone like you will accept a bow from me. Yanpei's expression was incredibly sincere, and his words sounded as if they were truly what he had in mind. As he spoke, he took a few steps back, wrapped his fist in his palm, and bowed deeply to Mo Sang. Mo Sang was stunned. When a barely noticeable glint appeared in his eyes, the Sovereign of Dawn lifted his head and stared coldly at Su Xianyi, who was frowning and looked a little surprised. Fellow Taoist Su, I did not expect that you were someone like this. Sovereign of Dawn. Su Xianyi's pupils shrank. Yanpei had changed sides so quickly that Su Xianyi's heart let out a thump. Before he could even finish speaking, his words were cut off by Yanpei. You disappoint me too much. If your daughter does not want to marry someone else, then why must you place so many seals on her? Not only did you seal her thoughts, you even sealed her soul. How could you treat your own family like this? You are practically trying to curry my favor, but you disappointed me. I am ashamed to be associated with you. Treat my actions as me sticking my nose into someone else's business. But I have long since been unable to tolerate this. I have reached the end of my patience. As he spoke, the Sovereign of Dawn successfully stole Su Ming's limelight. He became the center of everyone's attention. Then, he lifted his right hand and pointed at Yu Xian. The bells he had given Yu Xian started shuddering on their own, and when they knocked against each other, they let out a string of clear ringing sounds. Every single time the sound echoed in the air, a look of struggle would appear on Yu Xian's face. Clouds seemed to cover her eyes, but they were swiftly swept away by the wind. Clarity slowly appeared in her gaze, and when the ringing of the bells ended, Yu Xian shuddered. All the seals on her body disappeared without a trace, and she regained her mind. When he saw this, Yanpei released a sigh of relief in his heart, feeling fortunate that he had given her the bells as a gift earlier. By doing so, everything he did could be backed by evidence, and no one would be able to find any clear problems with his actions. He should not have offended that terrifying old monster too much. As clarity appeared in Yu Xian's eyes and her body shuddered slightly, she remembered many things. After all, Yanpei was a sovereign of Dawn. When he took action, he did not just wipe off the seals placed on Yu Xian in the recent years. He had wiped off all the seals in her body, which had been placed on her since many years ago, causing Yu Xian to truly regain a clear mind for the first time after being lost for a long period of time. She immediately looked at Su Ming, who was standing not too far away and watching everything with a ghost of a smile on his face. After the single glance, she could no longer look away. Tears filled her vision and made the world before blurry, but that one figure in the world remained clear. It belonged to a person who remained clear in her mind no matter how many cycles of rebirth he went through. Her childhood memories rose in her head. The thin and frail teenager lying silently was her older brother. He was not her family, but he was someone who was closer to her than family. He grew up with her and accompanied her every day. He was her older brother who could not speak and open his eyes. He was the most important family to her. She remembered that she stayed by his side and spoke to him about the blue sky, the darkness during night, her training, her grievances, her future. She held his hand so that his cold hand could slowly gain bodily warmth. During that period of time, she was very happy. Training might have been difficult and she might have been bullied and mocked by others, but she had remained strong. She wanted to protect her older brother his whole life. Yet one day she was taken away. She still remembered that when she cast a final glance at him before she left. He was still lying there without moving. He could neither open his eyes nor his mouth. On that day, she cried. The person who took her away told her that if she was obedient, he would wake up, so she chose to be obedient and leave. After that, it felt as if an eternity had gone by. That period of time seemed to be too far away from her now, so far away that her memories about it had become unclear. In truth, they had become faded away not because of her will. Instead, due to an unknown reason, she had completely forgotten about her past. She became a direct descendant of a family in the Emperor of Abyss True World. She had a father, a mother, and other family members. She was very happy during that period of time as well, but every single time night fell and everything was quiet, she would have a feeling as if she had forgotten the most important person in her life. But no matter what, she could not remember that person. The shadow of a person's back would often appear in her dreams, but it was muddled, and she could not see it clearly. On the day her mother returned to Earth, she wept while watching her mother gradually close her eyes. During that moment, on her deathbed, her mother stared at Yuxian with a look that spoke volumes. Her gaze was filled with compassion and a reluctance to part, and after appearing to ponder whether she wanted to speak, she said a few words. The meaning for Xian is daylily. You are a daylily in the rain. I want you to forget sadness in your life and be happy forever. She had been ignorant of the meaning of that sentence in the past. Later on in the future, she always thought that she had understood what it meant, but only during that moment did she know the profound meaning behind those words. Perhaps it was the figure in her dreams, or perhaps it was due to the emotions in her memories that could not be sealed no matter how strong the seal was. But before her wedding, she fled. While feeling lost and not knowing where to go, she had returned to true Morning Dao world by a stroke of chance. She also remembered that when she fled and captured the Abyss Dragon, she seemed to have seen a figure, but when she turned her head back to look, she saw nothing. When she thought about it after all that time, she knew that the figure she had seen was that of her father's. He had been watching her in silence from not too far away. He watched her leave as if sending her off with a great reluctance to part. During the days Su Xianyi was in isolation, Yu Xian had went to true Morning Dao world to search for the feeling she could place her finger upon, and it had brought to the place in which she was born, Yin Death Vortex. It was not her personality that caused her to immediately stick close to Su Ming when she saw him while not feeling a single hint of unfamiliarity towards him. It was because the aura of her life had affected her sealed memories. She did not know that once she appeared before Su Ming, the voice calling out to him as its older brother, which he only heard in his dreams, gradually disappeared. Yu Xian remembered everything from her birth to the present. All her memories appeared in her head at that instant. Once the seals vanished, she stared at Su Ming with a dazed look, and tears that seemed to have come from thousands of years ago fell from the corners of her eyes. I am Yu Xian. I am a daylily in the rain. My father is the second god of berserkers. My home is in the land of berserkers. Yu Xian mumbled. She lifted her head, and when she looked at Su Ming again, she bit her bottom lip and whispered two words that once echoed in Su Ming's dreams for many years. Big brother. Su Ming approached her. There were few forces of power who could stop him now in arid triad expanse cosmos. When Yuxian raised her head, Su Ming had already arrived before her. He gently embraced her crying form. I promised you that I would one day come and find you. Today is that day. Su Ming caressed Yuxian's long hair. When he spoke, he raised his head and looked at the silent third prince standing beside them. The two of them met each other's gazes, and Su Ming saw the complicated look in the third prince's eyes, while Lei Chan saw the sentimentality in Su Ming's eyes. When Su Ming flipped his palm, he could cause clouds to surge, and when he flipped it again, he could cause rain to fall. His arrival had changed the unseen laws in the place without a sound. The hearts of the 1,000,000 cultivators had trembled. And then, the sovereign of Dawn Yanpei's actions had become strange. When Su Ming looked at the third prince and their gazes met, it was as if a sleeping volcano had started showing signs of an eruption. Sir, how dare you act so arrogantly when you have intruded on this capital of ours? I would like to see what sort of divine abilities you have. At that moment, a freezing glare shone in the sublime paragon while he forced down the nervousness in his heart. With his level of cultivation and his intelligence, there was no way he would not see how terrifying Su Ming was, but he had no choice at that moment. As the sublime paragon of this true world and with Su Xianyi behind him, he could only put up a bold front and say such words. Su Xianyi's strength was unfathomable in his heart, and compared to the person before his eyes, he would rather believe that Su Xianyi held the upper hand. In fact, he had other thoughts in his mind as well. Since Su Ming had come in such a shocking manner, it was going to be difficult to avoid a fight. If Su Xianyi was powerful enough to win, then everything would be all right, but if Su Xianyi lost, then perhaps this would be a chance for him. At the instant this thought appeared in his head, the sublime paragon charged at Su Ming. He lifted his right hand and swung his arm, and a vast amount of power surged out with a bang. It turned into a huge abyss statue in front of him that rushed forward to suppress Su Ming, but it did not harbor much killing intent, appearing to only wish to force Su Ming back. Howling sounds echoed in the air. A loud bang shot up, deafening everyone. The abyss statue instantly closed in on Su Ming. Without even sparing a glance for the sublime paragon, he lifted his right hand and pointed casually at the statue. With it, the weather changed. Wind stirred and clouds surged. It looked like the will of heaven had descended on the sky of the entire cultivation planet. It turned into a huge vortex that rotated with loud rumbles. An astonishing will descended on the sublime paragon with a gentleness when Su Ming pointed at him. With it, a loud bang shot up. The abyss statue the sublime paragon had formed shattered to pieces. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and he seemed to have been stunned by the sight of the will of heaven descending from the sky. He could not dodge, and it crashed into him. He shuddered and coughed up 8 mouthfuls of blood in succession. His body was like a kite with a snapped string, and he was thrown into the distance. While he was flying, blood gushed out of him rapidly. His body fell from the ancient tree, and he plunged into the sea and disappeared. He's a cunning one, all right. He attacked me with a divine ability that didn't contain much killing intent. He was rather certain that I would not kill him, and so he took the gamble. He did not even dodge and went to take the hit. By doing so, he was injured badly, and he could avoid having to fight any longer, causing Su Xianyi to be unable to say anything against him even if he wins, and if I win, I won't cause trouble to him either. With a single glance, Su Ming was able to tell what the sublime paragon thought of, but he did not expose him. Every person had a chance to make a choice before danger, and it was correct of the sublime paragon to make such a decision. When Su Ming's will descended and the sublime paragon coughed up blood before plunging into the sea, the expression of the 1,000,000 cultivators who had been stunned earlier changed drastically, and shock appeared on their faces. They did not know Su Ming, but at that moment, his figure turned into a nightmare. His image was forcefully branded into their minds, and he became an eternal existence in their heads. The third prince was silent, as if he was not surprised by all of this. The Sovereign of Dawn also seemed to have been expecting this. He knew just how terrifying Su Ming was, and he had grown to admire this sublime paragon whom he had not paid too much attention to previously, thinking to himself that this person was highly aware of his surroundings and that he could perhaps guide him in the future. Su Xianyi's pupils shrank at that moment. A freezing glare as cold as ice and as sharp as needles appeared in his eyes when he looked at Su Ming. I only came here for 3 things. Su Ming shifted his gaze away from the third prince and looked at the sullen Su Xianyi. This person, once an unfathomably powerful warrior in Su Ming's eyes, was now just a joke to him. The appearance of Arid Triad's gap, hiding in Morning Dao sect, his plans and aims towards true Morning Dao world's will, his prevention of Dark Dawn's camp in Divine Essence Star Ocean, and everything else were due to Su Xianyi. He had used Su Ming. Everything that he did to him in the past rose in Su Ming's head, including using him to nourish the seed of life extermination, before all the memories returned to the back of his mind in the form of dust. The first matter would be taking Yu Xian away with me. You've taken care of her for many years, so I should notify you about this. Su Ming caressed Yu Xian's hair. When he spoke, his eyes were calm. The second thing would be returning you an item that you have left in my care for a long time. While saying that, Su Ming lifted his left hand and seized the air. The 5th kiln swiftly appeared with a loud bang. Fire surrounded the 5th kiln before it shrank exponentially. It floated above Su Ming's palm, but he simply allowed the flames to surround his left hand. His expression remained as indifferent as ever while he pushed the 5th kiln forward. A clone of yours is in there, along with your wife, who is waiting to be resurrected. Why would you leave something so important in my hands? You did not even mention wanting it back. Could it be that you don't want it? Su Ming smiled faintly. He could already see through the complicated emotions Su Xianyi had towards the 5th kiln. He could tell that Su Xianyi did not want to face the 5th kiln, which was why he decided to not ignore it. While he watched the 5th kiln drift towards him, Su Xianyi's expression turned darker. But only he knew about the anguish and the complicated emotions he had under the sullen facade he put on. At the instant the third prince saw the 5th kiln and heard Su Ming's words, he jolted. He looked over swiftly, and a hint of sadness appeared on his face. I've now finished with those 2 things. Right now, I only have the third matter remaining. I will end this enmity between us. Su Ming looked at Su Xianyi. At the moment he finished speaking, Su Xianyi suddenly threw his head back and laughed. There was a sense of freedom and wildness to his laughter. It sounded like he looked down upon the entire world, like he was certain that all manner of lives were in his hands and that he could manipulate them at will. You unfilial son, you? Things have already progressed to this point, so is there even meaning to you saying any of this? Su Ming's expression remained calm, but a chilling tone had entered his words. It made Su Xianyi instinctively stop speaking. He stared at Su Ming, and after a moment he started laughing coldly. As expected of the son between Su Zhan and the sacred lady of the spiritlings from Dark Dawn. You have the inborn divine abilities of the Abyss Builders and the spiritlings' powerful might, which makes their souls imperishable. Growing up among the Berserkers has also allowed you to possess the power of the Berserkers. Divine Essence Star Ocean has taught you how to be sly. Not bad, you are not at all weaker than my real son in this regard. Then, I would really like to know how you will end this enmity between us. As Su Xianyi smiled coldly, he stood up, looking like a towering mountain. Even if Su Ming had arrived and he had personally seen just how powerful he was, Su Xianyi's pride did not allow him to show any weakness. He was still as aggressive as ever. Su Ming was silent. He lowered his head and looked at Yu Xian. A gentle look appeared in his eyes. You could have manipulated me and used me to nourish that seed of life extermination of yours. You could have made me do everything that you wished, but you should not have told me that you were my father. When Su Ming lifted his head, a chilling glare appeared in his eyes. The moment he said those words, Su Ming took a step forward, and he was so fast that he instantly appeared right in front of Su Xianyi. He lifted his right hand and pressed it against Su Xianyi's chest. When his palm almost touched his chest, Su Xianyi threw his head back and roared. He had been prepared for this since much earlier, so the moment Su Ming closed in on him, he immediately crushed the ancient jade that had appeared in his hand at some unknown point of time. A crack appeared on the ancient jade, but it did not completely shatter. A huge 8-headed figure manifested behind him, and an astonishing mighty pressure and presence immediately erupted from him. That presence was so strong that it went straight to Xianxia realm, causing the Sovereign of Dawn's eyes to sparkle, and the pressure on the 1 million cultivators in the area increased again. It caused the world to tremble and the weather to change, and it also caused the laws in the area to instantly become disorderly. This was one of Su Xianyi's killing moves. As an outstanding figure in this true world, he dared to scheme against true Morning Dao world and blast a hole in arid triad, so there was no way that he would not have any powerful backup plans. At that moment, Su Xianyi no longer held back. Once the 8-headed figure appeared, it fused into Su Xianyi's body before it appeared between the two men to collide against Su Ming's palm. Bang! A loud bang reverberated through the air. The 8-headed figure instantly crumbled. Su Ming's palm seemed to be able to tear through everything. Once the 8-headed figure that exuded the powerful presence crumbled to pieces, Su Ming's hand pressed against Su Xianyi's chest. Booming sounds echoed in the air, lingering there. Su Xianyi coughed up blood and staggered backwards. His expression changed. His pupils shrank, and for the first time ever, shock appeared on his face. What level of cultivation do you have? It was impossible for him to not be shocked. The 8-headed figure came from the ancient jade, and it was not something of this aeon. It was a remnant of the previous aeon and possessed the power of those in Xianxia realm. It might only appear for a short time, but it could allow Su Xianyi to step into Xianxia realm and fight against the Sovereign of Dawn Yanpei. And since the item was from the previous aeon, the laws governing it were different. It also meant that it could weaken the will of their aeon. In Su Xianyi's mind, it should have been perfect to go against Su Ming, who had possessed true Morning Dao world. But he had not expected that the 8-headed figure in Xianxia realm would shatter before Su Ming at the first touch. The Sovereign of Dawn had seen it, and it made him instinctively take a few steps back. He had once again witnessed how terrifying Su Ming was, which made sure that what his clone had seen was not a misconception. This man was definitely the strongest person in their aeon. By his side, Elder Mo Sang stared at Su Ming dumbly before pride appeared on his face. An ancient air that was far older than his actual age appeared about him. The sublime paragon had just come up to the surface of the sea under the ancient tree at that moment and had spread his divine sense outwards to observe what was happening. Once he saw the fight, his heart shuddered violently, and without any hesitation, he lifted his right hand and fiercely struck his chest. He coughed up more blood and sank to the bottom of the sea again. With my strike, I severed your ties with the years of your life, and I injured your soul. You are now like a rootless tree. You no longer have karma affecting you, and you have also lost your right to be reincarnated. This is your punishment for calling yourself my father. When Su Ming declared this in a flat tone, Su Xianyi's expression changed drastically. Only at that moment did he realize the indescribable pain coming from his body. Felt like there was a plant growing in his body. In shock, he directed his attention at the internal structure of his body, and he immediately noticed that his soul had become semi-transparent and much weaker. His qi and blood were scattered and in a mess, as if they were being devoured by some unseen force. It left them increasingly weaker. You could have used me, even if you gathered my soul together for your use to accompany your son, so that he would grow, and even if you left the mark of a slave on me so that I would continue being your slave, it would have been fine. But you should not have spread your hands outwards and used the people around me. You should not have used Yu Xian. Killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes. Once he finished speaking, he took a swift step forward once more. Su Xianyi's pupils shrank swiftly, and he immediately began withdrawing. A ferocious and crazed look appeared on his face. He squeezed the ancient jade in his right hand again, and as cracking sounds shot into the air, it split into two. An astonishing will immediately erupted from within and surrounded Su Xianyi. There was a primitive air to that will, along with an ancient feeling that made it seem as if it had existed for an endless amount of time. This will was not part of the present aeon. The ancient feeling about it was possessed only by those in the previous aeon, and it was so strong that it instantly gave off a presence equivalent to Su Ming once he possessed true Morning Dao world. It was a will which belonged to one of the strongest warriors of the previous aeon, who was an old monster who had surpassed Avicania realm. He was probably still alive, which would explain his will being so great. It was filled with indestructible life force, but similarly, there was a thick aura of death contained within it. The appearance of the will immediately caused the air around Su Xianyi to distort and form into an ancient face. Marks of time were contained within it, but the face itself was incredibly hideous. The man's eyes were bloodshot, and when he appeared, he let out a crazed howl that shook the sky and earth. It was the first time that will had appeared in the present aeon. At the moment it did, it caused the rapidly fading will of the Emperor of Abyss True World to shudder and Arid Triad to focus his gaze on the area. This was the first time. The sleeping old monsters who had fused with their other selves showed their presence before the people. This was not a clone like the ones belonging to Dtion and the others. After all, they were just clones. The one that appeared at that moment was the person's will in its truest sense. This was his complete will. For the first time, a different expression appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Even he had not expected that Su Xianyi would have this sort of ancient jade with him. But even if the will was as powerful as a true world to Su Ming, it was still too fragile and would not be able to withstand even a single hit of his. At the moment his right hand touched the face formed by the will, the face's roars came to an abrupt halt. Disbelief and madness appeared on the face, and it swiftly charged at Su Ming with a howl to suppress him. Su Ming let out a cold harumph. Morning Dao's will, Immortal Sec's will, Sky Hill's will, and part of the will of the Emperor of Abyss True World instantly gathered on him to suppress the rampant will, who had grossly overestimated itself. This was a clash between wills, and an unbalanced battle that was similar to a toddler challenging an adult for a fight. Booming sounds instantly filled the Cultivation planet before they spread into the galaxy. When they echoed in all directions, the face formed by the will around Su Xianyi shattered to pieces, and as if a huge gust of wind had blown against it, it disappeared without a trace. Su Ming's right hand pushed down on Su Xianyi's chest again. With it, Su Xianyi coughed up a dozen mouthfuls of blood. When he moved back, he was stark pale. MD, for the first time ever, fear appeared on his face. With this strike, I made your cultivation base fade. I destroyed your chi, and I crushed your divine sensum, Su Ming said while looking at the pale Su Xianyi. You could use me to nourish the seed of life extermination, but you should not have made Yu Xian continue my path and forced her to give up on everything for the seed of life extermination. And then, since you were worried that she would resist and struggle against you, you sealed her thoughts, soul, and her memories so that she could make the seed of life extermination complete once she became one with your son. You should not have done this. If dragons have taboos, then so do people. You have done things that are taboo to me several times. How do you think I will end this grudge between us? Killing intent appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The next moment, he took another step forward and charged at Su Xianyi. The killing intent had been buried in Su Ming's heart for a long, long time. From the moment he had learned that everything was fake and he thought that he was an incredibly ludicrous existence, he harbored great murderous intent towards Su Xianyi. Right then, that killing intent finally erupted from within him after accumulating for a long period of time. Murderous intent appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he closed in on Su Xianyi like a blade wanting to take his life. Su Xianyi laughed brokenly. When he saw Su Ming move towards him, ferociousness and desperation suddenly appeared in his smile. The two halves of the ancient jade in his hand were swiftly crushed to pieces. At the moment the ancient jade was crushed, Su Xianyi's hoarse voice traveled swiftly into the air with a shrill tone. Yer Mork. The two words sounded like an incantation, but it was even more like a name. It was a name that was completely different from the people of his aeon used and was also had a different pronunciation. In other words, it was the name of a powerful warrior of the previous aeon. The moment Su Xianyi called out that name, the world roared. The Emperor of Abyss True World trembled violently, and all of Arid Triad seemed to have become different. Immediately after, the land and mountains in the capital planet shattered and crumbled. Huge cracks that went through the entire planet spread rapidly, and they stretched to the sea, which began to roar. A low growl shot out from the cracks in the underground. A huge hand made of blood fog shot into the air and seized Su Xianyi before it turned around so that the palm was facing outwards. Then, with the force of the back of the hand, it fought back against Su Ming's incoming palm strike. Booming sounds surged into the heavens. The blood fog swiftly dissipated, but it managed to resist Su Ming's palm strike. Once Su Xianyi was saved, the growl from the crack underground became several times stronger. It echoed in the air, and when the sky turned red, it caused the entire cultivation planet to instantly turn crimson, making it seem as if the planet had turned into a red sun, and its red hue even spread out into the galaxy. A crimson figure rushed out from the crack at the bottom of the sea. The moment it showed up, the sea tumbled. Loud rumbles surged into the sky. The figure traveled at an astonishing pace and instantly appeared beside Su Xianyi to catch him. The unknown person was a middle-aged man who exuded great bloodthirst and had bloodshot eyes that shone with madness. He was half-naked, which revealed countless scars on his body. They gave him a furious and murderous aura that filled the world. Who made me wake up beforehand? Who interrupted my great plan for invincibility? Who dared provoke my disciple? Damn it! All of you deserve death. All of you must die. Die! 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 The man seemed to be off in the head. When he roared, he lowered his head swiftly, and his gaze swept past all the people on the ancient tree. All those who met his gaze immediately felt their blood flow in reverse. Their eyes instantly filled with blood capillaries, as if their bodies were about to explode. All of them were affected except Su Ming and Yu Xian, who was under his protection, his elder and the third prince. Only the four of them were unaffected. Even the sovereign of Dawn of Yanpei felt his heart tremble at that moment. In his mind, he immediately started cursing the other two sovereigns of Dawn and the three powerful warriors in Avicania realm from St. Defire. He had thought that he had managed to seize an opportunity by being able to step into Arid Triad, but he had first run into the terrifying Su Ming, and right then, he met this old monster shining with a red glow. Both of them had the ability to kill him, so entering Arid Triad had been opportunity. It was clearly a dangerous place that could bring about his death if he made the slightest mistake. I didn't expect to see two complete fellow Taoists in this place, as well as one who achieved the same results, even though the method he used is wrong. But this does not mean you have the right to interfere with my plan and wake me up ahead of schedule. The blood-red figure roared madly. The world howled, and rain began to pour down from the sky. The droplets were red, and even the sea beneath them instantly turned into a sea of blood during that instant. Su Ming frowned and snorted coldly. The sound traveled through the air, and it immediately made the blood-red figure in the sky freeze. The middle-aged looked at Su Ming, and his body instantly vanished. The moment he disappeared, Su Ming blended into the air as well. Booming sounds shot out rapidly into midair, and each one was deafening to the ears, causing the sky to look as if it was about to crumble and the world to look as if it was about to collapse. The middle-aged man appeared then and fell backwards. On his face was a graveness, great fighting intent, and an even greater wave of madness. Blood trickled out of the corners of his mouth. His chest had already collapsed, but his fighting spirit and madness became even wilder. You should be the strongest person in this aeon. I can sense that accursed true worlds will on you. When the blood-red figure began to roar, Su Ming walked out of the air. His expression was one of indifference. His white robe and long hair were spotless, but there was a cold and biting chill in his eyes. When Su Ming and the blood-red figure attacked each other, a young man dressed in a long robe walked over the surface of the sea with a calm expression on his face. He was beneath the ancient tree and above the red sea of blood. Wherever he went, no one noticed him. It was as if he was one with the universe. He did not lift his head to look at the sky, but instead moved to stand under the ancient tree. As he stood on the surface of the sea, he sighed softly. I'm here. Go back to the place you sleep. It is not time for you to wake up just yet. The white-robed, long-haired Su Ming said flatly while standing in the air. The presence of the strongest person of the current aeon radiated from Su Ming's body and swept through the land. When he spoke, a voice that made the entire true world tremble came from his mouth. As the air around him distorted, it turned into a huge hand that went forth to grab the blood-red figure. Madness appeared in the blood-red figure's eyes. He formed a seal with his hands and pointed forward. Immediately, the space where he stood distorted, and the blood fog tumbled about, letting out a roar like a malicious spirit. The blood fog immediately turned into a ferocious face of a ghost. It charged at the hand, and they instantly crashed into each other with a loud bang that shook the sky and earth. Amid the noise, the hand shattered. The face of the ghost let out a shrill scream of pain and crumbled as well. Su Ming swung his arm, and when a freezing glare appeared in his eyes, the blood-red figure took a few steps back again. When he raised his head, he fixed his stare on Su Ming. A crazed, ferocious smile appeared at the corners of his lips, as if he was completely unbothered even if he was at a disadvantage. As expected of the strongest person in this aeon, but aren't you a little too conceited? You still don't have the right to make me go back to sleep. You can't kill me, for not even Arid Triad's disaster can destroy me. All the people who have reached our status are already indestructible. As the blood-red figure laughed madly, he lifted his right hand and seized the air in the direction of the sky. Five-faced beast deity, descend in this aeon. The world immediately roared. With loud booms, the air was torn, and a huge crack appeared out of nowhere. A boundless, malicious presence surged out from within it. 5 waves of mighty pressure intersecting with each other could be detected clearly in that presence, and it was incredibly astonishing. It was the famous five-faced beast deity from the previous aeon. This beast was not created by cultivators, but was born from the essence of the universe. When it appeared, it was already in Avacania realm. It devoured countless cultivators and stirred up a disaster in the previous aeon in which countless lives had died. Even if they gathered together the might of all the powerhouses from all true worlds at that time, they were still defeated by the beast, and the more it ate, the stronger it became. In the end, it gained sentience, and its level of cultivation reached its peak. For a period of time, it could be said to have been unbeatable. When the beast roared at the skies, it sensed the existence of Arid Triad's will, and it went to challenge him. It was completely defeated in that battle. Its body was crushed and its soul disintegrated. It perished under Arid Triad's will, but while its real body died, thousands of years after the aeon in which it was born, gradually cultivators who could vaguely sense its fragmented soul appeared. When more cultivators like that were born, the religion of the five-faced beast deity came into being. Each convert to this religion was someone who killed to a monstrous degree. They were all cruel and merciless and worshipped the five-faced beast deity. They built statues and worshipped them every day. As time passed, the leaders of the religion grew to be able to gradually summon the shadow of the five-faced beast deity, but most of them could only summon 3 of its heads. But even if the shadow only had 3 heads, it was enough for them to obtain the great power equivalent to those in Avacania realm. That had lasted until the final days of the aeon when a peerless genius had appeared in the religion of the five-faced beast deity. That person's potential was so great that it could be said that he was matchless, and he seemed to be born suitable to fuse with the five-faced beast deity. His rise to power was so quick that in a short 10,000 years, he managed to form 3 heads of the five-faced beast deity. From then on, he searched through the entire expanse cosmos and gathered nearly 8/10 of the five-faced beast deity's soul, causing the shadow that he formed to show 5 heads, which was the first since the five-faced beast deity had died. That prodigy was the blood-red figure before Su Ming. The genius of the religion of the five-faced beast deity had fused with his other self and become the imperishable and indestructible Year Mork. He killed so many people that he gained immense popularity in the previous aeon. He was one of the 2 strongest people during that aeon, and he managed to survive through Arid Triad's disaster, but he had to fall into deep sleep in 100 years. During the first 100 years of the new aeon, he used all his time to form the religion of the five-faced beast deity and to pass down its legacy. Hence, most of those who were born later did not know of his existence. At that moment, the crack that appeared in the world was the sign that the five-faced beast deity was about to appear. As its malicious presence spread out, a loud roar came from the crack. Immediately after, a huge head of a fierce creature manifested. The head resembled a snake. It had a forked red tongue that came out of its mouth when a piercing hiss traveled rang the air. The next moment, the huge head charged out like a bolt of thunder from the crack. The snake head was the first head of the five-faced beast deity. When it charged out, it instantly closed in on the white-robed Su Ming. It was large enough to cover the sky and earth, and a foul stench of rotting things came from its breath. It caused a large part of the world around Su Ming to immediately start showing signs of rotting. Su Ming's face was calm. It might have been the first time that he ran into a powerful warrior from the previous aeon, but Su Ming was not at all wary. As the strongest person in his aeon, he wanted to see just who was the stronger between him and a powerful warrior of the previous aeon. The moment the huge snake head closed in on him and the foul stench came crashing into his face, Su Ming let out a cold harumph, and he lifted his right hand to swing his arm forward. With it, the world immediately roared. A huge hand swiftly manifested in front of him to seize the snake head and lift it upwards. At that moment, another roar came from the crack, and a huge wolf head rushed out. With a presence that made it seem that it wanted to devour the sky and earth, it opened its mouth and charged at Su Ming. Immediately after, the third roar shot out of the crack in the sky and reverberated through the air. A huge head of a tiger with an incredibly distinct mark of the tiger at the center of its brow appeared. It exuded a supreme and domineering air. When it roared, a powerful wave of sound surged into the sky and made the entire planet shudder. And this was just the third head. At the moment the tiger's roars traveled through the planet, the fourth head appeared. It belonged to a huge dragon that was entirely black. Right when the fourth head came out, the fifth manifested as well. It was the head of a child with a contorted face. At the moment it appeared, it let out a piercing howl at Su Ming. A great, mighty pressure spread from the five heads, and like a rune, it charged to Su Ming from 5 different directions. At the same time, the body of the five-faced beast deity was revealed from the crack in the sky. It looked like a human which was incredibly huge, standing nearly 100,000 feet tall. Right then, only a small part of it was revealed, but it was still enough to shock everyone. Five-faced beast deity, 5 heads, but I don't understand. How could something like you be worthy of being called a deity? Su Ming watched the 5 heads charging at him with ferociousness. Each head gave Su Ming the feeling that they possessed the power equivalent to those in Avicania realm. But once they were connected, a power similar to the one Su Ming sensed from the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe erupted from them. That was a powerful presence equivalent to someone who had had their spirit ascend 8 times. But to Su Ming, this sort of presence was still not enough. After all, while they were both the strongest in their respective eons, there was still a difference in strength between them. This was something that would definitely not be the same. At the moment Su Ming spoke and the 5 heads closed in on him, he seized the air with his right hand. A purple sword immediately appeared in his grip. It let out an indescribably fierce presence, for it was the end of Will's sword. The sword's level once surpassed Su Ming's, and the sword had been in control of his actions instead of him being control of the sword. But right then, the sword in Su Ming's hand was merely his weapon. The sword could not behead the five-faced beast deity by itself, but when it was in Su Ming's hands, it could. Su Ming's eyes shone with a freezing glare. With the sword in his right hand, he moved forward instead of retreating. At the instant the snake head came to devour him, the sword shone with a monstrous purple light. It blinded all the cultivators who had been paying attention to the fight. At the moment the purple light pierced the people's eyes and their field of vision turned black. A shrill scream of pain tumbled out from the snake head's mouth. Loud booms filled the area. At the same time, another incredibly shrill roar that sounded like it came from someone who was struggling at death's door rang out. The booming sounds became even louder, but nothing had ended just yet. When the third pained scream let out through great struggle was heard and the darkness before the people's eyes disappeared so they could see normally once more, they saw that the snake head had been cut off from the huge 5-headed ferocious beast. The wolf head plunged to the ground as well, and a large amount of red light gushed out at the center of the tiger head's brow, as if it had been pierced by a sword. During that instant, shock appeared on the remaining dragon head and the boy's head, but before they could retreat, Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He brought his right hand up and pointed into the distance before he flung his arm. The tiger head instantly screamed in pain. Its head shattered to pieces, and purple light shot out from it. It sparkled above the dragon head and the boy's head before it disappeared. In an instant, purple light shone in front of Su Ming when the end of Will's sword manifested. A drop of black blood fell from the tip of the sword, and the dragon head jolted. It had been cut off. The boy's head let out a roar filled with the unwillingness to admit defeat, but a gash appeared between his eyebrows, and with a bang, he was cut into two. The end of Will's sword trembled because of excitement. After it had been crafted, Su Ming was the strongest master it had ever followed, and because of it, it had beheaded the strongest enemy in its life. Once it absorbed the blood of a powerful being of this caliber, it became excited and exhilarated. In fact, it could sense that before long, its power would increase. The five-faced beast deity is only this much. When Su Ming spoke, he lifted his right hand and pushed in the direction of the giant who had lost all 5 of its heads. Go back from where you came. Seal. Those words were spoken flatly, and there were only a total of 7 of them, but the crack in the sky immediately turned into a vortex. When it rotated with loud rumbles, a huge suction force came from within it, and no matter how the giant struggled, it couldn't change its fate of being sucked into the vortex. Once it lost the fight, the vortex vanished, and the sky returned to normal. The area instantly fell into dead silence. Nearly 1 million cultivators looked at Su Ming. Shock appeared on their faces, and their minds went blank. The sight of Su Ming sealing the giant became a memory they would never forget. Su Ming's elder watched him, and a smile showed up on his face. He saw Su Ming's growth and knew that the young La Su had grown up into a person he could have never imagined. Yu Xian looked at Su Ming with a gaze as soothing as water. It felt like she could watch him her entire life, and she wished to do it as well. Su Xianyi's face was pale when he looked at Su Ming. His mind trembled. Su Ming's strength had surpassed his expectations repeatedly, and right then, the power he showed had reached a degree where it cast him in disbelief and made his skin crawl. There was also the sovereign of Dawn, Yen Pei. At that moment, while remaining cautious, he had started cursing the other existences who shared the same status as him in Dark Dawn and Saint Defire. He regretted his choice to be the first to descend into Arid Triad. Only the third prince, or rather, Lei Chun, watched everything silently. His expression remained complicated, but he did not open his mouth to say a single word. What other methods do you have? If you don't bring them out now, you will no longer have the chance. Su Ming looked at the blood-red figure in the distance. When he said those words, a low growl came from the mouth of the blood-red figure. Damn it! I forgot about this. I overlooked the fact that you are a life in this aeon. Once the blood-red figure said that, a thought formed in Su Ming's mind. At the same time, the blood-red figure lifted his hands, formed a seal, and flung his arms outwards. Blood, malice, fiend. A low and almost bizarre voice came from the blood-red figure's mouth. The blood fog around him tumbled swiftly, and when it spread outwards, it formed a huge blood-red vortex. A monstrous evil air spread out from it. There was also a powerful, murderous air rising swiftly from inside. First style activation of the blood world, the blood-red figure roared. He flung his arms outwards, and a red ripple immediately spread out from him. It was a divine ability that belonged solely to him. It was a famous art in the previous aeon, and with it, he had been invincible in his time. There were 4 styles to his art. Right then, he had cast the first style, and a red ripple spread through the entire planet in the blink of an eye. The planet jolted, and when Su Ming looked over, his world turned blood red. All people turned into blood-red figures as if they had entered a blood-red hell. A thick stench of blood and a murderous aura so thick it struck fear in hearts made it feel as if a true world had been formed, and the man was using its power to suppress Su Ming. This art is rather interesting. Su Ming looked around himself. While speaking, he lifted his right hand and pointed at the sky. His great will instantly descended, and he drew a circle with his right hand. His will immediately started rotating in an unseen manner. Once it turned into a huge circle, a cold sneer appeared on Su Ming's lips. "Su's disaster," he declared flatly. He was imitating Arid Triad disaster and using his own name to name his disaster. When he spoke, a red bolt of lightning flew out from the circle. It charged to the area above the blood-red world. When the world roared, the second and third disasters, 5 colors and 6 wills, appeared. The blood-red world shook and crumbled to pieces. The blood-red figure coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the crimson light around him became dimmer. When he fell back, he formed seals with his hands and pointed forward. He then let out a shrill roar. Second style, Reincarnation in the blood ocean. The moment he spoke that sentence, booming sounds surged up, and the crumbling blood-red world shattered completely. It turned into a huge vortex that started rotating with loud rumbles. The vortex was red, and an invisible connection seemed to have formed between it and the blood-red figure. It seemed like the man was about to be reincarnated in a blood ocean. The blood ocean charged at Su Ming while tumbling about. In an instant, it surrounded him and rotated. Su Ming was swiftly submerged, and the blood-red figure laughed ferociously. But not even a moment later, that laughter froze. A loud bang shot out of the blood ocean. The fourth as well as the fifth disasters belonging to Su Ming had collapsed reincarnation in the blood ocean. Damn it! Damn it! Third style, eternal existence. 18 blood kings of hell born during my aeon appear. The blood-red figure's voice was hoarse and shrill. At the moment he finished speaking, 18 statues appeared from the shattered reincarnation in the blood ocean. The 18 statues were entirely crimson, but their expressions and appearances were all different. The moment they appeared, they came to life as if the stone encasing them had melted. They turned into 18 figures that charged towards Su Ming. Sixth disaster. When Su Ming spoke coolly, countless bolts of lightning immediately struck out from around him. In the blink of an eye, they crashed into the 18 figures. Booming sounds rang out in all directions, and the blood-red figure threw his head back and roared. Fourth style, blood god's head. Not a single ray of blood-red light remained around the blood-red figure at that moment. His body was revealed, and he showed up to be a young man with a sickly pale face dressed in a red robe. He had long red hair, and in his eyes was madness as well as killing intent. All the blood-red light, the blood ocean from the shattered vortex, and the 18 statues who had tumbled backwards when they crashed against Su Ming's sixth disaster fused together at that moment. As the blood ocean rotated, it suddenly stood up vertically and turned into a huge head. 3 of the statues turned into the left eye, and another 3 into the right eye. 3 of them became its nose, another 3 became its mouth, 6 became its ears, and the reincarnation in the blood ocean turned into its skull. The membrane of the blood-red world turned into the head's skin to form. The head of the blood god filled with monstrous evil air. Almost the moment the head of the blood god appeared, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, but he did not give time for the head to act. For the first time ever, he felt threatened by the powerful warrior from the previous aeon. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward and brought his right hand up. 30 million great berserker souls gathered together to form a powerful right hand, and this was followed by 30 million great berserker souls gathering on his left hand, and then his body. At the moment he took a step forward, Su Ming's God of Berserkers transformation was complete. Su Ming's power increased exponentially at that time. His body grew much larger, and when his foot landed, he appeared right in front of the head of the blood god. Then, he brought up his right hand without the slightest bit of hesitation and threw a punch. Boom! 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 In just a few short breaths, Su Ming threw thousands of punches in succession. Punch after punch without stop. Each punch contained Su Ming's will and his power. This was what Su Ming had decided upon. Shatter his opponent's killing move in the shortest amount of time possible. In just a few breaths, an astonishing bang shot out, and the huge blood-red head shattered into pieces. Su Ming moved, and like an afterimage that was hard to see with the naked eye, he charged at the young man with the sickly pale face who no longer had blood-red light about him. The moment the head of the blood god shattered, the young man coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. He staggered a few steps backwards. When he lifted his head, Su Ming's punch had already arrived at the center of his brow. "You can't kill me!" As the young man roared madly, he lifted his hands and struck the spot between his eyebrows. "A blood offering to the world." When he said those words, the expressions of the 1,000,000 cultivators from the Emperor of Abyss True World watching from below changed drastically. Their blood flowed in reverse, and in that instant, 300,000 cultivators exploded with loud bangs. Blood gushed out from their bodies and charged up to the young man. Killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes. His punch landed at the center of the young man's brow, and with a loud bang, the young man's body was thrown off. Blood gushed out of him, but his body did not break down. Instead, while laughing ferociously, he shouted, "You can't kill me!" With a bang, the 700,000 cultivators on the ground broke down and exploded. With their deaths as the price, a large amount of blood gathered together to charge towards the young man in the sky. It instantly fused with him, causing blood-red light to appear around him again. Even his sickly pale face recovered quite a lot. "I might not be able to kill you, but I can seal you." Strong murderous intent appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and the effect of the god of Berserker's transformation instantly vanished. He lifted his right hand and pointed at the blood-red figure. "Morning Dao's will." With a bang, the entire true worlds will descended on the blood-red figure, causing his body to freeze, but his laughter sounded as conceited as ever. "Immortal sex will." Su Ming let out a cold harumph and pointed forward again. This time, the blood-red figure's laughter came to a halt. His body sank by 1,000 feet, but that was all, just 1,000 feet. He stopped sinking after that, and his conceited laughter reverberated through the air once more. "You still don't have the right to seal me. Even if you are the strongest in this aeon and even have the advantage because of that, you still can't do this." "Sky Hill's will." Su Ming laughed coldly and pushed down with his right hand again. Rumbling sounds surged into the sky. The blood-red figure's laughter came to a swift halt. Shock appeared on his face. His body sank tens of thousands of feet at that moment. In an instant, he was forced down to the surface of the ocean, but after reaching that point, he no longer continued sinking no matter what. A cold and fierce glare shone in Su Ming's eyes. Without waiting for the blood-red figure to say anything, he lifted his right hand and made a tugging motion at the sky, as if he was yanking away a curtain. "Change the rule of the Emperor of Abyss True World." Su Ming's voice echoed in the planet and reverberated through the galaxy around him, resounding in all of the Emperor of Abyss True World. At that moment, the weak struggles and resistance of the Emperor of Abyss True World were instantly swept aside and suppressed before the will was wiped off. Su Ming's will occupied the True World, making the place his Emperor of Abyss True World. It was just as Su Ming had said, the ruler of that place had indeed been changed. Will of the Emperor of Abyss True World. At the instant Su Ming said those words, he pushed down with his right hand, and a shrill scream of pain came from the blood-red figure. "It's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You have the advantage of this aeon with you. You are a life from this aeon, that's why you are stronger than me, but once your aeon is also destroyed, you will no longer have that advantage, and at that time I'd like to see whether you are still my opponent. I will wait for that day to arrive. I will wait for the day all the people around you die. When the next aeon comes, you will lose all your advantages. And at that time we will fight again." With a bang, the blood-red figure was forced down to the bottom of the sea. He sank into the crack and was sealed once again. That scene caused the world to tremble. The Sovereign of Dawn sucked in a sharp breath, and when he looked at Su Ming, his expression was filled with great wariness and shock. He originally thought that Su Ming and the blood-red figure were equal in terms of strength, but in the end, the blood-red figure had been suppressed by Su Ming. In Yen Pei's eyes, Suppression was much harder when comparing it to destruction. He is indeed the strongest in this aeon. There can be no one else but him, the sovereign of dawn mumbled. Su Xianyi watched all of this with a pale face. His eyes sparkled, but his face became incredibly dark. The blood-red figure was his greatest secret, but right then, even if he had summoned that person, he proved to not be Su Ming's opponent, and this caused the dark emotions in Su Xianyi's heart to turn into broken laughter. He did not care about the deaths of the 1,000,000 cultivators. Even if all the people in the Emperor of Abyss True World died, Su Xianyi would not feel even a single bit of compassion towards them. He only felt anguish. The Su Ming before him had become that strong at some unknown point of time. When the wills of Su Ming's 4 great true worlds fused together, they turned into a power of a suppressive seal that was just slightly less powerful than that of Arid Triad. Because of that, there was no way the red figure would be able to fight against it. With a crazed roar and a curse as well as a heinous murderous aura and an unwillingness to admit defeat, he was sent back to the crack in the ground amid loud bangs. Because of the suppression, he returned to the spot where he slept. It was just as Su Ming had said. The time for him to wake up had not yet arrived. It did not matter what method he used to make himself wake up ahead of schedule. He could still not avoid the destiny of spending his time asleep. Su Ming could not kill him. This was something he had sensed earlier. Regardless of whether it was the divine abilities he used or his wills, when they descended on the red figure, it felt like there was a membrane separating them, causing his power to be diminished in an unseen manner. It was as if the membrane was time itself, the difference of the laws between eons, which was why, as the strongest person in this aeon, he could seal the red figure, but he could not kill him. Unless... Su Ming stared at the sea, and a chilling glare appeared in his eyes, but soon, that freezing look disappeared. He could sense that different passages of time existed between him and the powerful warrior from the previous aeon. It was as if they were in 2 different worlds. Only when the expanse cosmos where he was located was about to be destroyed by the disaster and the new aeon was born would the membrane between Su Ming and the red figure no longer exist. At that time, it would be incredibly easy for him to kill that person. But Su Ming would rather not have that result. In silence, he stared at the depths of the sea. He could only seal the red figure's body. The crack on the ground was still around, and the blood from 1,000,000 cultivators still turned the entire sky crimson. Su Ming sighed softly. Even if the cultivators had been the Emperor of Abyss True World and had practically no connection to him, since he had occupied the Emperor of Abyss True World and become the will of the True World, the people in this true world were no longer unrelated to him. They were people of his true world. With a shake of his head, Su Ming raised his right hand and swung his arm forward. "Time," he said faintly. In Su Ming's hands, one of the strongest inborn abilities of the Abyss Builders, the art of time reversal, was second only to Arid Triad's great will. He activated it, and when he did so, the art in his hands was clearly much stronger than Su Xianyi's. When he swung his arm, countless threads appeared over the entire cultivation planet. Those threads were like ripples. They flowed slowly and looked as if they were the threads of life of all living beings. At that moment, most of them had shattered. They were connected together to form a rotating vortex, but at that moment, the vortex shuddered and started rotating backwards. When it did so, the threads gradually connected together. Slowly, the blood that had been scattered away in the sky charged towards the ancient tree. On the tree crown, the crushed bodies of the 1,000,000 cultivators started being assembled as time reversed. When the 1,000,000 cultivators' bodies became complete, a large amount of blood charged towards them from the sky and returned to their bodies. The cultivators' unfocused eyes instantly lit up with the shine of life. Their minds and bodies shuddered, and they looked like they had woken up from a nightmare. The art of time could reverse life and death, and also create life. When this art was executed by Su Ming, the young man staring at the ancient tree lifted his head and cast a glance at the area above him calmly. It was as if his gaze was everywhere and he could see everything he wished to see. "He resembles my past self somewhat," the young man said softly. When he averted his gaze, the scenes before their deaths appeared in the minds of the 1,000,000 cultivators on the tree crown. Immediately after, the impact of the scenes turned into shock and surprise on their faces, and they stared at Su Ming with dumbfounded looks. Su Ming's expression was calm. He lowered his head and looked at the crack stretching from the sea below him to the land in the distance, and he lifted his right hand to push at it. Su Ming activated the art of time again, and as the power of time filled and enveloped the planet, the crack closed up at an extremely fast speed. The earth became one. The mountains that had crumbled because of the appearance of the crack and everything else that had shattered returned to their original states, as if the crack had never appeared. All the people could tell the difference in strength between Su Ming and Su Xianyi's divine abilities to manipulate time based on what Su Xianyi had cast previously, because the difference was too distinct. Even when the earth was healed and there was no longer any crack on the ground, Su Ming's art of time did not end. Instead, it continued moving in reverse, and eventually, it affected Su Xianyi, causing time to return to the moment Su Xianyi had coughed up blood and moved back before he summoned the blood-red figure. When time returned to that moment, Su Ming turned around swiftly. The purple light from the end of Will's sword in his hand surged into the sky. It let out a piercing light while it was in Su Ming's hand, and it looked like the two of them had fused. When Su Ming took a step forward, he looked like a purple long arc slicing through the sky. Su Xianyi moved back with a pale face. There was anguish on his face, but not any unwillingness to admit defeat. He was left with only anguish and regret. He watched Su Ming coming towards and death falling on his head. He sighed softly, and his expression gradually became calm. He remembered his wife in the fifth kiln, Su Zhan, and the baby whose soul and body he had gathered together in the shattered empty space in the fifth true world. Felt like everything from that time was a dream. When he looked back on it right then, for some unknown reason, mixed feelings appeared in Su Xianyi's heart. Perhaps they had always been in him, but due to his mad desire to make the Abyss Builders rise to power, he ignored and forced them down. He thought that he did not have those complicated feelings, but only at that moment did he realize that they had always been in him. My wife is in deep sleep. My son holds a grudge against me in silence. My best friend died in battle, and his son became a saint. Su Xianyi mumbled. All his thoughts had fused into a sigh that echoed in his heart. Was I wrong? It was not the first time Su Xianyi said those words, but it was the only time that he truly asked himself this question. I'm not wrong. The calm expression on Su Xianyi's face was replaced by one of determination. The complicated feelings and the confusion disappeared as well. I wasn't wrong. I, Su Xianyi, have never been wrong. I didn't walk down this path for myself, but for Abyss Builders to rise to power. It was for the fifth true world to appear once more. It's impossible for me to have been wrong. Even if I'm truly wrong, it's because there are no righteous men when walking down the path to do great things. I sacrificed my wife, sacrificed my best friend, and used Su Ming. All of that were your destinies. Because I am not wrong. Even if I die because of this disaster, I, Su Xianyi, have never been wrong. Su Xianyi's thoughts raced in his mind until resolve appeared on his face. The entire process might have seemed to have lasted for a long period of time, but in truth it was only for an instant. When Su Ming's sword approached Su Xianyi, he recovered from his temporary confusion. He stared at the purple light of Su Ming's sword, and it seemed to have become everything in Su Xianyi's eyes, but in the end, it could not replace everything in his vision, because ambition burned in his eyes, along with the untamable fire and his pride of a fierce and ambitious person. Even if he was going to die, he would die standing. He had the confidence to never believe he was wrong. It was the most brilliant light that shone in his life after he had reached his level of cultivation. While looking at Su Xianyi, Su Ming suddenly made his sword stop when it was about to close in on its target. Because at the tip of his sword, the third prince, or rather, Lei Chun, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He blocked Su Ming's sword and stood in front of Su Xianyi to protect him. Lei Chun was silent, and Su Ming was silent as well. The two of them stared at each other with a sword between them as if an aeon separated them. It seemed like everything from their childhood had turned into that one sword separating them. Thank you, Su Ming said softly after a long while. Lei Chun looked at Su Ming and sighed softly before he spoke. She is your woman. I knew you would come. Thank you, Su Ming said again. He is also my elder. You don't need to thank me. In silence, he shook his head. Others would not understand Su Ming's two different thank yous, but Lei Chun could. His first thanks expressed his gratitude to Lei Chun for letting their elder take Yuxian away. His second thanks was for Lei Chun fusing a wisp of his divine sense in the threads of time that bound their elder. He would not let their elder run into any danger, even if the cause of that danger was the Sovereign of Dawn. Others would not have been able to see it, but the moment Su Ming saw his elder, he sensed Lei Chen's divine sense on his body. Su Ming was silent for a moment. He stared at Lei Chen, and a complicated look appeared on his face. He then spoke again. Thank you. This time, Lei Chen did not answer him. Instead, he fell silent. He knew that Su Ming was thanking him for not telling other people that he had met him in harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos. The two people mentioned by the red figure previously referred to Su Ming and Lei Chen. He had also fused with his other self from the other Expanse Cosmos and possessed the right to move through two Expanse Cosmoses while being indestructible even in the face of disaster. Best friend and a companion during childhood. I, Lei Chen, am going to be the man who will become the tribe leader. Su Ming, you have to work hard and become the elder. At that time, whoever bullies us, it doesn't matter whether you become a berserker or not. Don't worry, I, Lei Chen, will protect you in the future. Hey, Su Ming, what do you think of that girl? I think I quite like her. Are we going to change? The words from his memories echoed in Su Ming's mind. At that moment, there was a sword between them, and it caused him to sigh softly as complicated emotions rose within him. He is my father. Lei Chen's expression was no longer complicated. Instead, he stared at Su Ming with clear as he spoke softly. Su Ming fell silent. Only after a long time had passed did he speak. I won't kill him, no matter how great of a killing intent he harbored. At that moment before Lei Chen, he could not do anything. In truth, when Su Ming saw Lei Chen in harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos, he had already made some assumptions, because he sensed the presence of the one half of the seed of life extermination which he himself had nourished and which later on had been taken away by Su Xianyi on Lei Chen. When he stepped into the Emperor of Abyss True World, all the answers were revealed. Naturally, it was impossible for Yu Xian to be Su Xianyi's daughter. She was only the partner he had chosen for his son. She was a furnace he had prepared to nourish the other half of the seed of life extermination. She was just like Su Ming. Then, the only person who could possibly be Su Xianyi's real son was the third prince beside Yu Xian at the wedding, Lei Chen. Lei Chen looked at Su Ming. When he heard his words, he closed his eyes, and during that instant, Su Ming took a step forward and moved past him to appear in front of Su Xianyi. He then sliced across the air with the sword in his right hand. Purple light surged through the air. The sky was instantly dyed in purple, but the light disappeared the next moment. When it did, Su Xianyi's face turned pale, and he took a few staggering steps back. Purple light spread out from his body. His facial color became even worse. He could clearly sense that as the purple light spread out, his body became weaker. At that moment, Su Ming's will swept past him and turned into a sharp force that stabbed his heart through his eyes. It was as if Su Xianyi had turned into Venus pathways. When Su Ming's will stabbed him, the purple light spread out through them. At that moment, in a remote cultivation planet in the Emperor of Abyss True World was a cave abode located in a mountain. Sitting in that cave was a person dressed in a long robe. The instant the purple light entered Su Xianyi and he looked up, he revealed an old face with purple light shining in his eyes. It was one of Su Xianyi's clones. At that moment, as purple light shone in his eyes, an invisible hand shot out of the purple light and pushed down at the top of the old man's skull. He could not dodge it. With a loud bang, the old man shuddered, then crumbled into ash, his form and soul destroyed. In uncountable palaces in true Sacred Yun world was a middle-aged man with an awe-inspiring face sitting upright at the top of a hall. During the second instant since the purple light entered Su Xianyi, he stared at the people below him coldly and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. But suddenly, He jolted, and purple light surged out from his eyes. While the cultivators below him were surprised by the sight, Su Ming's hand shot out of the purple light, and in a very casual manner, he pushed it against the center of the middle-aged man's brow. A loud bang shot up and reverberated through the air when the middle-aged man jolted and shattered into pieces. In the depths of the huge vortex in the Emperor of Abyss True World was the place where the new spirit of essence was about to be born. In it was either Su Xianyi's real form or another clone, but at the third instant since the purple light entered Su Xianyi's body, he shuddered. He did not open his eyes, as if he knew that if he opened his eyes, purple light would spread out. He stood up, but the moment he was about to leave, purple light spread out from his body to turn into a gentle strike on his body. He could not avoid the strike destined to hit him. When it landed on his forehead, the sound of something cracking inch by inch echoed in the air. The purple light disappeared then, and everything was reduced to nothingness. During the fourth instant, the aloof man who had been meditating quietly beside the corpse of Su Xianyi's wife in the fifth kiln let out a soft sigh. He opened his eyes and simply allowed the purple light in his eyes to fill up the air around him. Su Ming's hand appeared from the purple light, and when he pushed at the center of the man's brow, his many years of protection ended. Located away from Black Ink Planet in Divine Essence Star Ocean was a vast ruins. It was an incredibly dangerous place, but an old man who had messy hair spilling all over his shoulders stayed there. His body was thin, and a thick wave of aura of death was spreading from it. He was sitting on a rune at that moment. The rune was incredibly old, as if it was a seal that suppressed everything within it. The old man might have seemed as if he was filled with the aura of death, but there was a hint of life force in him that refused to disappear. But that was not what was strange about the old man. What was truly strange about him was that there was a mummy stuck on his back. The mummy had been dead for an unknown number of years, but it had fixed itself tightly on the old man's back and was constantly absorbing his life force and even his aura of death like a parasite. There was pain on the old man's face. It seemed like he had maintained this sort of life for an unknown number of years, but at that moment, his eyes flew open. There was no panic in him when purple light showed up in his eyes. Instead, there was crazed delight, as if he had been waiting for this for far too long. As the purple light shone, Su Ming's right hand shot out from within and pushed down at the center of the old man's brow. The old man forced down the excitement in his heart. He did not dodge, and just let the hand formed by Su Ming's will to reduce him to ash. His form and soul were destroyed. When the purple light disappeared, the mummy, now without a host, opened its eyes and let out a sharp, piercing, crazed howl filled that had a brutal tone. The sixth instant, seventh instant, Su Xianyi's clones were all destroyed when Su Ming's will swept past them. They were all completely wiped out, and only Su Xianyi, who was forced back before Su Ming while his face turned paler, remained. Su Ming did not wipe off this body. He had promised Lei Chun that he would let Su Xianyi live. But as to how he would let him live, Su Ming chose to destroy all of Su Xianyi's clones. Even if his real body was among them, to Abyss Builders, even if their real body died, they could remain alive using their unique methods as long as one of their clones still lived. Once he finished doing all of that, Su Ming cast a glance at Su Xianyi, whose level of cultivation had plunged down until he was only in heaven cultivation because all of his clones had died. He shook his head, then turned around to walk towards Yuxian. When he returned to her side, Su Ming gently tapped the center of her brow with his right hand. Yuxian was still watching Su Ming. She did not move away and simply allowed his finger to land on her. Su Ming's will surged into her body. When it circulated through her once, the seed of life extermination resembling half of a ship was brought out once Su Ming severed its connection with her. When Su Ming saw numerous squirming tentacle-like threads surrounding the seed of life extermination when he brought it out, disgust appeared on his face. He'd had this thing on his body in the past. When he took it out, he threw it to Lei Chun. The half of the seed of life extermination charged swiftly to Lei Chun. At the moment it touched him, it fused into his body and merged perfectly with the other half of the seed of life extermination that Su Ming had nourished in the past, and which was residing in Lei Chun's body. Became complete. Since your father did everything he could to obtain this and make it fuse with you, then from now on, since the favors and grudges between us cannot be cleared, it is better that we let our past be gone like the wind and our memories of each other disappear. Su Ming cast Lei Chen a deep glance. Then with Yu Xian in hand, he moved to Elder Mo Sang. Once he bowed to him with Yu Xian. A smile appeared on the elder's face. Elder, let's go home, Su Ming whispered softly. His elder's smile became even more kindly. He nodded, and the three of them stepped into the air. When they walked out of the ancient tree, Su Ming's low whisper traveled into the Sovereign of Dawn's ears. Wait for me 10 years later at Arid Triad's Gap. Lei Chun stared at Su Ming's back with a dispirited expression. He suddenly called out, Su Ming! Su Ming stopped. When he turned his head around to look, Lei Chen's voice, filled with an indecipherable tone, reached his ears. Lei Chen's body shuddered lightly. He stared at his childhood friend who was his best friend and mumbled, I'll tell you the answer to the question you asked before. I don't want to change, but you've already changed. There was a profound look in Su Ming's eyes that made it seem as if he had seen through everything. Perhaps he had not noticed many things before he came there, but when the red figure appeared, he had already obtained his answer. When he destroyed Su Xianyi's clones, instead of saying that he ended the grudge between them, it would be best to say that this was actually a part of Su Xianyi's plans. With Su Ming's power, he destroyed the predicament Su Xianyi was in. As for whether Lei Chun told Su Xianyi about the fact that Su Ming went to Harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos, Su Ming did not want to think about it. It was just as he said, he would rather treat it as it never happened and would rather that they became strangers from then on. If he was not provoked, they would not meet the other again. This is the Su Xianyi I know. When Su Ming turned his head, he averted his gaze from Lei Chun. What he saw was a calm Su Xianyi with a gaze as profound as Su Ming's own. The two of them met each other's eyes, but it only lasted for an instant. Su Ming left, and he brought with him Yu Xian as well as his elder. He walked out of the tree crown. Behind him, the 1,000,000 cultivators wrapped their fists in their palms and bowed to him. They did so to thank him for saving their lives. Wait! Once he arrived on the sea while Lei Chun remained dispirited with a complicated expression on his face, and Su Xianyi stared at him with a calm look and a profound gaze. Su Ming stopped once more. He turned his head around. This time, he did not look at the tree crown, but the elegant young man standing beside the ancient tree. At that moment, he was also looking at Su Ming. At the instant their gazes met, a smile appeared on Su Ming's face. He looked at the young man, the sea, and the ancient tree, then spoke softly to Yu Xian and his elder. I'm going to meet a senior. Wait for me for a while here. As Su Ming spoke, he walked towards the ancient tree. The young man under the tree smiled and watched him approach. They were above a vast sea, right beside an ancient tree, and the shades of green and blue seemed to connect to the sky. On the vast sea, beside the ancient tree, the shades of green and blue seemed to be connected to the sky. The waves glistened, seas of clouds tumbled. Where could one find the end of the world? The ancient tree was old, and the shadows of people ancient. Who was younger before the passage of time? Perhaps there was someone else who was even older than time itself. It would be the young man standing beneath the tree with a warm smile while watching Su Ming approach. When Su Ming saw the person under the tree and gradually drew closer to him, he felt as if he was moving step by step into the ancient aeon of the past. With each step, he would go through countless eons and return to the past, to an unknown period of time long ago. The sky seemed to no longer move. Everything in the world had stopped, and it did so, because Su Ming and the person under the tree were destined to meet. They were like night and day. They could not meet each other, but only catch a glimpse of each other's shadow during dusk and dawn. Yet even that glimpse was indistinct. Night could not see the noon, and daylight could not see midnight. But perhaps there would come a day when night would meet day, and that moment would be just like when the young man under the tree met with Su Ming. Soon, there were two people under the tree. Even though the air between the sky and sea did not move, the setting sun was still around. Its last rays shone on the sea, drawing out Su Ming and the young man's shadows on water. They were long, a very long. While Su Ming watched the young man too watched Su Ming. At the moment their eyes met, Su Ming saw endless age and profundity in the young man's gaze. There was also a hint of fatigue in that profundity that could not be dispelled. That fatigue seemed to be the type that would only be possessed by someone who had lived for far too long. It was a natural fatigue. The young man did not want to hide it, and so he did not even try. It was there in his gaze, and his entire life was contained in that fatigue. If anyone understood it, they would understand the world, and if they did not understand it, they would not see him. Those who fell into the latter category would be just like Yuxian at that moment. She could not see the young man under the tree. Elder Mo Sang was little different. He might appear as calm as ever, but his heart trembled greatly. He could not see the young man, but he could see two long shadows in the reflection of the tree on the surface of the sea. The two shadows swayed as the waves glistened in the light. They would occasionally shatter and sometimes appear complete. It was as if the rise and fall of entire galaxies was contained between the shattering and completion of the shadows. They contained the rise and fall of all lives, as well as their paths. It seemed like life was actually very simple, just a reflection on the surface of the sea. It was just a shadow that would sway along with the waves. If anyone took a glance at the sea, they would only see normal shadows, but if they observed them closely, they would find that the ripples of the shadows signified a person's entire life. They also resembled the moment night and day met. It looked like they could not mix, just like how fire and water could not mix, but it also seemed like they could tolerate each other in a strange fashion, showing a destruction and a wholesomeness created when they crashed into each other in an unseen manner. Do you understand now? After a long while, the young man under the tree spoke gently without the smile leaving his face. There was not a hint of fierceness and forcefulness in his voice. It was gentle, as if he was a friend, a family member, or an elder. Perhaps there were people who would answer his question that they did not understand, and there would perhaps be people who would tell him that they understood. However, the moment anyone said either of the two answers, they would place themselves in a disadvantage. In fact, if anyone compared the young man's question to a divine ability, then at that moment the person who answered would come under its effect. If a person answered that they did not understand, their actions would be manipulated by the young man's will. If the person answered that they understood, then similarly, in a manner that they would not notice, they would become one with the young man under the tree through his will. One sentence. One divine ability. His killing intent never appeared, and it could not be noticed by anyone. Only the gentle smile could be seen, but in truth, this was the most unfathomable intent of all of arid triad expanse cosmos. What about you? After some time, a smile appeared on Su Ming's face as well, and he spoke faintly. There was no reverence in his voice, and neither was there the tenderness he would have if he was the older one in the situation. He did not show some unnecessary respect that was expected from a younger person either. He spoke in a tone he would have when he spoke with an equal. His voice was faint, but his tone very sincere. He also answered a question with a question. He did not answer whether he understood or not. However, because of this sort of answer, praise appeared in the eyes of the young man. He admired Su Ming for not running away but going along with his question. However, he did not end up being manipulated by his will. Instead, he answered his question with another question. It was a simple question. Perhaps others would not be able to detect too much of a profound meaning behind it, but to the young man under the tree, this question was perhaps something only Su Ming could do and say under this situation. It might seem ordinary, but it was most definitely anything but ordinary. It might seem like plenty of people could do this. But in truth, in this sort of situation, they would be led to giving up the initiative from their hands without their knowledge, which was what the young man under the tree had done intentionally. The young man's smile remained on his face as he stared at Su Ming. While smiling, he shook his head. His expression was gentle when he said faintly, "You don't understand." Su Ming stared at the young man under the tree. He did not speak, but instead watched the light of the setting sun in the distance gradually become weaker. It seemed like the entire sun was about to be devoured by the sea. This scene was like a picture that touched the heart of anyone who saw it, and they would definitely watch it closely. When the sun sets, everything in the world becomes dark. You don't understand the darkness at night, and you won't understand why living beings would close their eyes in the dark as well. Neither will you understand why living beings open their eyes when the sun rises. That is why you will not understand the brilliance of the disaster. It is why you are scared. But the more scared you are, the more you will want to see. Your family, your friends, and everything beside you never open their eyes in the darkness. The voice of the young man under the tree was gentle. If it was someone else around, they might not be able to quite understand what he had said. But Su Ming, who knew of the young man's identity, could. Everything has already been predestined, just like how I was destined to come here and meet you. The young man under the tree cast a deep look at Su Ming. As his voice echoed in the air, he looked at the setting sun in the distance, and he found that most of it had already disappeared within the sea. Su Ming smiled. He watched the young man before him. His smile was calm and as light as water. Perhaps we were destined to meet in this place. Then our meeting is also destined to turn into a setting sun. If I chase after the setting sun, do you think it fall or never fall in my eyes? When Su Ming said those words, the young man's eyes became focused again. If it falls, is it because I wasn't fast enough? Or is it because this destined setting sun is bound to fall? If it doesn't fall, then when I chase after it for some time, would this sun still be a setting sun? Or would it become a rising sun that will appear the next day? Let's put it in other words. While I chase after the sun, would the sky be black? Or would it be white? Su Ming asked 4 consecutive questions in one go, and the moment he said them, he made the young man's eyes focus 4 times. Each word in their exchange was exquisite. There was no killing intent contained in their speech, but it was a battle of wills that was like a question of their doubts. That is why it's not that I don't understand it, but it's because you don't understand. The moment I saw this tree, I knew that when you believe you are no longer you. When you believe you are no longer you, only then will you be you. Su Ming said slowly while staring at the young man under the tree. The young man under the tree fell silent. After a long while he sighed softly. Your appearance is indeed beyond my expectations. I've been asleep for too long. So long that I forgot many things. Are you certain that you want to work with it to possess me? The young man stared at Su Ming. His voice was as gentle as ever, but the smile on his face faded away. Su Ming fell silent. The path you want to take is different from mine, Su Ming said softly. There is no one same path, but as long as a path exists, then all paths will eventually fuse into one to become Tao, the young man said faintly. The world is heartless. It sent the disaster on us. Since the destruction of the world is something that is bound to happen, if you are me, you will do the same thing. The young man under the tree swung his arm. The sky above the capital planet of the Emperor of Abyss True World immediately darkened. Everything froze. A vortex that no one besides Su Ming and the young man could see appeared there. The vortex rotated without a single sound. Bolts of lightning swam about it, intersecting and collide with each other. Every single time they collided, the sparks produced seemed to contain the laws of the world in them. As they rose and fell, it looked as if a huge flower born during an age where everything flourished had bloomed in the vortex. Su Ming looked at each of the sparks in the vortex. When his gaze gathered on one of them, he saw the birth and destruction of each aeon. He saw the deaths of all lives, heard the indignant roars from the people of that time, and witnessed their resentment and anger towards the world. Each spark was an aeon. What you see is the despair that is almost identical in every aeon before the disaster fell on them. This is the heartless world. Only by completely destroying it would everything no longer need to go through the disaster. The young man's voice showed no signs that he was worked up. It remained as calm and gentle as ever. Even if there was a sharp note in his words, his voice was still gentle and light. It would not make anyone think bad of him. Instead, they would listen to him carefully to figure out the true meaning behind his words. I have walked this path alone, but I cannot be alone in my path for too long. Are you willing to walk down this path with me? Are you willing to walk down this path and possess the world so that the disasters will no longer fall upon us, so that all manner of lives will no longer be destroyed by the world but can gain control over their own lives? This is the oath I swore under this tree in the past. It is my will that has never changed since I possessed a part of harmonious Morris Alba and turned this expanse cosmos into arid triad. I am arid triad. I am the master of this expanse cosmos. I am the ancestor of all living things with wills. If you are willing to follow my footsteps, even if the disaster descends, I can make it so that true morning Tao world will not perish. The young man under the tree stared at Su Ming. When he spoke, he lifted his head. An indescribably mighty pressure instantly spread out from his body. It made it seem like he was the master of the entire universe. It was as if, with a flip of his palm, he could turn the sky dark. With a fling of his arm, he could make the stars and space itself move back and crumble. Su Ming's pupils shrank. The young man's final words made him stare at the body arid triad sent down for a long, long time. I have to think about it. After some time, Su Ming spoke slowly. His expression was incredibly solemn. You do indeed need to think about this carefully. Oh well, I will give you a time limit of 100 years. If you've thought about it and have chosen your answer, you will naturally be able to sense my presence. During these 100 years, you cannot possess any other true world, or else I will seal you, and the price for sealing you will be that the disaster will be brought forward by a couple more 100 years. If you don't choose the answer I want, I will seal you as well. I will only wait for you for 100 years. The young man smiled faintly and cast a glance at Su Ming with a thought-provoking look. When he turned around, he walked into the air. His figure possessed natural grace. When he took his first step, half of his flesh vanished, and that half turned into a skeleton. When he took his second step, the other half of his body was reduced to a skeleton, but he still had a certain amount of life force in him. When he took his third step, it was as if the will gathered in that body had finally left. The skeleton was reduced to ash, which disappeared along with the wind. Su Ming watched arid triad leave. He focused his attention to the body of the cultivator arid triad, had very casually chosen on this cultivation planet so that his will could descend on him. Due to it, all the potential of his life was stimulated so that he could bear the burden. At that moment, when arid triad left, the body withered and turned to ash. As he watched this scene, Su Ming fell silent. Once arid triad left, the entire planet returned to normal. Su Ming's expression was calm, but a barely noticeable sharp glint appeared in his eyes. When he lowered his head, he cast a deep glance at the ancient tree before him. After a long while, he looked at it again. This time, Su Ming watched it for a long time until he closed his eyes, and when he did, a resolute and firm look appeared beneath his shut eyelids. The entire talk with arid triad to the moment arid triad had told him to make his choice might have seemed normal, but only those who had reached Su Ming's level would be able to sense the dangers lurking within it. Every single one of arid triad's sentences contained a sharp and fierce intent. If Su Ming was the slightest bit careless, he would not have been offered a choice, but would have started the war between himself and arid triad's will ahead of schedule. Su Ming's answers, his comparison of night and day, and his words when he spoke about the direction of the sun setting if he chased after it contained his will. He did not show any signs of it being affected or changing when he spoke with arid triad, which was why arid triad did not attack him. After all, Su Ming already had the right to possess arid triad, which was why even arid triad would find it hard to destroy him. He needed a chance, and Su Ming showing a weakness so that his plan to descend during the disaster 500 years later to search for harmonious Morris Alba and possess it would not be disturbed. If Su Ming affected his plan at that time, arid triad would end up losing more than he gained. That was why he had asked Su Ming to make a choice. But this choice was in truth not a choice. It was a very blatant threat, but if Su Ming treated it as a real threat, then Su Ming was bound to be sealed. Even if he chose to work together with arid triad would definitely fulfill his promise. He would just seal Su Ming, because this choice was a seed. It was a seed arid triad planted in Su Ming's heart, just like how Su Ming had planted his seed in arid triad with his words about day and night. Nothing exciting seemed to have happened during the encounter, but only Su Ming and Arid Triad knew that both of them had actually started showing signs of wanting to attack just then. Su Ming opened his eyes. He turned around and walked towards Yu Xian and Elder Mo Sang, who was watching him with a face filled with worry. Who was he? Su Ming's elder hesitated for a moment before a hint of understanding appeared on his face. The answer to his question had in truth appeared in the elder's heart between the moment he hesitated to ask the question and when that look of understanding appeared on his face. Arid Triad. Su Ming smiled faintly. He did not say much. When he stared at his very clearly older elder, he knew that there were far too many secrets within the elder's mind, and they were related to the elder's past self as well as great Berserker tribe. "Let's go home," Su Ming said softly. With Yu Xian in tow and while Su Ming stayed beside his elder, the three of them turned into long arcs and left the Cultivation planet. They entered the galaxy and disappeared from the Emperor of Abyss True World. Disappearing with them was an excited bald crane and an elated Abyss dragon. One of them took away all the crystals from the True World, and the other had fulfilled its ambitions from when it was younger. The Abyss dragon mentioned not a word of it, but based on how it often seemed to be recounting its experiences, it looked like there was a hint of lust contained in its ambitions, no matter how anyone looked at it. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye 3 years passed. Su Ming had returned to Ninth Summit. During the 3 years, he did not venture out again. He kept his senior brother's company while Yu Xian, Songlan, and Su Hui stayed beside him. The elder had finally returned to the Berserkers. He built a house at the foot of Dark Mountain, and just like a real old man in the mortal world, he watched the sun rise and set. He lived a very peaceful life. He had plenty of stories. Perhaps they were stories that spanned through the 4 eras of their aeon, but Su Ming did not ask him about them. Instead, he often came to sit beside his elder and watch the sky with him. Every single time he did so, Su Ming would remember the Dark Mountain. He remembered Xiao Hong and all the people who were now strangers to him. He might not have asked his elder about his secrets, but with Su Ming's level of cultivation, he could already tell some of what was going on. He could see the signs of repeated cycles of life on his elder. With those cycles, the elder of great Berserker tribe had preserved his soul. During them, he might have been searching for the scene he saw when he predicted the Berserker Day but which no one else could see. It was a butterfly that gave great Berserker tribe their future. The elder lifted his head and looked at Su Ming, who had already left into the distance after he had spent the entire day with him. Under the moonlight, he mumbled softly under his breath. "That butterfly isn't Harmonious Morris Alba. That butterfly is you, my lasso." As he murmured those words, a sparkle of expectation appeared in his eyes. He would never forget the scene he saw when he predicted the Berserker Day. He had gone through countless cycles of life and death all so that he could wait for Su Ming and protect this child. He had him get in touch with the Berserkers and had him acknowledge them. During the 3 years, with his outstanding abilities, Second Senior Brother finally extended Ninth Summit's influence to all areas in True Morning Dao World after Su Ming had stunned and intimidated Dark Dawn and Saint Defire, causing Ninth Summit to live up to their name of being the only sect in True Morning Dao World. Eldest Senior Brother also had increased his power every single day. As for Hu Zi, his personality prevented him from staying in one place quietly for too long, so he often ventured out to sweep through the entire True World and pass through the other True Worlds as if displaying Ninth Summit's strength. Due to Su Ming's existence and the Sovereign of Dawn Yen Pei's fear towards him, the cultivators from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire were forced to retreat when Ninth Summit passed by. This also caused the battles where the other True Worlds were clearly in a disadvantage to be unable to continue the moment Hu Zi appeared. And most of the time, when Hu Zi saw fighting, he would immediately shout, "Ninth Summit has beautiful mountains and clear waters. When Dark Dawn and Saint Defire see Ninth Summit, they have to make a detour. My youngest junior brother is the strongest person in all of Arid Triad, and he is in Ninth Summit. Those who want to join the Ninth Summit immediately shout. I'd like to see which of these brats from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire would dare to attack you." It was the truth of the situation as well. As long as Hu Zi was in the battlefield and as long as there were people who shouted that they wanted to join Ninth Summit, even if that person was about to be killed by the cultivators from Dark Dawn and St. Defire, they would immediately be released. No one had the courage to attack people that belonged to Ninth Summit, and they would not even care about the backlash of their divine abilities because they had stopped attacking. They could only nurse their grievances, because the sovereign of Dawn Yenpei had already told all the cultivators that Ninth Summit was not to be provoked. But the sovereign of Dawn was not the only one who reacted this way. It was an order that would bring death to all who went against it, for it was an order that unanimously came from all three sovereigns of Dawn from Dark Dawn and the three lords from St. Defire. In fact, every single time there were new cultivators who descended from Dark Dawn and St. Defire in True Morning Dao world, they would first go near Ninth Summit and bow to it before leaving. Su Ming's name had spread through all of Arid Triad during the 3 years, and because of it, Ninth Summit's influence became stronger. The number of cultivators who joined it increased by multiple fold. Those were cultivators who had once belonged to other true worlds. For whatever reason, they chose to become Ninth Summit's disciple. Branch sects had appeared in Ninth Summit, and eldest senior brother and Hu Zi were stationed in the two sects to intimidate the world around them. Time passed and another 3 years went by. During them, some huge incidents happened, such as Su Xianyi and Lei Chen disappearing from the Emperor of Abyss True World, the Emperor of Abyss True World surrendering to Dark Dawn, and the sublime paragon of that true world who had avoided being killed by Su Ming in the past choosing to become Ninth Summit's disciple. After persevering for 5 years, True Sacredine World was occupied by Dark Dawn and St. Defire during the 6th year when their true world protection rune crumbled. The living beings in there suffered miserably, and the number of deaths was devastating. Su Ming did not care about any of that. He was not a saint. His heart would only be gentle towards the people he cared about. As for the others, to him, who had already become the strongest will in this expanse cosmos second only to Arid Triad, they were all just a part of the rise and fall of life. It did not matter whether it was Dark Dawn or St. Defire, for Su Ming had understood a long time ago that the true reason behind why they caused the war. It was an offering. When the third period of 3 years arrived and ended, a change of tides appeared in the war that Su Ming paid no attention to. He had predicted the change in tide because an offering would require sacrifice from both sides, not just one side, or else it would be a massacre and not an offering. The change in tide came from the fourth true world. The antecedental spirits who were suppressed in there during the fourth era seemed to have had all the seals suppressing them released in an instant. When they ventured outwards, they waged an intense war against Dark Dawn and St. Defire. Their war even affected Ninth Summit. The madness and arrogance of the antecedental spirits who were released caused the 4 true worlds in Arid Triad to look as if they had descended into an age of chaos. Only at that moment did Su Ming lift his right hand and put down the chess piece he was about to use to play against his elder. He lifted his head and looked in the direction of the fourth true world. We should give those antecedental spirits a lesson. This expanse cosmos can descend into chaos, but there must be in order in chaos, not chaos as of such. When Su Ming spoke faintly, his elder smiled kindly. He did not speak, but lowered his head to look at the chessboard. The elder watched the chessboard. With a smile on her face, Yu Xian remained seated next to Su Ming. Her expression was one of incredible attentiveness. She was also staring at the chessboard. When Su Ming spoke, a sly look appeared in her eyes. She lifted her hand and tugged a lock of hair dancing in the wind behind her ear. During that moment, Song Lan suddenly coughed softly by the side. "Elder." The elder lifted his head, and the moment his gaze landed on Song Lan, Yu Xian put down her hand. She then moved a white piece belonging to the elder on the chessboard. "Elder, there are quite a number of berserkers who would like to greet you. Would you let them meet you in the next few days?" Song Lan's expression remained the same. Not a single hint of change of emotion could be detected on her. She asked the elder with a gentle demeanor and looked incredibly respectful. "You can make the arrangements as you like." The elder smiled amicably. As he spoke, he instinctively wanted to lower his head to look at the chessboard. But at that moment, a smile bloomed on Su Hui's face while she was beside Su Ming. She swept her gaze past Song Lan and Yu Xian before she spoke. Elder, you will need some time before you can continue with the game. Why don't you tell us things about Su Ming when he was a child? That's right, Elder. Tell us about his childhood. Don't you agree, big sister Conglan? Yuxian said quickly. The three of them did not differentiate themselves by age, but both Yuxian and Su Hui referred to the gentle and elegant Conglan as their big sister. Su Hui was the second. Regardless of whether it was her personality or the words she usually used, Yuxian gave off the feeling that she was young, which was why she was the youngest among the three women. The elder laughed. He no longer looked at the chessboard but instead lifted his head to look at the three women beside Su Ming. His smile became even more kindly. The three women each had their own talents, and all of them were genii. He looked at them, then looked at Su Ming, who had closed his eyes at that moment, and he joyfully told them some of the more interesting things Su Ming had done when he was younger. But he did not know that the game had been changed, causing Su Ming's original disadvantage to change into an advantage. Su Ming did not pay any attention to any of it. At the instant he closed his eyes, he spread his divine sense, turned it into his will, and then sent it to descend in the fourth true world. The galaxy there was filled with chaos. Wills belonging to antecedental spirits filled the entire true world, and they brought with them the desire to wreak havoc and madness. They had arrogance that made it feel as if they wanted to tear apart the world. When they rose in the galaxy, they filled up the fourth true world and brought forth a bloody massacre. The killing even extended to Sacred Een and the Emperor of Abyss True World. In fact, there were even some antecedental spirits who had come from the fourth true world to True Morning Dao World. As they laughed madly while roaring, they engaged in a fight to the death against people from Dark Dawn and St. Defire. Once anyone died, the antecedental spirits would immediately suck in a breath to absorb the dead cultivators into their bodies, devouring them. In truth, the antecedental spirits who had their seals broken and were released by the fourth true world did not even care whether their enemies were from Dark Dawn and St. Defire. The cultivators from the other true worlds also became their targets, as if they were their food. With every cultivator they devoured, they would become stronger. Because of it, the antecedental spirits who rushed out of the fourth true world stirred up another disaster in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. The cultivators from Arid Triad, Dark Dawn, and St. Defire continued dying one after another. The antecedental spirits' release and slaughter during that year caused Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos to be slightly different. Su Ming could also sense that as the people died, the power of his own will rose by quite a large margin. Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos was filled with a brutality and an invisible power that could make people descend into madness. It was as if a bloody flower that would only appear in the apocalypse was blooming and spreading out. Su Ming could sense that the feeling of Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos moving during the past 10 years was faster than before the war began, and it was faster by 70 years. Everything seemed to happen faster by 7 times. Only by doing so could Arid Triad make the disaster that would originally require 3,000-something years to appear when the 4 wings overlap to be reduced to only 500 years. As he watched Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos change, Su Ming filed all of this information away as if he had come to understand everything. His heart was calm, and not a single ripple appeared due to the things happening around him. He knew that 100 years later he would have to face a disaster, and that disaster would come from Arid Triad. If Su Ming could not get through the disaster, there would be no future to speak of, but if he could survive, then 500 years later, Arid Triad's disaster would arrive, and during the instant the wings overlapped, Su Ming would possess Arid Triad. He would not choose to cooperate with Arid Triad. Forget the choice Arid Triad had provided to him. That was not a choice, but a seed planted at the bottom of his heart. 100 years later, when the seed grew, it would bring him a life-threatening disaster that would end up with him being sealed. Even if Arid Triad truly wanted to work with Su Ming would still not make that choice, because it was as the young man had said, their paths were different. When anyone reached Su Ming and Arid Triad's level of cultivation, there was no longer a distinction between good and bad between them, and neither were there any sort of grudge. A battle of wills would happen due to their paths being different and because there was little common ground for understanding between them. In truth, Su Ming was originally not certain of this either, but he had cast 3 deep glances at the ancient tree on the capital planet of the Emperor of Abyss True World before he left, and those 3 glances had allowed him to understand the meaning of preordained fate. Su Ming would not hide from the promise he made with Arid Triad under the ancient tree 100 years later. He would go. On the vast sea below the ancient tree, the shades of blue and green seemed to connect with the sky. The blue was the ocean, and green was the tree that seemed to melt the line separating the ocean and the sky so that it could make the sky truly connect with the sea and make the sea turn into one with the tree. Perhaps they had always been one. Su Ming sighed in his heart. He focused his mind and stopped thinking about those things. Instead, as his will spread out, he had it filled all of Arid Triad. Even if true sacredine worlds will did not belong to Su Ming, even if the 4th true worlds will tried to reject him, Su Ming had possessed 4 great true worlds, so he could instantly suppress the 2 great wills, causing them to not dare reveal their presences. Instead, they allowed Su Ming to sweep through their true worlds with his will. In a galaxy to the east of the 4th true world was a huge swamp. A bloody stench spread out from within it. Submerged in the putrid water were countless corpses of cultivators from Dark Dawn, Saint Defier, as well as Arid Triad. There were a few dozen corpses belonging to disciples from 9th Summit's branch sects as well. Those people had already lost their lives, and as their bodies were submerged in the swamp, they slowly rotted away and absorbed. Surrounding the swamp were nearly 30,000 cultivators from Dark Dawn and Saint Defier. They people had cautious looks, and under the lead of 3 antecedental spirits from their expanse cosmoses, they were engaged in a battle of divine abilities against the swamp. When booming sounds echoed in the air, a face showed up from within the swamp. There was a ferocious look on it when it looked at the cultivators before it. "All of you must die." A muffled roar reverberated through space. The swamp swiftly grew larger, but at that moment, a will so great that it caused all 30,000 cultivators' minds to instantly go blank and made the 3 antecedental spirits belonging to Dark Dawn and Saint Defier to instantly feel as if their souls had frozen up appeared. When they lost their consciousness, the huge swamp shuddered, and the face on it swiftly looked up to glare at space. The being's pupils shrank, and shock appeared on his face. "Who are you? Who are you?" When his shouts echoed in space, a cold harumph could be heard. Immediately after, a hand appeared in space. It was not big, and it pushed down lightly, but the swamp immediately roared. It started drying up, and a large number of cracks instantly appeared. Banging sounds reverberated through space, and nearly 4/10 of the swamp crumbled. "I, Su Ming, do not care about you killing the cultivators from Dark Dawn, Saint Defier, or Arid Triad, but provoking 9th Summit is not allowed. Do not repeat your mistake." Su Ming's voice traveled into the ears of the antecedental spirit in the swamp, intimidating him greatly and causing the swamp to not dare to show even a hint of struggle or resistance as it trembled. During that moment, 9th Summit was branded deeply into the divine sense of the antecedental spirit in the swamp, and it became a taboo. Su Ming's terrifying might had shocked the antecedental spirit. No matter how mad he was, in the face of the absolute power that could destroy him with a flip of his hand, he could only lower his head and show respect. To the west of the 4th true world, a crazed laughter shook the sky. A person with a body like a normal person but with 2 legs that were 100 feet long walked through the galaxy. His body parts seemed incompatible with each other, and he looked incredibly bizarre, but there was a presence that would bring terror to others spreading out from his body. The person's hair was a mess, and his upper body was uncovered. When he took a step forward, he smiled in a way that held a hint of lust. He was chasing after 8 cultivators. Among the 8 of them, 3 came from Dark Dawn and Saint Defier, 4 from the Emperor of Abyss True World, and 1 was a female cultivator who had entered 9th Summit's branch sect from True Sacred Een World 3 years ago. The long-legged strange man laughed and lifted his right hand, which immediately shot forward. As if a vacuum had been formed, the 3 cultivators from Dark Dawn and Saint Defier were instantly pulled to him. When they fell into his palm, he crushed them, and the 3 turned into minced meat with a bang. The huge hand appeared again, and the minced meat turned into the most aggressive enchanted vessel that charged towards the remaining 5 cultivators. As the four from the Emperor of Abyss True World screamed in pain, the minced meat shot through their bodies, and they became a part of that minced meat. As for the female cultivator from Ninth Summit, her face was pale when she was seized by the strange man's right hand, which was now several times larger than before. She was brought before him, and the lust in the strange man's eyes grew even greater. "Not bad, you can be a furnace." The strange man laughed loudly and tossed the woman into his sleeve. In that seemingly small sleeve were thousands of female cultivators he had captured. He turned around and was just about to leave when he suddenly jolted. His expression instantly became grave. He narrowed his eyes and fixed his stare on a white-robed figure who had appeared behind him at some unknown point of time. "An antecedental spirit such as you should not be sealed. You should be wiped off straight away." Su Ming frowned. When he said those words, he took a step forward. The strange man roared. He could sense a powerful threat to his life coming from Su Ming. But when he was about to retreat, Su Ming took a step forward and moved past him. As Su Ming left into the distance, the giant experienced a full-body shudder. His head swiftly separated from his body, which withered right after. His sleeve was torn into shreds, and when the thousands of female cultivators in it fled, the strange man's body crumbled with a bang to turn into waves of aura that fused into the women, becoming the greatest serendipity that could make their cultivation bases increase by leaps and bounds. It was Su Ming's punishment for the strange man. A similar scene appeared in hundreds of places at the same time in the Fourth True World. Based on how they acted, some of the antecedental spirits were wiped off by Su Ming, some were warned, but none were exempted. The antecedental spirits released from the Fourth True World were connected to each other through their minds. When some of them were wiped off by Su Ming, all the antecedental spirits could sense their deaths clearly when they died. They would not have been too shocked if not many of them died. But in a few breaths, a total of 32 antecedental spirits had been wiped off. The shock of this incident intimidated the other antecedental spirits. The moment they noticed it, the surviving antecedental spirits immediately sensed Su Ming's terrifying will around them. They all received punishments of varying heaviness without exception, and all of them felt chills run down their spines. Ninth Summit's name was carved deeply into their minds. As Su Ming's will descended in true sacred world, the dozen-something antecedental spirits who had their seals released felt their hearts tremble. No matter what they had been doing, all of them felt a layer of ice envelop them. Almost at the same time, Su Ming's words reached their ears. Such maliciousness and brutality should be wiped off. As they echoed in the mind of every single antecedental spirit in true sacred world, they immediately sensed the presence of one of their companions disappearing. It symbolized death. "Since this is your first offense, I will let you off, but do not repeat your mistake. You will be warned once for killing for fun. For your extreme brutality, you will be wiped off." Su Ming's voice echoed in the air for a few breaths, and a total of 3 antecedental spirits were wiped off. The intimidating force formed by the shock instantly caused fear to appear on the faces of the antecedental spirits who were in true sacred world. "If any of you dare provoke Ninth Summit in the slightest bit, you will be wiped off." When Su Ming's final words echoed in the antecedental spirits' ears, all the antecedental spirits in true sacred world sank into silence as they sensed Su Ming's terrifying might and domineering will. It was the same in the Emperor of Abyss True World. As Su Ming's will descended and left, 4 of the antecedental spirits who had surged into this true world disappeared for all time. The last was True Morning Tao World. There were 13 antecedental spirits who had stepped into this true world to cause chaos. The method Su Ming used to handle them was completely different compared to what he used in the other true worlds. He did not say anything to them, but instead had his will sweep through the true world, and when booming sounds reverberated through space, the 13 antecedental spirits who were already terrified by their companions' continuous deaths were all destroyed. Neither their souls nor bodies survived. Dragons had taboos, and Su Ming's taboo could be said to be True Morning Tao World. He would not allow any accidents to happen in this place, which was why all who dared invade would die without question. All of this might have seemed to have happened over a long period of time, But in truth, it only lasted for a time it takes half an incense stick to burn. When Su Ming opened his eyes while sitting beside the chessboard, his expression was one of indifference. He watched his elder talk about the interesting things that had happened to him while he was younger, and Yu Xian, Zhonglan, and Su Hui listened to him with great interest. A smile appeared on Su Ming's face. When he lowered his head to look at the chessboard, he picked up a black piece, but he was suddenly taken aback. One white piece was not in the position he remembered it to be. When a rather strange look appeared on his face, the bald crane lifted its head from the ground and cast a glance at Su Ming in a lackadaisical manner before it looked at Yu Xian. A thought appeared in its head, but just as it was about to show off its knowledge in a manner of currying his favor, Yu Xian suddenly turned her head sideways with a grin and cast the bald crane a glance. This glance caused the bald crane to shudder. It could clearly sense a warning om Yu Xian's gaze, and it quickly steeled its expression before swiftly running to the Abyss Dragon. As for the Abyss Dragon, it was staring at the lake water while daydreaming. Occasionally, it would growl at the surface of the water. When the bald crane came over, it struck the dragon's head fiercely. "What are you looking at? Darn it all." The Abyss Dragon tapped its head and spoke as if it had suffered greatly. "You hit me again. I seem to have seen another me in the lake." It constantly thought that it had become much dumber than before, but if anyone else had their head continuously struck for the 1,000 years, the repeated concussions would cause them to do actions that other people would not understand. Why you? You stupid dragon. The one in the surface of the lake is you. Ha! The bald crane shook its head and cast a pitying look at the Abyss Dragon. It began mumbling in its mind that if it ever found anyone unpleasant in its eyes, it would strike their heads repeatedly for a whole year. When it thought of this, the bald crane's eyes immediately brightened, and it grew slightly smug, as if it had thought of a divine ability that possessed unparalleled might. At that moment, while it was feeling all smug, it did not notice that the reflection of the Abyss Dragon in the lake had a similarly smug look on its honest-looking face. Heh. Does the stupid crane really think I don't know? The great Abyss Dragon is much smarter than it. Thinks I'm stupid? Well, I'm just toying with it. Time passed in this warmth that was something Su Ming had not encountered for a long time. A year later, Su Ming had already stayed in Ninth Summit for a total of 10 years. Su Ming did not continue living peacefully in Ninth Summit after that. Instead, he chose to leave. He had to go and complete the third matter he had decided upon, to go to Dark Dawn to take a look at his mother's race, and also search for his master, Xianxia's tracks. Perhaps he could also find the god of berserkers, Xianxia. On that day, Su Ming's elder stood outside his house and watched the sky. He seemed to be able to see Su Ming turning his head back to cast a glance at Ninth Summit while he was in the galaxy. "Your path is still very long, but I am already very satisfied to be able to see you having grown this much," the elder murmured. The smile on his face became even more kindly and amiable, but there was a faint hint of aura of death within it. It was already time for him to return to the embrace of Earth. He had lived through countless cycles of life and death, and finally, in this cycle, he completed his wish. Su Ming turned his head around to look at Ninth Summit while he was in the galaxy. He saw his senior brothers, Yu Xian, Su Hui, and Zhonglan, and also saw the aura of death about his elder's body. The presence was not thick, but as time passed, it would become thicker. Being born, growing old, getting sick, and dying was a process in life that could not be changed. But perhaps the disaster that would occur 500 years later would allow it all to become different. In silence, Su Ming turned around and walked into space. The bald crane followed behind him, occasionally turning its head to look at the Abyss Dragon. There was a slight reluctance to part on its face, but that reluctance was born due to it not being able to strike the Abyss Dragon's head every single day. While it was lamenting this fact, it made up its mind that when it went to Dark Dawn, it would find a substitute. Could not let itself get rusty with this powerful divine ability. The galaxy was boundless, and there was no end to it. Brilliant starlight would occasionally look like embellishments on a picture. No one knew who it was who had drunk wine and accidentally spilled ink on a canvas to draw the galaxy. Su Ming walked through the galaxy and arrived at Arid Triad's Gap in true Morning Dao world. It was the place where Dark Dawn and Saint Defire descended, and it was also the entrance leading to those lands. The bald crane continued chattering all the way, talking about how it would obtain crystals when it arrived in Dark Dawn. As it spoke, Su Ming stopped moving and turned his head around to look at it. Darn it all. When I'm there, I'll definitely loot all their crystals. I will definitely. Ha! When the bald crane saw Su Ming turn his head back, it was taken aback. It looked behind it, then turned around to look back at Su Ming. What's wrong? Su Ming stared at the bald crane, and a smile appeared on his face. Don't be afraid. I'll take you there, and no one can stop you from regaining your identity, Su Ming said softly. When he said those words, the bald crane shuddered, then lowered its head and fell silent. Its constant rapid speech had allowed Su Ming to see that it was afraid. It was afraid of going to Dark Dawn and Saint Defire. That was not because there was anything terrifying about that place, but because it might be its hometown. After a long while, when the bald crane lifted its head, the uncaring and unbothered look appeared on its face again. It continued chattering about how it would loot crystals while walking next to Su Ming. After a long time passed, when the bald crane stared at the galaxy in the future, it would try to recall, but it could never be able to find its memories. However, it would still be able to occasionally remember a white-robed figure in the galaxy telling it to not be afraid. Every single time, it would feel sad, but the source of the sadness it could not find was the melancholy it could never trace back. Could only stand at the peak of a mountain and look at the galaxy. Even if it had its own sect and it was no longer as obsessed with crystals, and even if it was worshipped by countless cultivators, it still tried to search for the past it lost and could never get back. It could only vaguely remember that there was once a person who brought it to walk through a part of its life. As the bald crane continued mumbling, Su Ming took it into the distance. He walked to Arid Triad's Gap. The sovereign of Dawn Yanpei had long since arrived to fulfill his task of meeting Su Ming, which he had received 10 years ago. In fact, he had arrived in this place a few months ahead of schedule and had been waiting for Su Ming ever since. Oh! When Su Ming walked towards Arid Triad's Gap, there was a vast space located beyond Arid Triad, or rather, there was a vast space beyond the sleeping harmonious Morris Alba's four wings. There were no galaxies, only a clouded space that looked like muddled fog that only existed before everything was created. At that moment, a sudden ray of white light suddenly illuminated everything in every direction, causing the fog to tumble about and avoid it to reveal a huge, ring-shaped feng shui compass. It was covered in talismans and carvings that could not be counted. They were the ones who emitted the white light and illuminated the empty space. At that moment, there was a black-robed young man sitting on the feng shui compass. He had long black hair and was filled with ghastly aloofness. In his hands he held a string of pearls. There was a total of 9 of them, and 6 were shining, while the remaining 3 were dark. However, at that moment, one of the 3 dark pearls suddenly shone with a faint light. The vague shadow of a crane seemed to be visible in that light. When the black-robed young man turned the string of pearls in his hand, he slowly lifted his head and looked into a distant space. Over there was the spot where the 9 butterflies once were, and where harmonious Morris Alba had stopped to rest. I've finally found the 7th reversed spirit. Greetings, Senior Su. It has been 10 years since we met, and your elegance has become even greater than before. Your power has become stronger by more than several fold. You truly make me impressed from the bottom of my heart. In fact, I can often see you in my dreams, and I worship you day and night, hoping that the span of 10 years would go by in the blink of an eye, because I would then be able to see you again and personally bear witness to your splendor. My admiration towards you can no longer be described by any of the words in this aeon. It comes from my heart, my soul, and is the strongest excitement I, Yanpei, have ever felt in my life. Senior, your figure is as straight as a pine tree. The brilliance of your mind surpasses the light of the galaxy. Your great delight appeared on the face of Yanpei, who had been waiting at Arid Triad's Gap for some time, the moment he saw Su Ming. He lifted his feet and immediately took a few strides before he wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming to give him a deep bow. His hands almost touched the tip of his toes when he bowed, and it was an act completely unsightly for a sovereign of dawn. Not only did he bow so completely, he had also made sure that his words were spoken incredibly clearly. Each of his sentences contained rich emotion and true zealousness. Forget whether his words were sincere or fake. Just his voice and his words alone showed Yan Pei's nearly obsequious behavior to Su Ming and how he was currying his favor. Su Ming cast a glance at Yan Pei and let out a dry cough, cutting off Yan Pei's words. No one had any idea how long they would have lasted if he let him continue. Yan Pei's change made sense. In truth, Su Ming was rather unaccustomed to his attitude, but he still quite admired him in his heart. But before Yan Pei could say anything else, the bald crane suddenly focused its gaze while standing beside Su Ming, and a hint of wariness appeared within it. It felt that the sovereign of dawn Yan Pei was too shameless. His level of shamelessness caused the bald crane to be wary of him, but it was also quite amazed. This person, damn it, is he trying to snatch my position? Or else why would his expression look so familiar? Darn it all, this is an expression only I can put on in front of Su Ming. This shameless Yan Pei I will immediately memorize all the words he just said. There are things in this person's methods of flattery that this great bald crane can learn from. The bald crane immediately felt its spirits lift when it made its decision. It was great in this aspect. It was incredibly studious, such as when it saw the abyss dragon turn into a dog in the past. It had, in its ignorance, believed that dogs were fiercer, and so it imitated the dragon and turned into a dog. When it was in the land of berserkers, it was chased by the birds above the Dead Sea, and hence it believed they were strong, so it immediately transformed into them and mingled among them happily. When it was in Black Ink Planet, it saw some of the families receiving much greater responses while they were searching for a wife for their son, which was why it roped in the abyss dragon to turn into a beautiful woman and went to each family to deceive them. All of these things spoke of how eager for knowledge the bald crane was, and right then, its studio's nature appeared once more. Almost at the same time the bald crane became wary. The sovereign of dawn Yan Pei saw it, and his heart let out a thump. His instincts told him that the bald crane in front of him was definitely a great enemy of his. It was not the type of enemy mentioned in battles, where they had to fight each other to the death, but was the greatest competition for the position of Su Ming's right-hand man, which Yan Pei was determined to gain. Damn it, why does Senior Su have a crane like this by his side? Look at it. That sharp beak and monkey-like cheeks, that bald body, it's clearly what is reflected on its external appearance once it has trained its sleaziness and shamelessness to a certain degree. This crane is a great enemy of mine. The sovereign of dawn Yan Pei immediately carved the image of the bald crane in his mind, but he did not show any sign of his thoughts on his face, still kept the obsequious look. If any cultivator from Dark Dawn or St. Defier saw him at that moment, they would definitely be struck dumb, because they could not imagine that the usually callous and arrogant Yan Pei would be able to have such an expression. Senior, you are finally here. I have been waiting for this day for a very long time. Senior, ever since I met you, I felt that my status as a Sovereign of Dawn is no longer interesting. I came to a swift realization and will give up on my status as the Sovereign of Dawn also that I can follow you and be your attendant. Senior, you only need to point forward, and this young Yan Zi will immediately charge forth. Even if the way forward is filled with mountains of blades and seas of fire, this young Yan Zi will not even frown. Senior, as this young Yan Zi is so sincere in his request, please allow him to follow you. Please grant his request. The Sovereign of Dawn Yan Pei gritted his teeth. The bald crane's appearance had made him feel incredibly threatened, which was why he changed his original plan, and as he spoke, he fell to his knees and worshipped Su Ming, completely giving up on his status as a Sovereign of Dawn. The more callous and aloof a person appeared to be, the greater the effect of this action would be. The higher the status a person possessed, the greater the sincerity they would present to others. Yan Pei knew about this clearly. In truth, during his earlier days he had acted this way, and his personality was directly related to why he was capable of becoming a Sovereign of Dawn. He would usually present himself as an aloof and arrogant person, but when he ran into life-threatening situations, he would immediately change his attitude. He was the true definition of great adaptability. He did not even feel a single bit of discomfort in his heart or that he had wronged his status. To Yan Pei, dignity was something that could be used to exchange for certain things. However, once he became strong and gained the position of the Sovereign of Dawn, he had believed that there was no longer anyone who could make him do such a thing, unless they were the sleeping old monsters, but those old monsters were not awake. And Yan Pei had sealed this divine ability he believed was the greatest in the universe under layers of dust. Up till then, that is. After personally witnessing and experiencing how terrifying Su Ming was, he naturally presented this divine ability he had practiced for years and showed his true nature. Yan Pei's words stunned Su Ming in the word's truest sense. Flattery that continued endlessly was something Su Ming had never heard before, even from the bald crane. In fact, it could be said that it was the first time he had faced something like that. Even if he had heard of it before, he had not paid attention to it, but right then the person before his eyes was one of Dark Dawn's Sovereigns of Dawn, which was why Su Ming was truly and completely taken aback. His mind had actually gone blank at that moment, which was a rare event. When Yan Pei saw Su Ming's expression, he was also momentarily stunned. In truth, he had only spoken 1/10 of the flattering words he had prepared in his heart. He had thought that the bald crane was a great enemy of his and that Su Ming was already used to this sort of flattery, which was why he had been pondering over how he should change his words so that the effect of his flattery would be stronger. However, when he saw that Su Ming was stunned, Yan Pei immediately felt great delight in his heart. He sighed in his heart and believed that the bald crane was still unable to compare to him. Just as he was about to continue speaking so that he could strike while the iron was hot, the bald crane jumped to its feet, alarmed. "Bullshit!" it shouted as if it was exasperated. The bald crane might not have feathers, but it had some fine hairs on its skin. At that moment, all of them had stood up, and with great hostility, it glared at Yan Pei while screeching in a piercing manner. "Su Ming, don't believe in this wretch's words. He said that he would rush into mountains of blades and seas of fire without even frowning. But with his level of cultivation, those mountains of blades and seas of fire he spoke of would be nothing. Those mountains of blades and seas of fire I spoke of were just an example, brother bald crane. Don't be hung up on that now. Do you know what is an example? Oh well, you should not have come to understand something like this just yet. It's fine. When we have the chance in the future, I will teach you," Yan Pei said without hesitation. Why you? I went through grave dangers in the land of berserkers with Su Ming. If I, Yan Pei, am safe in the future while Senior Su is injured, then I will stand to be accused by the public. Su Ming and I were exiled to the barren lands of divine essence. The bald crane was completely livid. It flapped its wings, and a great presence immediately erupted from its body. I will definitely fight beside Senior Su in the future. Even if the enemy is Dark Dawn, I will definitely not hesitate with my attacks. Yan Pei glared at the bald crane. The man and crane attacked each other with words to show their loyalty. As he watched it, Su Ming did not know whether he wanted to laugh or cry. Once he cast a glance at Yan Pei, he let out a dry cough, swung his arm, and immediately separated the duo, who had come closer to each other and were about to let their cultivation bases erupt from their bodies to duke it out against each other. Yan, this young Yan Zi is here. An excited expression appeared on Yan Pei's face, and he knelt down to Su Ming again. Hehe, Yan Zi, the word for swallow. Huh? That's it, you're a swallow. The bald crane seemed to have thought of something. A sleazy look suddenly appeared on its face, and it glared fiercely at Yan Pei while it started cursing him maliciously in its heart. Swallow, don't blame me for being ruthless, you're just too cunning. You are the one who forced my hand. I'm going to use that stupid claw on you, so that you will become the same as the Abyss Dragon. The bald crane's fierce expression immediately made Yan Pei wary of it in his heart. While he wondered whether the bald crane had any powerful skills at its disposal, Su Ming was rather unused to this. So he let out a fake cough and spoke to Yan Pei to distract him. All right, enough. Yan, hurry up and lead the way to Dark Dawn's camp. I understand. Yen Pei's spirits lifted. He immediately got up, formed a seal with his right hand, then pointed at Arid Triad's gap, which was not far away from them. The gap immediately shuddered, and a huge runic symbol appeared on it. The runic symbol flashed a few times before it shuddered and stopped moving. Su Ming's expression became one of calmness as he stared at Arid Triad's gap. He had personally witnessed the gap being formed in the past. At that time, he had not expected that one day he would step into Dark Dawn and Saint Defire through it. Master! A nostalgic look appeared in Su Ming's eyes, but he did not hesitate and took a step forward to step into Arid Triad's gap. Behind him were the bald crane and Yen Pei. They flew out at the same time, as if they were competing against each other to be the first to follow Su Ming. They turned into two long arcs and instantly disappeared into Arid Triad's gap with Su Ming. Dark Dawn and Saint Defire were on the second wing occupied by Arid Triad among the four wings of Harmonious Morris Alba. It was a huge expanse cosmos, and while it was not like the first expanse cosmos belonging to Arid Triad, the overall area was about the size of 3 true worlds in Arid Triad. After all, besides the 4 great true worlds, Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos also had the barren lands of divine essence as well as other empty spots at its borders. In fact, Arid Triad had 9 true worlds during the previous era. In the second Expanse Cosmos belonging to Arid Triad, which was a small wing under the 2 big wings belonging to Harmonious Morris Alba, Dark Dawn and Saint Defire each occupied half of the universe. It might seem like a lot, but it was not in comparison. However, Dark Dawn and Saint Defire referred to these areas as their camps because they each occupied 180 Expanse Cosmoses in that universe. There was a total of 360 Expanse Cosmos, and they were all gathered in Arid Triad's second universe. They were densely packed together and separated by borders. They had formed such a unique camp built by multiple Expanse Cosmoses because Saint Defire and Dark Dawn had moved there during the second era of the current Aeon. They preserved their cultivation systems and methods from the second era and continued training in them. They also continued to use the structure of the ancient countries formed by different tribes during that time. Each Expanse Cosmos within Dark Dawn and Saint Defire's 360 Expanse Cosmoses belonged to a tribe who had occupied it and grown in it. Each tribe occupied 1 Expanse Cosmos, and the 2 camps had even set up an Expanse Cosmos Conference. This so-called Expanse Cosmos Conference was built by the tribe elders of the different tribes from the 180 Expanse Cosmoses of each camp. The 3 Sovereigns of Dawn were among the leaders, and they were the highest form of authority in their camp. There were 3 Sovereign Expanse Cosmoses and a Central Expanse Cosmos in Dark Dawn's camp. These 4 Expanse Cosmoses formed the heart of Dark Dawn. The 3 Sovereign Expanse Cosmoses formed a triangle that surrounded the Central Expanse Cosmos. The Central Expanse Cosmos was the core of all of Dark Dawn's camp. Every Expanse Cosmos Conference held by the tribe elders of the 180 Expanse Cosmoses would be held in this place to determine all the important matters regarding Dark Dawn's camp. As for the 3 Sovereigns of Dawn, they were not the same people throughout the ages. They were chosen by the tribes, and they would take up their positions for 30,000 years. Once they were over, another election would be held, and whether the previous candidates could remain as Sovereigns of Dawn would depend on their strength, luck, and the level of support they had from the tribes. Of course, the main focus was on their levels of cultivation. All candidates had to be in Avacania realm before they could run for the position of a Sovereign of Dawn. That was why, over the course of countless years, Sovereigns of Dawn did not change often, unless at some point in time, a new person reached Avacania realm. It was the case for Yen Pei in the past. As he fought for the position, he had to give up many things before he could finally take over the previous Sovereign of Dawn and reach the top. As time passed, the 30,000 years had almost come to their end. It would have been fine if no other cultivators in Avacania realm appeared. But this time, there were 2 who had appeared in Dark Dawn's camp. One of them was Hongzhu, who was the person Yen Pei had replaced in the past, and the other was the genius Huang Tai, who appeared from Central Hua tribe. Those 2 people clearly intended to compete for the title of the Sovereign of Dawn, setting things in motion in secret in all of Dark Dawn. However, the invasion of Arid Triad had turned the world upside down. At the very least, the tide of change could not stir during war, or else, With how Saint Defier had been lurking around by the side waiting to strike, the cooperation between the tribes in Dark Dawn would instantly crumble. In a boundless desert in the Expanse Cosmos belonging to Yen Pei among the 3 sovereign Expanse Cosmoses was an oasis. At that moment, there was a man and a woman sitting by a table there. Their gazes were on a black jade slip on the table, but their expressions betrayed their uncertainty. This is the jade slip Yen Pei sent to us a few months ago. That terrifying existence is about to arrive. The desert breeze came blowing towards them. It was very dry, but when it reached the oasis, the wind became gentle, and it was even refreshing when it landed on the people's bodies. It lifted the woman's dark locks to reveal a petite face that could make a person's heart race. She was Dark Dawn's sovereign of Dawn Ziruo from East Extraction Tribe. She was dressed in a purple long robe, and her black hair spilled over her shoulders. She had an incredibly beautiful face, and there were 2 purple crystals at the center of her brow, which meant she was the famous sovereign of Dawn Zisuo. When she spoke, she lifted her head and averted her gaze from the jade slip to look towards the white-haired old man sitting on the other side of the table. The old man's eyes burned brightly, and he had an awe-inspiring expression. When he opened his eyes, all people could see that there were vertical pupils in his eyes. One of them was yellow, and the other red, causing him to look incredibly bizarre. Even if he was sitting idly, he gave off the feeling that he could change the laws in the entire world. He was the strongest sovereign of Dawn in Dark Dawn. Song San knew. This person has the power to kill those in Avacania realm. He has fused with the will of a true world in Arid Triad, and even sealed a powerful warrior from the previous Aeon who managed to wake up through some unknown method. His presence caused Yen Pei to remember those sleeping old people, the strongest of this Aeon. Huh. When the old man said those words faintly, his pupils shrank, but anyone could see the faint shadow of a fighting spirit that was only a spark away from burning. I wonder if I activate all my cultivation base and release my seal, would I be able to kill this person? If I could truly kill him, would I be able to reach another breakthrough in terms of my level of cultivation? The old man said hoarsely, and the fighting spirit in his eyes grew stronger. Ziruo frowned while casting a glance at the old man. But Yen Pei seems to want us to be polite and respectful towards this person, and we are supposed to cooperate with him in everything that he wants to do in this place, saying that it will only be beneficial for Dark Dawn, and that we will suffer no losses. In fact, this may be a chance for us to become the masters of Saint Defier, Ziruo said softly. A chance? That Yen Pei's desire to serve is simply coming to surface again. Is it really that difficult to kill someone in Avacania realm? The old man lowered his head and cast a cold glance at Ziruo. Ziruo fell silent. I too can kill those in Avacania realm. I have even killed 3 powerful warriors from the previous Aeon, while he had only managed to seal one. If that person didn't bother to come to Dark Dawn, I would have ignored him, but since he is here, then he will be my prey. Once I kill him, I will henceforth be known as Si-Nu. The old man swung his arm and stood up. This matter is decided. Resolution appeared on the old man's face. As he spoke, he stepped into space, leaving behind the sovereign of Dawn Ziruo. She stared at the jade slip on the table and sighed in her heart. If a person is too confident in themselves, they will not be able to see their real strength clearly. The 3 powerful warriors from the previous Aeon Song San Nu killed had already given up on eternal life and separated their minds and souls on their own. They were people who had harbored the intent to die since the start. And the powerful warrior from the previous Aeon who was sealed mentioned in Yen Pei's jade slip was clearly one of the incredibly powerful kind. Song San Nu may go seek his own death. My tribe and the other tribes who have affiliated themselves to me must not offend that Su Ming. But Ziruo gritted her teeth, got up, and moved, disappearing from the oasis in the galaxy. When she was in midair, she stopped moving, and a strange light appeared in her eyes when a sudden thought struck her. Her expression gradually calmed, but the light in her eyes grew brighter. Since this person is so strong and Yen Pei said he is the strongest in this Aeon, then if I can have a child with someone as powerful as he is, the child born of our blood will definitely have no limits to his future as well. When she thought of this, Zirua's face turned redder. She never had a partner in her path of cultivation, and she had always believed that she did not need one. However, in the depths of her heart, she had always wanted to have her own children, and it was a regret she always had. However, when she cast her eyes over the entire universe, she found no man that would fit her, and that included Song San-nu. Yet now Su Ming's name appeared in her mind. But an old monster like him would definitely not agree to this sort of matter. I will need to think of a way to do this. Zirua was tempted by her thought. Once the idea was born in her head, she could not dispel it no matter what she did, and it became even more prominent in her mind. The feeling of danger from scheming against a powerful warrior caused Zirua to suck in a deep breath. An indistinct shadow appeared behind her, and it was clearly the image of a lotus flower with a white fox sitting on it. It looked vivid and alive. Determination swiftly appeared on her face. She moved and disappeared into the sky. At the same time, within St. Defire's camp in Arid Triad's second expanse cosmos was the exact same jade slip placed before 3 people. One of them was an old man, another a woman, and the last a middle-aged man. The old man was Lord St. Defire Xianxia. While Su Ming had never seen the woman personally, he was definitely not unfamiliar with her. She was Lord St. Defire Fei Hua, who had sent her ring into Arid Triad. She was also the one who had caused the bald crane to have confusion and a complicated look appear on its face all those years ago. As for the middle-aged man, he had a calm look on his face, but there was a hint of a darkness in his eyes. As he stared at the jade slip, he let out a cold harumph. The strongest of this aeon. Isn't that Sovereign of Dawn Yen Pei exaggerating things? If any of the seniors sleeping in the valley woke up, they too could be known as the strongest of this aeon. The middle-aged man was the third Lord St. Defire of St. Defire's camp. His name was Xiao Song. Yen Pei might seem aloof, but in truth, he is a very cautious person. He has always been able to make the correct assessment of any situation. He sent us this jade slip several months ago to tell us that this Su Ming was about to come. He must surely harbor some malicious intent, but based on this, I can tell that he is incredibly confident in Su Ming. Yen Pei intends to use his strength to pressure us. Xianxia sighed softly. When he spoke hoarsely, a hint of determination appeared on his face. Oh well, then let me make some calculations to see just how this Su Ming will pose a threat to us. Xianxia's eyes shone. When he lifted his right hand, 9 beast bones not uniform in size appeared on his palm. He struck them with his left hand, then swiftly closed his eyes. He executed his inborn divine ability, intending to gain a premonition about Su Ming. Xiao Song immediately snapped into attention and looked over with a look of concentration. He knew how powerful Xianxia's art was, and even those sleeping old monsters could have their preordained fates predicted by him. Xianxia had never failed in his art. Only Fei Hua had a look of confusion on her face. She constantly looked into the distance, and for some reason her heart trembled slightly, as if something that was the most important thing to her in her life had appeared in the Expanse Cosmos. 137th Expanse Cosmos was among the 180 Expanse Cosmoses of Dark Dawn. It was located far away from St. Defire's border, and it was also far away from Arid Triad's Gap. It was on the other side of Dark Dawn. The Expanse Cosmos belonged to a race named Bear Charters. They occupied this one Expanse Cosmos, and they had grown and prospered in this place since they had inherited their legacy from the Second Era. There were hundreds of thousands of people in this race, so it was not really big, but not small either. The 136th Expanse Cosmos was known as Bear Chart Expanse Cosmos, and Bear Chart Tribe was its master. There were 3 altars that eternally existed in the boundless galaxy within Bear Chart Expanse Cosmos. They floated about but did not move themselves, and it had been so for countless years. Bear Chart Tribe had set down seals and runes around the 3 altars. They slowly rotated around the altars, turning the place into forbidden ground. They protected them as if this was the mission of Bear Chart Tribe, and they had kept it up to that date. The 3 altars looked incredibly old. One of them was even largely damaged. It exuded an air of ancientness, as if it was falling apart. There was a huge crack in its center, and it looked like it went through the entire altar. If anyone stood on the altar and lowered their heads, they would be able to see the galaxy under it. The crack might have gone through the entire altar, but it seemed like there was some sort of strange power contained in it, which prevented the altar from falling apart. Instead, the two parts of the altar seemed to be attracted to each other. They were stuck to each other, refusing to move. Compared to that altar, the third one was kept in a very good condition. On that day, it suddenly shone with a dark light. It instantly grew to a piercing degree and surrounded the entire altar. When it did so, the stone platform that appeared to be sturdy looked as if it had started melting. Once it sank in, some boils even appeared on it, as if it had turned into a swamp. Who is it? Who is talking about the great grandpa crane? The bald crane shuddered, then popped its head out of the altar. It flapped its wings at full strength, then flew out from the altar that now resembled a swamp. When it flew out, it immediately looked around it with suspicion. The feeling that some strange thoughts had appeared in the depths of its mind once it entered Dark Dawn and St. Defire's universe had caused it to attempt to search for them. But no matter what, it could not find the source. Immediately after, the Sovereign of Dawn Yanpei's figure appeared on the swamp-like altar. He turned into a long arc and flew out swiftly. Then he wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply to the altar. The instant he bowed, Su Ming's figure slowly appeared from the altar. He walked forth, and the swamp-like stone altar under his foot became something like mud. But when Su Ming put his foot down, the mud split up on its own. It was as if it did not dare to stop Su Ming. When he walked into the galaxy, the altar behind him became solid again, and the dark light dissipated as well. Su Ming cast a cold glance at the area around him, then directed his gaze on Yanpei. Master, Arid Triad's Gap is in St. Defire's camp. If we went there and wished to return to Dark Dawn, we would inevitably run into some disturbances. This is the ancient relocation rune connected to Dark Dawn I mentioned earlier. Yanpei immediately said in an incredibly respectful voice. Su Ming swept his gaze over the three altars. Once he cast them a few scrutinizing glances, he noticed a presence that did not belong to this aeon on them. It was clearly a mark that had existed since a long time ago. However, since one of the altars was preserved in a rather good condition and Yanpei had secretly transformed it, it became one of the methods for him to save his life. Based on what he said on the way, no matter where he was, as long as he had some time to make preparations, he could immediately relocate to this place. This was because he was a member of Bear Chart tribe. He was a sovereign of Dawn who came from this tribe, and while he had an expanse cosmos belonging to him since he was a sovereign of Dawn, in the end, he belonged to the Bear Charters. And only the Bear Charters had had the chance to examine the three altars as well as use them. What concerned Yanpei though, he was among the best in using them. Yanpei was silent for a moment, but even when he spoke, he did not manage to give a detailed description, because even he was not too certain about the matter. Master, are you interested in these three altars? Based on Bear Charter Tribe's years of analysis and observations, we've discovered that in the beginning, the first altar seemed to relocate people to an incredibly far-away place, but we don't know the exact location of that spot. Compared to it, the second altar definitely relocates over a shorter distance because its aura has disappeared over the years, but based on some of it the tribe had kept, we can sense a presence that is great and difficult to put to words. It seems like the place with the aura is a place where cultivators are as insignificant as ants. Yanpei only knew that the first and second altars were damaged. Only the third altar could allow them to return to this place from other locations. If they could use it skillfully, it could serve a critical function during dangerous moments. If you've stored this aura, you can try to gain a sense of it. Su Ming averted his gaze from the altar. When he said those words, the invisible runes and seals around the three altars suddenly shone with a gentle light. When it formed a ripple, dozens of long arcs charged forth with loud whistles. They instantly approached them, then turned into cultivators. The person in the lead was an incredibly tall and large man. When he moved forward, the shadow of a huge bear seemed to manifest behind him. When he drew closer, he immediately wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply to Yanpei. I, tribe leader of Bear Chart Tribe, greet the Sovereign of Dawn. The man's voice was as loud as waves. When it came out in loud booms, the dozens of people behind him wrapped their fists in their palms towards Yanpei as well. Their greetings were uniform, created a wave of sound that spread through the area. How many star altar stones in the tribe still have their whole aura preserved in them? The moment the ripples from the runes and seals spread out, the obsequious look on Yanpei's face disappeared like the wind, replaced by a dignified and aloof one. It turned him back into the supreme sovereign of dawn. By his side, the bald crane had a scornful look on its face. It turned its head away in contempt, but it was noting down everything Yanpei did in its heart. Being diligent and thirsting for new knowledge was a very good habit of the bald crane. Reporting to the Sovereign of Dawn, there are still 5-star altar stones that have been kept in perfect condition. The seals have not been broken, which is why their aura has not spread out. If you require it, I will have someone bring them over. The man from Bear Chart Tribe immediately said respectfully, then cast a brief glance at Su Ming from the corner of his eyes while he began forming assumptions about Su Ming's status in his mind. Bring 3 over. These stones with the ancient aura are limited in number. You will need to keep some in the tribe, Yanpei said slowly after thinking the matter over. The man immediately wrapped his fist in his palm and voiced his obedience. He turned around and looked at the old man by his side. With a nod, the old man turned into a bear of 1,000 feet in height. He threw his head back and roared before he turned into an afterimage of a long arc and disappeared into the distance. Su Ming did not bother with the talk between Yanpei and the people from Bear Chart Tribe. His expression was indifferent. With one step, he moved forward. The bald crane quickly followed behind him, and even cast a smug look at the Sovereign of Dawn Yanpei. The people from Bear Chart Tribe had never seen Su Ming before, and they could not see any ripples of power from him either. But they knew that since this person came with their Sovereign of Dawn, he was definitely outstanding and not to be offended. When the cultivators from Bear Chart Tribe looked over, their pupils shrank. Shock appeared on their faces. They could clearly see that once Su Ming came in contact with the ripples from the invisible seals and runes, the runes shuddered and disappeared before him as if they were moving back on their own. Not only did this scene cause the people from Bear Chart Tribe to be shocked, even the tribe elder of Bear Chart Tribe turned his head around abruptly because he had sensed it. His pupils shrank, and disbelief appeared on his face. The Bear Charters had lived around the runes and had inherited their legacy for a very long time. Over the countless years, each generation of their tribe would perfect the runes. Their power was perhaps not the offensive type, but their defensive properties made the runes impossible to break within a short period of time even for the powerful warriors in Avacania realm. But the runes had not shown even a single fluctuation of power right then. It was as if the runes had backed away on their own, as if they were a vassal greeting their sovereign. They did not dare to block his path even for a moment. It was this image that had arisen in the mind of the tribe elder of Bear Chart Tribe. His expression changed drastically. As his mind roared, he instinctively asked, Who is he? A person who is unbeatable even if all of Dark Dawn work together to fight against him. The strongest cultivator in the universe. A fanatic look appeared in Yanpei's eyes as he mumbled his answer. When he walked out of the rune, Su Ming cast a glance at the galaxy in this area. With an indifferent expression on his face, he sent his will sweeping through the area, and it instantly covered the entire expanse cosmos. It's a very small expanse cosmos, and no will has been born here, but there's a clear border between it and the other expanse cosmoses. It doesn't seem as if the border was naturally formed. Instead, it looks like someone used a great divine ability to divide this place and create it. When Su Ming's will spread out, Yanpei flew out from the rune to land beside him. Go and investigate the tunnel all of you from Dark Dawn's camp had set up in the Fifth Ocean in Arid Triad's barren lands of divine essence. It might not have been activated, but find out where the people who acted as the garrisons are currently located. Su Ming said faintly, then retrieved his will. He did not forcefully sweep through the 180 expanse cosmoses. After all, this place also belonged to Arid Triad. Yanpei immediately voiced his obedience. Just as he was about to say something, a long arc came charging from the distance. It was the old man who brought the star altar stones. When he came over, he immediately bowed to Yan Pei and delivered 3 jade boxes to him. Su Ming swept his gaze over the jade boxes, and his pupils constricted in a barely noticeable manner. He seized space with his right hand, and the 3 jade boxes instantly charged towards him. Su Ming caught one of them and squeezed it lightly. The jade box shattered to reveal a stone the size of a fingernail in it. At the instant the jade box shattered, the stone exuded an aura that caused a grave look to appear on Su Ming's face. He could not identify the aura, but he could deduce at first glance that it did not come from any of the expanse cosmoses belonging to Arid Triad. Or rather, this aura did not belong to the universe in harmonious Morris Alba. The presence came from the universe beyond. The entire process from the moment the aura appeared to the moment it vanished lasted for 10 or so breaths. When the stone the size of a fingernail in his hand no longer had the aura that did not belong to harmonious Morris Alba in it, Su Ming's eyes flashed. A universe beyond harmonious Morris Alba. Huh? A contemplative look appeared on his face. When Yan Pei saw Su Ming's expression, he was momentarily stunned. He had sensed the aura in the stone before and only felt that it was unfamiliar. He had sensed nothing else aside from that. The stone pieces belonged to the second altar, but due to how unique the aura was and how it continued to dissipate, it would completely disappear in a few years. That was why Bear Chart Tribe had used the method to preserve the last batch of the stones. But their method of preservation was not perfect, which was why once the seal was broken on a stone piece, the people around it would be able to sense its aura for 10 breaths. But after that period of time, the aura would completely disappear. Not only was Yan Pei stunned, the dozens of people from Bear Chart Tribe were also puzzled as to what had happened to Su Ming when they saw the contemplative look on his face. The aura was just unfamiliar. Aside from that, they had never been able to find out any other benefits to the stones no matter how they investigated it. By the looks of it, the second altar is really a relocation altar, but it doesn't relocate to any of the expanses cosmoses of harmonious Morris Alba or Arid Triad. Instead, it can send a person out of the butterfly itself. When Su Ming thought of this, his heart trembled. With his level of cultivation, it had become rare for him to be shocked, but the aura and the altar had given him an idea of a possibility. When the 4 wings of harmonious Morris Alba split up and overlapped over the eons, some cultivators had chosen to survive by fusing with their other selves. Some chose to possess the butterfly, and some people left behind their legacy in All Spirits Hall. However, some people might have chosen to leave. They left in the truest meaning of that word. They left harmonious Morris Alba's body and went to the universe beyond. They went to the space where the other 8 butterflies were. Su Ming did not know what was there. Even after attaining his current level of cultivation, he did not know that he was as weak as an ant compared to the entire universe beyond. While he pondered over it, Su Ming's eyes suddenly sparkled, and when he lifted his head, he looked at Yan Pei. "Bring me all of these stones." Yan Pei's heart shuddered. There was a look that allowed neither disagreement nor argument in Su Ming's eyes. It caused him to feel his skin crawl, and he did not dare say no. Without any hesitation, he immediately looked at the tribe elder of Bear Chart Tribe. The expression of the tribe elder of Bear Chart Tribe changed several times. He gritted his teeth, then personally flew away. He was gone only for the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. During that time, everything in the area was silent. No one spoke. Gradually, an unseen mighty pressure filled the area, pushing down on all the people to the point that they felt like they could not circulate their cultivation bases smoothly. Soon, though, the tribe elder of Bear Chart Tribe came charging to the area. He did not hand the other 2 jade boxes to the sovereign of Dawn Yan Pei, but instead personally brought them to Su Ming. Once Su Ming took them, he cast a glance at the man and nodded. "I will not take the items of your tribe without offering anything back." When Su Ming said that, he lifted his right hand and tapped the center of the man's brow. It happened so quickly that before the man registered what had happened, his body shuddered. He took a few staggering steps backwards and coughed up a mouthful of black blood. A large amount of black blood trickled out from his pores. When the tribe members' expressions changed drastically, the man lifted his hand and gestured for them to not move. He lifted his head with strenuous effort. Crazed delight and excitement appeared on his face, along with disbelief. He could clearly sense that his blood felt 10 times purer than it was in the past. As the black blood trickled out, the shadow of the giant bear behind him instantly grew larger, and it was no longer an illusion. It now looked like it had corporeal form. This could be said to be the greatest serendipity in his life. His blood had been cleansed, causing his cultivation base to increase by leaps and bounds, and his aura also became stronger. With excitement, the man bowed deeply to Su Ming. "Thank you. Thank you for your kindness of recreating me, sir." When the man said those words in excitement, Su Ming did not speak. Instead, he lowered his head and stared at the jade box in his hand. His expression changed continuously, but after a moment, resolution appeared in his features. "I'd like to see just how the world of this aura looks like." Su Ming no longer hesitated. He lifted his right hand, and banging sounds immediately echoed in space. 2 of the 4 jade boxes immediately shattered to reveal 2 stone pieces with uneven surfaces. Thick waves of unfamiliar aura instantly spread out from them. Su Ming seized space, and the aura immediately gathered together to turn into a small ball that was about to dissipate. When Su Ming grabbed it and pushed it at the center of his brow, he closed his eyes. His will instantly burst out. Immediately, the small ball at the center of his brow filled with it, and a loud bang shot up in Su Ming's mind. Quickly, with the aura as a lead, his will as a bridge, his art of time as the divine ability he needed, he executed the divine art of turning back time, bringing forth the effect that only he could bring. Su Ming's body shuddered. His will seemed to have moved through an innumerable amount of time and swam through eons until a vast expanse of space appeared before his eyes. He had seen that space before. It was exactly the same as the universe where the 9 butterflies flew. Endless fog tumbled about continuously in that place. When Su Ming looked towards the fog, he had a strong feeling that the power contained in the fog every single time it tumbled could instantly destroy a powerful warrior in Avacania realm. Even Su Ming himself would not be able to bear the fog for long if he ran into it while it tumbled about. And this was just the most commonly seen movement of the fog in the vast space. There were also bolts of lightning swimming in the fog. They twisted about, giving off a feeling of ferocious. They were not truly lightning bolts, but were lines that contained bright and uneven light. However, they caused Su Ming to sense death. He could clearly tell that with his current body and level of cultivation, his form and soul would be destroyed upon touch. Only his will would remain, but even so, once the lightning bolts touched him a few times, he would definitely end up dead. Su Ming was silent. He chased after the lead provided by the aura and moved through time, swimming through the tumbling fog and the lightning that was not real, until he saw a butterfly in the fog around him. It was not Harmonious Morris Alba, because the picture on its wings was different. That butterfly was shuddering and falling apart. There was a feng shui compass about its size above it, and it was sucking something out of the butterfly. It continued doing so until the butterfly turned into glittering spots of light. Once they were completely absorbed by the feng shui compass, Su Ming saw a black-robed young man sitting cross-legged on the compass while holding a string of pearls in his hand. "I have the 6th reversed spirit now, but I wonder where the 7th reversed spirit hid itself." At the moment his voice landed in Su Ming's ears, the young man suddenly lifted his head and looked at him. His eyes seemed to contain emptiness itself. A fierce light appeared in the black-robed young man's eyes, as if he could see Su Ming's while moving through time. When Su Ming looked back, his mind shuddered. It was as if the young man's eyes contained some sort of emperor's will. His gaze was so domineering that it felt as if he was the one who stood supreme over everything in the universe. Those who obeyed him would prosper, and those who went against him would die. If there was even a hint of defiance in anyone towards him, their whole race would immediately be destroyed, and their bloodline would be completely wiped off. In fact, even if there was no defiance, if anyone showed any hesitance in their words, They would have to face his thunderous rage and killing intent, which would feel as if the universe was about to collapse. The blatant domineering air felt like it belonged to the peak existence. He had pride, confidence, and an arrogance that he was someone who stood above all lives. His gaze was cold and aloof, but there seemed to be a voice echoing beside Su Ming's ears at that moment. That voice might not be from the black-robed young man's mouth, but to Su Ming, it felt as if it was truly echoing in his ears right then. If you provoke me, no matter where you hide, what level of cultivation you have, what protection you have by your side, whether you come from the past or the future, as long as you provoke me, I will kill you, destroy your race, wipe off your bloodline, and erase all traces of your existence. Be gone! The faint voice had endless aloofness. At the moment it finished speaking, Su Ming's will let out a bang, as if the voice and the aloof expression was a storm that could destroy his will. That storm went on a rampage in the space where Su Ming was. As his mind roared, his will felt as if it had turned into a huge vortex, and then he was instantly devoured by it. Su Ming's body jolted. His eyes flew open, and he found himself still in Dark Dawn's camp, the 137th Expanse Cosmos. Before him was the man from Bear Chart Tribe. Next to him was the sovereign of Dawn Yen Pei. Around him were the people from Bear Chart Tribe. They did not know what Su Ming had experienced, but their faces were pale, and it was especially so for Yen Pei. His level of cultivation was the greatest among the rest, which was why his ability to sense was the strongest too. During the instant just then, Yen Pei had clearly sensed that Su Ming's presence had vanished and had been filled by an ancient will. He stood there, but had been shrouded by fog. If he had just become indistinct, it would have been nothing. But Yen Pei had clearly sensed an unfamiliar presence appear around Su Ming at that instant. That presence was so strong that it was enough to make all of Dark Dawn, Saint Defire, and Arid Triad tremble. Yet, while they could sense that presence in this place, not a single bit of its presence spread outwards. Su Ming knew all of that. He also understood that the black-robed young man's presence could not just make Arid Triad tremble. Even the former complete harmonious Morris Alba would quiver in fear before him, because Su Ming had personally witnessed another butterfly with the exact same form as harmonious Morris Alba be easily devoured by the enchanted vessel in the form of a feng shui compass. Who is he? Su Ming's pupils shrank. That man was the greatest threat he had sensed ever since he became the strongest of his aeon. Before that moment, he had never imagined that there could be such a powerful warrior in the universe. He exceeded Su Ming's imagination. He fell into silence, but suddenly, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. This thing was like a thorn embedded into the depths of his heart, and it also let Su Ming himself know that he could still be afraid. It was something he had not felt for many years. The last time he felt like that was when he was in Divine Essence Star Ocean. At that time, he had not wanted to succumb to his fear, because he could not lose. If he lost, he would die. Right then, he could not succumb to his fear either, because when people reached his level of cultivation, once they showed any signs of backing down, they would no longer be themselves. When the brilliant light shone in his eyes, Su Ming lifted his right hand and swung his arm. 2 of the 3 jade boxes before him immediately shattered, and the ancient aura immediately spread out again. Su Ming seized space with both hands, and the aura immediately charged towards him to surround him and form a vortex. It rotated swiftly, and the ancient presence of time grew stronger within it. As Su Ming stared at the vortex, determination appeared on his face. If I give up on this just like that, my heart will be filled with indignation. If my heart is filled with indignation, my thoughts will not be clear. If my thoughts are not clear, then my mind will not be able to rest. A ferocious look appeared on Su Ming's face, which was the first time since his will had been perfected. It made Yen Pei's heart tremble. He had never seen such an expression on Su Ming's face before, and it made him feel as if his heartbeat was about to freeze. If he was in such a state, then it was even more so for the other people from Bear Chart Tribe. They were all intimidated and stunned by Su Ming's expression. Their minds instantly went blank, and they lost their ability to think. If my heart is filled with indignation, if my thoughts are not clear, if my mind cannot rest easy, I shall break this state. Killing intent appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He lifted his right hand and swiftly seized the space in the direction of the vortex. It swiftly shrank, and when Su Ming held it in his hand, it became the size of an egg. He then placed it at the center of his brow without any hesitation. At the instant he pushed his hand, Su Ming's mind let out a bang. Everything in his field of vision turned into a vortex again, and he saw the vast expanse of space once more. His world began reversing swiftly to allow him to return to the past again, and he returned to the scene he saw previously, the black-robed young man absorbing the butterfly on the feng shui compass. He saw the black-robed young man raise his head again and let out a cold harumph towards him. The moment the young man did so, Su Ming's will froze, as if the world had collapsed, as if the person before him was an emperor, and Su Ming himself was an ant which could be wiped off in the next breath. But Su Ming gritted his teeth, and all his will gathered with the power of Morning Dao, Immortal Sect, Sky Hill, and the Emperor of Abyss True World, allowing him to turn it into an incredibly powerful wave of madness that would make him into a sword that could slice through the laws governing his destiny. That sword charged towards the person who had let out the cold harumph, sending a strike that seeped through an endless number of years from an unknown amount of time in the future, also that it could have that madness explode in the man's face. Su Ming had to deliver that strike. He had to cut through the indignation in his heart, the unclear state of his thoughts, and the restless state of his mind. Loud booms instantly filled the universe. Su Ming could not see the results, because at the moment his will touched the young man, he shattered to pieces. If I cannot break it, then I can choose not to touch it, but when the day comes when I will have to come into contact with it, I will go against all lives who seized my kismet. This was the roar that came from Su Ming's soul before his will crumbled. It seemed to still be echoing around him when Su Ming's eyes opened and found himself still in the galaxy belonging to Dark Dawn's camp. Everything was still the same as before. Fatigue appeared in Su Ming's eyes, but a graveness only he understood had entered them as well. When Su Ming had borrowed the aura from the stone pieces in the jade boxes to return to the vast space an unknown number of eons ago, and did not run from facing the black-robed young man, but instead turned his will into a sword and charged forward, Lord Saint Defier Xianxia, sitting in the hall belonging to the three Lord Saint Defiers, closed his eyes. His body trembled non-stop. The beast bones in front of him instantly crumbled. His predictions had received interference from a huge force, causing him to look as if he wanted to open his eyes. Pain appeared on his face. It was as if the power to allow him to open his eyes had come from space itself. It was as if there was a power there that somehow prevented Xianzhou from being able to predict anything about Su Ming. However, he was Lord Saint Defier who had the longest lifespan in both Saint Defier and Dark Dawn's camps. He had the greatest amount of accumulated experiences, and his thoughts covered so many aspects that an ordinary cultivator in Avicania realm could not hope to compare to him. The moment these beast bones shattered and were reduced to ash and his eyes were forced open, Xianzhou pushed himself to close his eyes. At the same time, he lifted his right hand and seized space with his fingers before he said one single word, "Duo!" When he said that word, his right hand shuddered. The other two Lord Saint Defiers saw Xianzhou's right hand instantly melt into a puddle of blood. The bones in his arm were revealed, but he did not stop moving. It was as if he could not feel pain. He stretched his arm into space, and the instant he touched it, all 180 expanse cosmoses in Saint Defier's camp shuddered with a bang. At the same time, the old man's fingers seemed to have caught onto something concrete. He yanked it out, and the bones of his index finger were crushed. Another finger was soon crushed, and it was soon followed by a third. When 3 of his fingers were gone, a ball of fog was yanked out of space. That fog was a cyclone. It rotated non-stop before Xianzhou and exuded waves of ancient presence. It seemed to have come from the past. If anyone came into contact with it, they would feel as if their entire bodies were about to rot. Cold sweat dripped down from Xianzhou's forehead. The other two Lord Saint Defiers watched everything with fixed stares. This was not the first time they had seen Xianxia making predictions, but it was the first time they saw him in such a wretched and horrifying state while casting his art. After a moment, Xianxia's eyes flew open. They were bloodshot, and the blood capillaries even reached his pupils, as if they had formed a blood-red rune. He coughed up blood, and in an instant he became older. The cyclone in front of him started showing signs of dissipating. Xianxia looked as if he had become much older. When he coughed up blood, he did not stop once he started. He coughed up 9 consecutive mouthfuls of blood, and with each time, his aura became weaker. When he coughed up the 9th mouthful of blood, he took a few steps back, and he looked so old that he resembled a corpse that had rotted for years in a coffin. He might have aged and coughed up 9 mouthfuls of blood. But Xianxia began laughing loudly. It was hoarse, but there was even surprised delight in his voice. He might have been weakened, but his laughter seemed to be telling the other 2 lords that he had predicted what he wanted to see. The broken army will descend. Harmonious Morris Alba's disaster. Su Ming's disaster. He will definitely die in that disaster, and he can't run away from it. This disaster has already appeared. His will shall be destroyed in the past, and without the past, there is no future. Is already dead. Before the old Xianxia could finish speaking, his expression changed. But before he could do anything else, his body shuddered. The dissipating cyclone before him suddenly looked like a withered tree suddenly blooming once more. It stopped dissipating, and it looked like it was rapidly returning to space. That's impossible. This is... Madness appeared in Xianxia's eyes. At the instant he was about to grab the cyclone again. In Dark Dawn's camp, Su Ming's eyes flew open. Spirit! Su Ming was in the 137th Expanse Cosmos in Dark Dawn's camp, and the sovereign of Dawn Yen Pei was staring at Su Ming. The man from Bear Chart tribe and all his people were pale-faced. During that instant just then, they could clearly sense a thick wave of aura of death coming from Su Ming's body. That aura was so strong that it felt like it could drown the entire Expanse Cosmos. But at the instant it was about to fill the Expanse Cosmos to the brim, it disappeared without a trace. It was at that moment that Su Ming opened his eyes and said that one word. His will return to his body, and it was as if everything before had just been an illusion. They were a series of events that had never occurred in the real past. But from them, Su Ming felt as if he had been baptized and become different in a manner that no one else could see, but he himself could sense clearly. When he opened his eyes, he had said that one word. Spirit. Su Ming did not know why he said it, but somehow, with this aura as a lead, he had been able to travel to the ancient past, moving between the illusory past and reality. Due to his will being destroyed in the past, he had let out that indistinct word that would last for an eternity until his will gathered together again. That one word was spirit. It was a single word, but it felt as if there was a supreme form of profundity contained in it. At the instant Su Ming opened his eyes, light shone in them as if the indignation he felt in his heart previously had went away. His thoughts, which had not been clear, became such, and his restless mind immediately returned to its previous state. And all of this was related to that one word that seemed to be one of a kind in the vast expanse since time began an eternity ago. Su Ming did not know what that connection was, but he could vaguely sense that when he came to understand it in the future, his cultivation base and his level of cultivation would rise again, reaching a realm that would perhaps allow him to become the same as the black-robed young man. It was a goal that had never appeared in Su Ming's heart before, but right then, it formed. The young man was a danger. Perhaps he was Su Ming's disaster, but Su Ming was no longer feeling indignant or had an unclear, restless mind, because he had found his direction. When he unintentionally said that word spirit, he felt as if he had been reborn. A powerful belief was born in his soul. If Su Ming had not had the determination to face the black-robed young man earlier, Su Ming would have been unable to do this. Only by facing it, only by not being fearful, and only when his heart, thoughts, and mind were all calm could he make that one word last for an eternity. And only by doing all of it could he truly go through a metamorphosis and gain his new belief. If I can face you once, then I can face you a second too. It doesn't matter whether it's arid triad or harmonious Morris alba. A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. As he mumbled under his breath, he lowered his head and looked around him. All cultivators who met his gaze felt their hearts shudder, and they lowered their heads. He lifted his right hand and swung his arm, putting away the final jade box floating before him. When it landed in his storage bag, he spoke to Yen Pei. I want you to obtain the results for the matter I asked you at the fastest speed you can muster. Other than that, I want you to give me a full map of Dark Dawn's camp. When Yen Pei hears his words, he immediately lowered his head and voiced his obedience. He was in an incredible state of shock. Besides Su Ming, Yen Pei's level of cultivation was the highest in this place, which was why he could see things that other people could not see. During that instant just then, he had a strong feeling that Su Ming seemed to have died. He was shrouded by the aura of death, which came from the past. It had oppressed everyone so much that they could not breathe. But when Su Ming uttered that one word, everything seemed to have instantly moved in reverse. It was as if a withered tree had bloomed again, and as if something rotten had transformed into something amazing. This scene repeated itself in Yen Pei's mind. While a storm raged in his head, the level of mystery surrounding Su Ming in his eyes became greater. Yen Pei brought out a jade slip. Once he handed it to Su Ming respectfully, he took a few steps back and waited for other orders. Su Ming took the jade slip. When he cast a glance at it, he turned his head back and stared at Yen Pei. He lifted his right hand and pointed at him. A vortex suddenly appeared at the center of Yen Pei's brow, and a hint of his soul instantly flew out. Once it fused with the jade slip, Su Ming put it away. Your soul has fused with the jade slip. Once you have the results, call out my name in your heart, and I will be able to read your mind. Su Ming turned around and took a step into space, instantly disappearing from the 137th expanse cosmos belonging to Bear Chart Tribe. The bald crane followed him after him. Before it left, it turned its head back to cast a smug look at Yen Pei. However, that smugness was only surface level. When Su Ming had filled with the aura of death, it had sensed a fear and a chill it had never sensed before. It was at that moment that Lord Saint Defire Xianxia of Saint Defire's camp had tried to grab the cyclone again. He had indeed managed to seize it, but the moment he touched it, his right hand broke down. His body fell backwards, and he coughed up blood again. This time, his blood had black spots in it, as if he had suffered some sort of backlash. As he staggered back, the cyclone fused into the vortex and disappeared without a trace. That vortex is his life. I used my life in exchange for his so that I could lure it out, but I can do it only once in my life. I had clearly seen his death and seen his will crumble. He died under the power of the broken army, but he had clearly died in the past. Why is he still alive now? Why? How could this be? Xianxia mumbled as coughed up blood again. He then closed his eyes. While he did not die, his constitution was severely damaged, and he fell unconscious. A wave of cold air instantly rose in Xiao Song and Fei Hua's hearts, who were beside him. The two of them looked at each other and fell silent. It was also at that moment that Song San knew. The strongest sovereign of dawn opened his eyes in the spot where he meditated. Fighting spirit and killing intent appeared in his eyes. At the instant Su Ming left the 137th expanse cosmos, he sensed Su Ming's existence. I will fight you, and after that fight, I will be known as Si Nu. Su Ming walked through the galaxy in a long arc wherever he went. The space behind him would shine with a brilliant light. There were circles of light produced when his body scraped against the galaxy. Because of that, wherever Su Ming went, the sky and earth would shake. He did not intentionally conceal his presence, but neither did he specifically have his will spread out. He walked calmly in space with an indifferent look on his face, heading straight to the Spiritling's expanse cosmos based on the map of Dark Dawn, which was now an image in his head. He wanted to go to the Spiritlings. That place was his mother's homeland. There weren't many reasons to visit it, but he wanted to take a look. He was not returning to his roots because Su Ming's roots were not in that place, and neither were they in the fifth true world. His roots were once in the land of berserkers and at another moment in time in the ninth summit, but right then, Su Ming's roots were in his heart. It would be everywhere he went. There was no constant place for it, but that did not mean he drifted about either. It was, in fact, a domain. The expanse cosmos where the spiritlings were located was incredibly far away for an ordinary cultivator. It would require a journey of hundreds or more than 1,000 years to reach that place after moving through expanse cosmos after expanse cosmos. Even if they used relocation runes, the number of crystals that would require would reach astronomical figures. There were few in Dark Dawn's camp who were worthy of moving through expanse cosmoses, but, in truth, there was no need for people to move through many expanse cosmoses. Most cultivators would only have to move through 2 or 3 in their entire life while practicing cultivation. But once a cultivator reached Avacania realm, everything would be different. While they still could not cross immeasurable distances with one thought, it was incredibly easy for them to move through expanse cosmoses, and if that was the case for those in Avacania realm, then it would be even more so for Su Ming. Practically every time he took a step forward, he would cross half of an expanse cosmos. Usually, it took him only 2 steps to move through an expanse cosmos. He continued walking until a barrier of another expanse cosmos appeared before him. Based on the description of the map in his mind, it was where the spiritlings lived. Su Ming stood beyond the barrier. He did not immediately step in. Instead, he closed his eyes, and after quietly sensing the presence of the barrier for a moment, he opened his eyes and took a step forward. When he came into contact with the barrier, he disappeared into it. The bald crane, who had followed him throughout the journey, stepped into the spiritling's expanse cosmos as well. Ripples spread out in a distant galaxy at that moment, and Song San Nu's figure appeared. Killing intent was in his eyes, and there was an awe-inspiring expression on his face. With a swing of his arm, he turned into a long arc. Instantly, he came into contact with the barrier of the expanse cosmos, and as ripples resembling those of a disturbed lake appeared on the barrier, he disappeared as well. There was a huge block of ice floating in the galaxy belonging to the spiritlings. The eyes of the woman Su Ming had seen while in arid triad expanse cosmos flew open at that moment. At the time Su Ming had went into Ein Death Vortex, she had chosen to leave. She returned to Dark Dawn's camp from arid triad's gap, and once she returned to the spiritlings, she chose to isolate herself to train again. Since she had already given Su Ming the sword and did not have the power to retrieve the power of the spiritlings from him, she decided to give up. She did not continue pursuing the matter, because aside from it being related to the sacred lady of the previous generation, the more important reason was that Su Ming had awakened the spiritlings' dragon of destruction. When Su Ming stepped into the territory of the spiritlings, her eyes flew open while in the block of ice. A hint of hesitation appeared in her gaze as she looked into the distance. With her power, it was impossible for her to not notice Su Ming's arrival, and no matter what, she was the spiritling's sacred lady. Su Ming's presence contained the will of the dragon of destruction, which was the brightest light in the darkness for her, and because of it, she could immediately sense it. After all, besides her status as a sacred lady, this expanse cosmos belonged to the spiritlings. They had lived there and grown in numbers for countless years. The expanse cosmos was filled with the wills of countless spiritlings. Su Ming's arrival caused all of them to feel as if they were boiling. They sensed the presence of the dragon of destruction, the supreme spiritling spoken in their legends. Is he here? The woman was silent for a moment before she mumbled under her breath and stood up to disappear from the ice. There was a planet that was not very bright in the spiritling's expanse cosmos, but it was regarded as an incredibly sacred existence. Its name was Bright Violet. Bright Violet Planet was the place where all the past tribe leaders, tribe elders, and the sacred ladies were laid to rest. The ancestors of the spiritlings over the countless years were also buried there. Once they died, every single generation of the important people in the spiritlings was buried on that planet. The sky was blue, and not many stars could be seen in it. The surface of the planet was a boundless ocean, making it clear that this was a planet occupied by ocean. There were quite a lot of islands on it, but no continents. Buried on each island were the tribe leaders, tribe elders, and sacred ladies of a generation. Those islands were densely packed together and were as numerous as the stars. They were protected by the spiritlings every day and every night, which was a tradition which had lasted throughout many ages. At that moment, Su Ming stood quietly in the sky of the planet and looked at the seawater below him. Waves billowed there. When they tumbled about, they looked like sea dragons swimming about. When the sea was calm, it looked like a mirror. However, it was a mirror that could not reflect any images. It only showed the color of the sky. If anyone looked in the direction of Su Ming's gaze, they would see that he was looking at one of the many islands on the sea. That island was not big, but filled with a brilliant green due to all the plants growing on it. There were 3 altars on it, which was similar to the other islands. Each of them had 3 altars, and they were set up to form a triangle. The altar at the top belonged to tribe elders, the one on the bottom right to tribe leaders, and the one on the bottom left to sacred ladies. Su Ming looked over the altars quietly, his gaze penetrating through the distance to land on the tombstone of the sacred lady on the left of the island. The tombstone there was empty. All the islands with the tombstones of sacred ladies had the names of their sacred ladies carved on them. The records of their lives were also carved out. Only that one tombstone was empty. The empty state did not mean that the sacred lady was still alive, since there was no need to erect a tombstone for the living. She had died and was buried in the passage of time. But there were no words on her tombstone, and this provoked much thought. After a long while, Su Ming took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing on top of the altar, directly south of the tombstone. He stared at the empty tombstone. There was not even a name on it. There was only the faint remnant of a soul gathered there, but even it was fading away. The remnant of the soul caused Su Ming's heart to tremble when he sensed it. He stared at the stone monument in a daze, having sensed his mother's presence. Why are there no words on this tombstone? Is it because she did not want the descendants of her tribe to know of her existence, or is it because she doesn't want me? Su Ming was silent. There was a slightly melancholic look on his face. He could not describe what he felt at that moment. There were mixed feelings in him, sentiment and also anguish. "Tell me why?" Su Ming asked while staring at the tombstone. His words were not directed at the empty tombstone, but the person who had appeared behind him. It was not Song San Nu, but a woman. She was the Spiritling's current sacred lady. The woman Su Ming had met in Arid Triad, his aunt. Before she reached the end of her time, she left behind a will saying that we were not supposed to say anything on her tombstone, because she felt that she had wronged the Spiritlings. She did not want her descendants to know her name. The woman who appeared behind Su Ming hesitated for a moment. When her voice echoed in the air, Su Ming brought his hand up swiftly and pushed his hand on the stone monument. His act of pushing his palm against the stone monument stunned the woman. Her first thought was that Su Ming wanted to crush the tombstone. Her expression changed. But just when she was about to move forward, Su Ming lifted his hand from the stone monument. Some stone powder appeared on his hand, and on it were traces of the remnant of the soul. Su Ming held it in his hand, then pushed it at the center of his brow. The marks of time immediately appeared on him. It was there only for a moment before disappearing without a trace. Su Ming turned around and took a step forward, immediately disappearing from the woman's gaze. She did not know where he was going, but her expression kept on changing non-stop. She did not manage to finish her sentence. She only uttered that one word before she stopped speaking. In silence, her gaze turned complicated, and she cast a glance at the altar of the previous tribe elder, which was situated at the top of the triangle. With a sigh in her mind, she turned around to leave. But right when she was about to leave, Su Ming's figure appeared out of nowhere. It was as if he had never disappeared before. The only thing that had gone away was the woman's vision of him. Su Ming had tried to sense the past by fusing himself with time when he cast the Art of Time. Because of that, he would give other people a misconception that he was gone. But in truth, he was always there. At the moment his figure appeared, Su Ming's expression grew dark. There was an anger that was rarely seen in his eyes. It was not a small spark of annoyance, but rage that could burn the heavens. When a weak person became angry, no one would be afraid of them, but when a powerful person became angry, they would affect the universe. When a cultivator was angry, they would cause blood to spill in all directions, but when almighties grew angry, they could reduce the universe to a wasteland. Everyone could see the ferocious look on Su Ming's face. The fire in his eyes felt like it could burn all lives, like a volcano that was about to erupt and bring about the end of the world. What a load of nonsense! Su Ming's voice was gloomy and dark when he turned around to face the woman. Her expression changed. At that moment, she felt as if Su Ming had turned into a murderous fiend from ancient times. With just one sentence and one glance, he caused her heart to roar, and she felt as if she was about to break down. She instinctively took a few steps back. But when she started moving back, Su Ming closed in on her. He raised his right hand and seized her throat. "I won't kill you." The moment Su Ming said those words in a cold tone, he squeezed her throat with his right hand. Her face became pale, but her expression did not change. However, numerous cracks appeared on the huge block of ice she used all year long as her isolation grounds in a spot far away from the island. With a bang, it crumbled to pieces. "I destroyed your life nourishment crystal as punishment for your silence in the past." The woman looked as if she still wanted to say something, but when she heard Su Ming's words, her face turned stark pale. She did not say anything anymore. When Su Ming released his grip, she took a few steps back and coughed up a mouthful of blood. In silence, she cast a glance at the empty tombstone, and tears fell from her eyes. "Big sister, I'm sorry. Next is you. You, who seized your people's kismet for longevity. Today, your longevity comes to an end." Su Ming turned around and lifted his head to cast his gaze on the tombstone of the tribe elder of the same generation. To abyss builders, the past was just a jade slip with history recorded in it, and it coincidentally had time fused into it. Perhaps other people would not be able to find or see the jade slip, which was why it would be difficult for them to know about it. But among the abyss builders who possessed the art of time, some of the powerful warriors could see the ancient past. Su Ming could be said to be the strongest among the abyss builders. Without a lead, he could reverse the time to 10,000 years ago, while with a lead, he would have a specific timeline to go to. He could move further down the passage of time and see everything that he wanted to see, such as the young man in black robes and his mother. She was a woman with a gentle personality. She had waited quietly for Su Ming's father to return, but before he did, Su Zhan died in battle, and Su Ming vanished with him. Such an event had a great impact on her, and she stopped smiling. When she reached the end of her life and she was buried beneath the altar, Su Ming saw in the memories of time that the words on the stone monument had been wiped off by an aged hand. The spiritlings were a curious tribe. Their strength did not lie in the living, but in the ancestors who had died. Their ancestors might have passed away, but in truth, due to the uniqueness of the spiritlings, it would be better to say that they were asleep. As they slept, they could absorb the beliefs of their people who worshipped them to maintain the strength of their souls, so that they could gather together to gain corporeal form. And then, they would wake up. They believed that they would surely wake up. This was what was unique about the spiritlings. It was just like Su Ming's version of Fate Realm among the four realms. He needed external fate to form his own laws of fate, and the ancestors of the spiritlings needed a similar form of power to maintain a certain degree of being imperishable. The worship required the ancestors' names to be known, which was why the ancestors of the spiritlings who died all had their names carved onto their tombstones. The hand that appeared on the tombstone belonging to Su Ming's mother had wiped off her name, which made it impossible for the descendants of the race to worship her, making the soul of Su Ming's mother to dissipate. When the words on the tombstone were wiped off, the current sacred lady, Su Ming's aunt, had witnessed everything with her own eyes. While shivering, she tried to stop the man. But once the owner of the hand cast her a glance, her mind went numb, and she forgot to stop him, allowing him to wipe off all traces of the words on the tombstone. This was the past. It existed in the passage of time, allowing Su Ming to see it clearly. He also saw that the hand who wiped off the name on the tombstone belonged to a middle-aged man. He had no aura of flesh and blood, which meant he was a pure soul. Once he wiped off the words on the tombstone, he returned to his own tomb. The place where he disappeared was the spot where Su Ming had directed his gaze at that moment. It was the grave that belonged to the previous tribe elder. At the instant Su Ming looked over, the tombstone let out a piercing rumble. As it did so, a huge crack appeared on the stone monument, as if it could not withstand the rage in Su Ming's gaze. It was as if everything that Su Ming saw had to be destroyed. Even the dead would have to die again, because the person who wanted to kill them was Su Ming. With a loud bang, the stone monument shattered into pieces. Su Ming took a step forward and raised his right hand to press down on the altar. With that one push, the world roared. It looked like an invisible hand landed on the altar, and it started shattering layer by layer, starting from the platform. In an instant, it was reduced to ashes. A huge mark of a hand appeared on the ground. Beneath it was a shattered coffin. It was red in color, just like blood. At the instant it shattered, a hand shot out from its depths. That hand was withered and bony. Its fingernails were black and 3 feet long. When that arm appeared, a thick aura of death shot up into the sky. The hand pushed forward, and the coffin fell apart to reveal a thin, middle-aged man dressed in a Taoist robe. His hair was graying, and his eyes were long and narrow, but a red light shone in his pupils. A heinous, murderous aura revealed itself, and it immediately caused a disturbance in spirit-ling expanse cosmos. Endless fluctuations of power appeared in it. You! The man had a strangely monstrous yet awe-inspiring air that could shock and intimidate all manner of lives. His words were slow, and his presence made him look like a supreme entity. He seemed to have gathered together the most supreme form of power in the world. Even the ghastly air about him seemed to have descended from all of spirit-ling expanse cosmos. But he only managed to say one word. Before he could utter a second one, Su Ming appeared before him. He lifted his right hand, and before the middle-aged man could react to the situation, Su Ming seized his neck and squeezed it tightly. A cracking sound shot up into the air, and he threw him violently to the ground. Su Ming used his full strength in his grip, so the middle-aged man's neck was completely crushed and his head shattered when it hit the ground. The throw had shaken the whole island. If Su Ming had not wanted the Cultivation planet to be destroyed, his throw could have made the Cultivation planet crumble. The middle-aged man's soul was shaken by Su Ming's sudden action. He let out a shrill scream of pain, and his body disappeared with a bang. He turned into fog, then instantly gathered together in the distance. When he looked at Su Ming, shock was in his eyes. The bizarre and monstrous air about him when he just appeared was gone. Instead, his eyes were wide open with disbelief. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man was the previous tribe leader, and he had met the Sovereign of Dawn plenty of times in the past. His level of cultivation was also just below Avanikea realm. If it was not because of the uniqueness of the spiritlings and him being forced to die, there was a high possibility that he would have reached Avanikea realm by then. However, since he was forced to die, he had become a soul that no longer had a body. With the years of nourishment, his soul had become stronger, and he had begun to gather together a shell that possessed some flesh and blood. However, when Su Ming seized him and threw him just then, all the power of worship he had absorbed was immediately crushed to bits. Su Ming's level of strength made his skin crawl, since it was something he had never encountered in his life. The anger on Su Ming's face also made the middle-aged man feel a chill in his heart. Su Ming did not even bother answering him. Instead, he moved forward, and in an instant he appeared before the middle-aged man. He lifted his right hand and grabbed him. The tribe elder might have died once, but that intense feeling that his life was being threatened instantly rose in his soul again. But he did not dodge. Instead, madness appeared in his eyes. If Su Ming's killing intent was not strong, he would definitely find another way to solve this predicament. But he knew that Su Ming was intent on killing him. It was something he would be unable to resolve or neutralize no matter what. It was because of this that the middle-aged man instantly descended into madness. He did not dare to relax his guard even in the slightest bit, since the pressure Su Ming gave him was just too great. This is the Spiritling's expanse cosmos. Ancestors, please protect me, the middle-aged man immediately roared. At the instant Su Ming came to seize him, the middle-aged man swiftly formed a seal with his arms before him. The tombstones on all the altars on the islands in the planet shuddered. Countless sleeping souls flew up with their eyes shut. In an instant, they surrounded the middle-aged man's body. Those were the ancestors who had fallen asleep over the countless years. Some of them had already woken up, and some of them were still sleeping. But no matter what, the moment the middle-aged man called out to them, they flew out and fused to fight against the great disaster of their race. They had rushed over not because the middle-aged man had great power, but because this was an inborn ability belonging to all tribe elders. They could summon the spirits of their ancestors. The tribe elder of each generation could do this. When all the souls of the ancestors of the Spiritlings surrounded the middle-aged man and formed a vortex to handle Su Ming's hand, the world became dark. Countless ripples appeared in the Spiritling's expanse cosmos. It filled with the Spiritling's presence, and it seemed like the place completely transformed into the Spiritling's world. In fact, there was even a will in this expanse cosmos, and it was the Spiritling's will. No matter how strong you are, when you are among us Spiritlings, then if you suddenly harbor killing intent against me for no reason, you must die, you madman. While the middle-aged man roared out his words, Su Ming's hand touched the vortex. As loud bangs rang out in the air, most of the vortex disintegrated and swept up the middle-aged man 100,000 feet away. A small portion of his soul immediately dissipated, causing his face to turn pale. The shock on his face became greater, but an air of arrogance also filled him. This expanse cosmos belongs to us Spiritlings. This is our sacred land. All the souls in this place and all the presences here, be it the past, present, or future, belong to the Spiritlings, and this is how this expanse cosmos will is formed. Can a mere person like you withstand the will of an expanse cosmos? The middle-aged man had a ferocious expression on his face as he glared at Su Ming. There was an intense madness in his voice. In his mind, since Su Ming wanted to kill him, he would completely destroy him, because he believed that Su Ming's strike could do nothing to him. Su Ming cast the middle-aged man a cold glance, and when he opened his mouth, his words were like a cold breeze that traveled into every direction. All right, I have never intended for you to compensate for your mistakes alone. If that is the case, then I will use all of the souls of your deceased to write down my mother's name on her tombstone again. Did you say that this expanse cosmos belongs to your people? At the instant Su Ming spoke, he lifted his right hand and seized the space in the direction of the sky. With a swift yank, the master of the galaxy changed once more. The will of Spiritling expanse cosmos was just like a firefly's light when compared to Su Ming's will, which was like a bright sun. When Su Ming grabbed it, it crumbled. With a yank, the entire expanse cosmos was instantly filled. With Su Ming's will, the middle-aged man was stunned. He was completely dumbstruck as he stared at the sky with a blank expression. The expanse cosmoses in Dark Dawn's camp could not have any wills born within them. However, over the course of countless years, since every expanse cosmos only had one single race residing in it and there were no mixed races who could be in conflict with each other, singular and weak wills had gradually been born over the years. They could not be counted as real wills, however. They were formed by countless beliefs grouped together. If they had enough time, and if the tribes in these expanse cosmoses could become stronger, they could even invade and occupy the other expanse cosmoses. One day, a real will could eventually be born like that. However, at that moment, even if the Spiritlings had managed to accomplish this with much difficulty and their unique inborn abilities, the will born in the expanse cosmos was still not complete. It could be said that it did not belong to Arid Triad, because this sort of weak will was something Arid Triad would not pay attention to in the slightest. Su Ming also did not pay much attention to them either. With a swing of his arm, he could chase away all such wills. Compared to him, they were so weak that they could not even take a single blow from him. However, when Su Ming swung his arm and the owner of the galaxy was replaced with his will, He could sense clearly that the will he had chased away was shattering to bits before they came forth to fuse with him. This scene caused Su Ming's eyes to constrict in a barely noticeable fashion. He could no longer possess the other true worlds. It was the warning Arid Triad had given to him. If Su Ming violated this rule within the 100 years, Arid Triad would descend, and the disaster would be brought ahead of schedule. This was not what Su Ming wanted to see, which was why he did not continue to stir up Arid Triad's wariness against him. But right then, the changes in this place caused Su Ming's pupils to shrink. At the same time, he thought of a method to get out of the situation. The instant the Expanse Cosmos will was changed in a manner as if Su Ming had just deceived heaven itself, the middle-aged man was rendered flabbergasted. When he sucked in a sharp breath, he instinctively moved backwards with disbelief and shock on his face. You! Before he could finish speaking, Su Ming had already turned his head around to look at him coldly. He moved and instantly closed in on the middle-aged man, who shuddered. He quickly moved back, spread his arms, formed a seal, then pushed one hand towards the sky and the other downwards before he roared. Ancestors of spiritlings, gather your souls on my body. Once he spoke, the planet trembled with a bang. The souls of the spiritlings' ancestors on the countless islands gathered on him and fused into his body, causing his level of cultivation to continuously increase. In an instant, he surpassed Avacania realm, but his cultivation base was still increasing at an explosive rate. However, Su Ming was unperturbed by it. He simply allowed the middle-aged man's cultivation base to become increasingly stronger and his expression to become more ferocious with each passing moment. When Su Ming closed in on the man, he brought his right hand up and swung his arm. Booming sounds echoed in the air, and the middle-aged man swiftly moved back. He coughed up a mouthful of spirit aura and threw his head back to roar madly at the sky. Many souls instantly gathered around him. They were the ancestors of the spiritlings. At that moment, they looked like black clouds from a distance. They swept out in all directions and charged towards Su Ming. The black clouds looked as if they had turned into a huge mouth, and it was about to devour Su Ming in one bite. But the moment they came into contact with him, Su Ming let out a cold harumph. He seized the air with his right hand, and it immediately turned into a huge hand to catch the black cloud that came to devour him. Booming sounds echoed through all of the spiritling expanse cosmos, and the black cloud that was formed by countless spiritling ancestors gathered together let out a shrill roar. When it shuddered, it looked as if it tried to break free from Su Ming's hand, but it could not do so. Once Su Ming seized it, the black cloud's roars shook the sky and earth. Countless shadows appeared that fought against each other to flee from the black cloud, but they could not do so. They could only be held by Su Ming and go down with him until he stood before the empty tombstone. Su Ming grabbed the huge black cloud with his right hand, then lifted his index finger. By using the black cloud as ink, he started carving words on the empty tombstone. Mother, Chun Su's grave. Every single time he wrote a word, shrill roars that were constantly increasing in intensity came from the black cloud. Each word contained a number of the souls of the spiritling's ancestors. They continued dissipating as they roared because Su Ming was using them in words to worship his mother. The black cloud continued shrinking non-stop, and a wave of despair enveloped the souls in it. It was especially so for the middle-aged man. His voice was the shrillest. The pain the souls suffered was indescribable. They felt like the entire world was inflicting pain on them. Those who had died once would have two different reactions. One of them would be indifference to death, but most people would become even more fearful of death, and the ancestors of the spiritlings were the latter type. As they screamed shrilly in pain, Su Ming began carving words on the tombstone again. Your son, Su Ming, will use the souls of the spiritlings to honor you. When Su Ming finished writing, the black cloud in his right hand dissipated. The last to dissipate was the middle-aged man. Once his soul was crushed, Su Ming wrote the final word. The pain of despair caused the middle-aged man to feel as if he was about to go mad. At the moment before he dissipated, he felt as if he had returned to the past. When he saw the sacred lady of their people giving birth to that bastard fathered by a foreigner, the jealousy and madness in his heart had caused him to wipe off her existence once she passed away. This was the final scene in his memories, and after that, everything was empty. The carving of the words used up all the souls of the spiritling's ancestors. Su Ming could not accept just punishing one tribe elder. If the sacred lady of the current generation had not stopped the event and was punished for it, then the spiritling's ancestors who had watched the words on the tombstone belonging to Su Ming's mother being wiped off and her soul dissipating would not receive forgiveness either. Since they did not stop him, they were in the wrong. When Su Ming unfurled his right hand, everything was silent around him. He stared at the tombstone quietly, then knelt down and stayed like that for 3 days. Then Su Ming stood up. He cast a glance at the tombstone again before he turned around and walked into the air. The galaxy was filled with his will, and countless wisps of the expanse cosmos will fused into him non-stop. As they gathered on Su Ming's will, it was nourished, and he became slightly stronger than before. He walked through the spiritling's galaxy, and the bald crane followed behind him. It did not speak, because it had seen Su Ming's actions on the planet. It saw Su Ming kneeling for a prolonged period of time in front of the tombstone. After that it stayed beside Su Ming and just walked forward quietly. It did not know where Su Ming wanted to go, but since Su Ming did not want to speak, then it would also keep quiet. They continued walking until an incredibly ordinary-looking planet appeared before them. It did not have much spiritual energy, and it was incredibly desolate. There weren't even many cultivators there. Su Ming stared at the planet in silence for a moment before he walked over. He landed on an unbroken mountain range to the northeast of the planet and looked down on a village at the foot of the mountain. It was his mother's homeland, which he had seen when he saw the soul fragments past. He watched it silently, and after a long while he said faintly, "Either you go away or you go away." Su Ming's murderous aura had not dissipated, and it was impossible for it to dissipate just because he had wiped off all the ancestors' souls to worship his mother. Even though he had never met his mother before, she was still his mother. Her soul had dissipated by then, and the reason for it was because of the previous tribe elder. Su Ming was already being merciful by not destroying all the spiritlings. The murderous aura in his heart did not dissipate. At that moment, if someone who could not read the mood came to provoke him, that person would have to face Su Ming, whose killing intent had reached a murderous degree. And precisely at that moment, a person who could not read the mood appeared. "You're far too conceited." A cold and sinister voice echoed in the air. Song San Nu swiftly appeared on another mountain not too far from Su Ming. When he looked at Su Ming, an intense fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. "I am a sovereign of dawn in Avicania realm." Song San Nu had just started speaking and had yet to say his name while swinging his arm when Su Ming turned his head around. A hint of ferociousness as well as killing intent appeared on his face. "Get lost." When he said that one word, the world rumbled. The planet trembled slightly, and the entire expanse cosmos began shuddering. His voice was like roaring thunder, and the instant it reverberated through the expanse cosmos, the air in front of Su Ming distorted. Song San Nu's expression changed drastically. The mountain range beneath him crumbled in an instant. It did not shatter to pieces but was instantly reduced to ash. Song San Nu coughed up 7 consecutive mouthfuls of blood, and he was forced back about 70,000 feet. When he finally managed to stop, he lifted his head swiftly, and shock appeared on his face. When Su Ming's voice echoed through spiritling expanse cosmos, Song San Nu's heart shuddered. During that moment, 3 black-robed men appeared in spiritling expanse cosmos with bodies surrounded by fog. The 3 of them swiftly spread out, and as they traveled forward, Su Ming's will came into contact with them, but it would phase through them as if they were invisible. It seemed like his will could not detect the 3 black-robed men, like there was some strange object on the trio's bodies that would allow them to avoid his will. The 3 split into 3 directions. When they moved, they created multiple versions of themselves and entered almost each of the cultivation planets in spiritling expanse cosmos in search of the powerful warriors in this galaxy. Once they did, they would whisper to them. Spiritling Expanse Cosmos will has been seized by someone else. This person has great bloodlust, is brutal and callous. Now that your Expanse Cosmos will has been snatched away, the Expanse Cosmos life will definitely end within 500 years, and a disaster will fall on you. In fact, from now on, all of the cultivators in this Expanse Cosmos will no longer be able to advance in your levels of cultivation, because this person has already taken away everything that belongs to you. This person has the personality of a demon, and his power is like that of a tree. When there are plenty of trees, a forest will be formed. We cannot cut it down, and neither can we destroy it. We can only seal it. We come from Life Extermination Hall. The three black-robed men searched for all the powerful warriors they could find in Spiritling Expanse Cosmos and said those words to them. The powerful warriors fell silent upon hearing them. They would normally not believe in unknown people's words so easily, but the name of Life Extermination Hall seemed to have chased away all their doubts and turned them into belief. There was one of the black-robed men in the Cultivation planet where Su Ming stood. Once he said his things and walked out of a cave abode. He lifted his head and cast a glance at the sky. With it, a drop of crimson blood appeared at the center of his brow. It looked like it had been branded into his forehead. When it shone with a red light, it allowed him to see far into the distance, and he saw Su Ming standing at the top of the mountain. He also saw the shocked Song San-nu. He's just a mere cultivator in Avacania realm. How dare he provoke a person like this? Humph, this person is highly valued by the progenitor, and he has been preparing for that person for years. There is no way a mere cultivator in Avacania realm can affect him. If it weren't because the progenitor has given us his origin blood, we would not dare to show even a single strand of hair before this person. But now, even if this person has already surpassed Arid Triad, he will still be unable to find us. The black-robed man said faintly and swung his arm to turn into a long arc that flew into the sky before he disappeared without a trace. Song San-nu stared at Su Ming in shock. His face was slightly pale, but when he gritted his teeth, the unwillingness to admit defeat appeared on his face. Madness burned in his eyes. As if he had something he could depend on that made him absolutely confident that he could kill Su Ming. His will to fight instantly burned again. I am Song San-nu, and I am here to challenge you. Is this person an idiot? The bald crane laid down in a lackadaisical fashion beside Su Ming, then cast a sideways glance at the roaring Song San-nu. Strange. Why is there such a strange person in Dark Dawn's camp? Su Ming forced him back 70,000 feet with a shout, and he still dares to challenge him. The bald crane scrutinized Song San-nu, and it determined that he was an idiot. Dark Dawn's camp is quite interesting. Among the three sovereigns of Dawn, one is Yen Pei, and another one is an idiot. I wonder what the third one is like. A smug look appeared on the bald crane's face. It felt that if they were to compare their intelligences, the bald crane would definitely have the upper hand. I have killed 3 people from the previous aeon who had woken up, so you will be the 4th I will kill. Then, I will change my name to Song Si-nu. As Song San-nu roared, he raised his hands and swung them. The area around him was immediately dyed crimson. A strong bloody stench instantly filled the area. Once it did, the old man lifted his right hand and pushed downwards. Blood spirit. Roars immediately echoed in the blood-red world. 5 figures gathered up in the bloody air. They looked contorted and were covered in fresh blood. At the moment they appeared, they looked at Su Ming, then turned into 5 long arcs that charged towards him. As they approached him, Su Ming scowled. His murderous aura erupted from him at that moment. He brought his right hand up, then seized the air in front of him. With it, the incoming 5 blood spirits shuddered before they broke down into countless droplets of blood that charged towards Su Ming's right hand. They merged together to form a blood pearl above his palm. With a fierce squeeze, the blood pearl shattered, and ripples even stirred up in the air around him, causing distortions to appear. Then, the blood-red world shattered in the manner akin to how a mirror would break. Song San-nu's expression changed again. When he staggered backwards, he coughed up blood, but he still did not give up. Great confidence showed on his face. It stayed with him, causing him to believe that no matter what, he would definitely win the fight. He bit the tip of his tongue and coughed up blood. It immediately turned into a blood dragon, and once it roared at the sky, it sucked in a sharp breath. The crumbling blood-red world was immediately sucked into its mouth, and its body swelled up to 10,000 feet before it charged towards Su Ming. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your request. Su Ming's expression was dark. When he spoke, he took a step forward. He did not try to evade the blood dragon charging at him, but simply allowed it to open its mouth and devour him. The moment they came into contact with each other, Su Ming did not even bother to attack. However, the blood dragon let out a shrill scream of pain. Devouring Su Ming was like devouring an entire galaxy, and it was beyond what it could manage. Even colliding against him made it feel as if it had crashed into a wall that could not be shaken. The rebound that came back at it caused the blood dragon to roar in pain, and its body instantly crumbled. Su Ming did not stop. With one step, he instantly appeared beside Song San Nu. He lifted his right hand and swung his arm, and Su Ming's will descended with a bang. Slave 1. Song San Nu's expression changed. When he swiftly retreated, he opened his mouth and spat out a pearl. It let out a bang and crumbled to turn into green fog. When it collided with Su Ming's will, booming sounds filled the air, and a withered hand stretched out from the green fog. A presence that did not belong to their aeon spread out from the arm. It moved so fast that the instant Su Ming's will came into contact with it, it tried to grab his right hand. Su Ming let out a cold harumph and simply allowed the right hand to seize his arm. Then he flipped his hand and pushed forward. With that push, the world roared, wind blew, and the green fog vanished to reveal a mummy that was once a child of about 8 or 9 years old. Red light was in the mummy's eyes. It did not possess any intelligence, and once it grabbed Su Ming's right hand, it pounced on him. Su Ming flung his arm, and a huge force erupted from his body to rush into the mummy's body. With a bang, the mummy crumbled. You have indeed surpassed a normal cultivator in Avacania realm, and you are indeed worthy of killing some of the weaker people who woke up. But you should not have provoked me, Su Ming said flatly. With the mummy alone, Song San Nu already possessed the right to threaten some of those in Avacania realm. I'm very curious. What sort of method did you use to kill those who woke up? And why do you have such confidence that made you provoke me? Su Ming's eyes flashed. He did not care about the old man's appearance, but the mummy and its presence made it obvious that they were a sleeping person from the previous aeon. Su Ming had met this sort of person before, but he could not kill him. He could only seal him. Yet right then, there was clearly the aura of death on the mummy, and its intelligence had clearly been wiped off before it was refined into a weapon. You can experience it yourself. Madness appeared on Song San Nu's face. Once Su Ming destroyed the first mummy, he took a few steps backwards, and when he opened his mouth, he spat out another pearl that immediately turned into black air. Right after that, the third pearl flew out from Song San Nu's mouth. The two pearls practically appeared at the same time. Once they turned into black and white fog respectively, two mummies appeared in them. One of them belonged to a man, and the other to a woman. When they appeared, the presence that did not belong to the current aeon appeared once more. Once the two mummies appeared, the baffling confidence showed up on Song San Nu's face again. Su Ming did not believe that the old man before him was an idiot or a madman who lusted after battles. On the contrary, Su Ming believed that the old man definitely had a skill in hand that allowed him such confidence, and that skill should be so incredibly powerful that it defied the laws of heaven. This belief was incredibly strong. While Su Ming did not sense any form of danger from the old man, but that belief was strong in his heart every single time they clashed. There was no way anyone who reached Avacania realm could be a fool. If the person dared to appear before him and still chose to attack after hearing his roar, it interested Su Ming. In the face of the two people who had once woken up but whose consciousness and lives had been wiped off so they became puppets, Su Ming seized air with his right hand. The end of Will's sword immediately appeared in his hand. With one slash, two rays of dazzling purple light instantly appeared. Once that purple light sliced through the mummies, the two puppets jolted and were torn apart in front of Su Ming before they were reduced to ash. During that moment, the sword in Su Ming's hand flew out and charged towards the center of Tsang San Nu's brow. He wanted to force the old man to use that skill which gave him such confidence. He wanted to see just what caused this person to be so confident and what had allowed him to kill 3 powerful warriors from the previous aeon who had fused with their other selves. The purple light from the end of Will's sword instantly closed in on its target. Tsang San Nu's expression changed. He instantly moved back, and a hint of ferociousness appeared on his face. Since all of his methods were useless against Su Ming and his 3 slaves, his killing moves could not even withstand a single blow. He could only use his final attack. He believed that once he brought out this item, Su Ming would be just like the other 3 people who had woken up. He would immediately die due to the shockwave, and he would instantly be able to turn the tides of battle and become the final winner. He believed in this firmly, because the item's strength was one which had never disappointed him before. He had not immediately brought the item out but kept it for the final moment because he liked the excitement and striking back when it looked like his opponent had the complete advantage. He could overturn all his enemies' advantages, which meant that his target would be struck by despair at the moment they were feeling the most confident. He loved watching how their expressions changed. That was why he did not feel any sense of loss when his 3 slaves were destroyed, because he knew that he was about to obtain a puppet who was even stronger than those 3 slaves, with confidence and madness on his face. Right when the end of Will's sword closed in on him, Tsang San Nu threw his head back and laughed loudly. As he did so, he brought his right hand up and viciously struck the spot between his eyebrows. The clothes covering his chest were torn, and once his chest was revealed, Su Ming saw that there was a thin membrane the size of a palm on the old man's chest. It looked to be stuck to his body. When Su Ming saw it, a sense of danger instantly rose within him, and his heart jolted. It was at that moment that the end of Will's sword closed in on the old man, and an ancient presence swiftly spread out from the thin membrane. Su Ming's end of Will's sword shuddered swiftly, and it could no longer move forward. Everything in the area instantly fell silent. Su Ming stared at the membrane in fixation, and a loud bang shot up in his mind. This presence. Harmonious Morris Alba's presence. Su Ming instantly reached a conclusion. The thin membrane stuck on Tsang San Nu's chest had Harmonious Morris Alba's presence. It was so thick that it even surpassed the presence he sensed previously on Harmonious Morris Alba's will. This is. When Su Ming's pupils shrank and Tsang San Nu's ferocious laughter echoed in the air, he brought up his right hand and took off the thin membrane from his chest. He flung it forward, and the thin membrane instantly fused with the air before it reappeared the next instant before the shuddering end of Will's sword. When it passed through it gently, the end of Will's sword began shattering and breaking down inch by inch. The racial vessel of Great Abyss tribe shattered to pieces at that instant. It was as if no existence could not stop the thin membrane no matter what they did. Everything that touched it would be instantly destroyed. The air shattered, the galaxy shuddered, and a powerful sense of danger enveloped Su Ming's heart. If he had not met the black-robed young man, this would be the strongest presence he had ever felt. But now, while the thin membrane gave Su Ming a feeling that it could kill him, it was unable to shock him. Su Ming also understood from where Tsang San Nu confidence stemmed and why he dared to provoke him. All of the answers to his questions lay in that item. The thin membrane instantly closed in on him, and a brilliant light appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He did not retreat. When he lifted his right hand, the wills of Morning Tao, Immortal Sect, Sky Hill, and the Emperor of Abyss True World instantly gathered on him. The full power of his cultivation base erupted from him. His will spread out until it reached 2 fingers on his raised right hand. He pointed them towards the incoming membrane, but he did not tap it. Instead, he had his fingers clamp down on it. Su Ming was definitely not thinking about just resisting the item. He wanted to make it his own. Derision appeared on Tsang San Nu's face. There were a lot of people who had died under his supreme treasure, and among them, there were those who believed that they had great divine abilities and wanted to claim this item as their own. Yet the moment they touched it, either their bodies would be crushed or they would be wiped off till even their souls were gone. Based on his experiences with Su Ming's level of cultivation, he should not be reduced to ash. Instead, he would become an empty shell suitable for him to refine into a puppet. Song San-nu's ferocious smile became even more brilliant as he watched the thin membrane come into contact with Su Ming's fingers and Su Ming clamping down on it with his fingers. Die! Die! Song San-nu laughed arrogantly and walked towards Su Ming. That was his personality. He would not attack and kill his enemies with this method straight away, but would first toy with them, causing them to believe that they were the ones toying with him. Only at the end would they realize that the one toyed with was never Song San-nu himself. In fact, he had already thought of how he wanted to refine Su Ming into a puppet. He took another step forward, but right at the moment his foot landed, his smile froze, and true shock appeared on his face. He saw Su Ming shuddering, but there were signs of him shattering or his intelligence being wiped off. Instead, he gave off a feeling that he was fighting against the thin membrane. It was the first time Song San-nu was completely and truly stunned. Su Ming was not the only one trembling, after all. The thin membrane was shuddering too. Su Ming fixed his stare on the thin membrane in his hand. At the moment he touched it, his will boiled with a bang. It was boiling so intensely that Su Ming felt that an endless, boundless storm had stirred up in his mind, and it was sweeping through his divine sense. His will was fighting against the thin membrane. As they suppressed each other, Su Ming's eyes filled with blood capillaries. At the instant a hint of madness appeared on his face. The image of a butterfly appeared behind him. Regardless of whether it was harmonious Morris Alba or arid triad, their wills took the form of butterflies, and as the third great will, Su Ming would naturally have the image of a butterfly once he brought out his full strength. At the instant the butterfly's shadow appeared, the thin membrane began shuddering even more violently. A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. He pulled back his right hand, and a loud bang shot up into the air. Su Ming staggered 10,000 feet backwards and coughed up 8 mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale, but crazed delight was in his eyes. He lifted his hand slowly and looked at the thin membrane clamped between his fingers. Standing not too far away was Song San-nu with a stark pale face. The scene before him overturned all that he knew. His body shuddered, and for the first time, real terror appeared in his heart. This was the first time he met someone that the thin membrane could not kill. It was also the first time he met someone else besides himself who could subjugate it, and he had only been able to do it because his tribe had been worshipping it for countless years before they obtained a hint of power to control it. However, he could only stick it to his chest, then throw it to kill someone. He did not know about any other methods to use it, much less how to utilize it well. When he saw that Su Ming was staring at the thin membrane, Song San-nu shuddered, and he felt his skin crawl. Without any hesitation, he turned around and used all his power to execute his fastest speed. He fled as if he had gone mad. He was afraid, and it was fear and terror that he had not felt before. He did not know why Su Ming could subjugate the thin membrane, but in his mind, he could still see how the membrane had shuddered. At first glance, the shudders were due to the membrane struggling and fighting against Su Ming, but when he recalled what had happened, those shudders were clearly a form of excitement. When he thought of this, Song San-nu felt so indignant that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He felt indignant, incredibly indignant. He had come with great confidence, but in the end, he had run over in vain and even delivered his supreme treasure into Su Ming's hands. Su Ming did not pay any attention to Song San-nu's departure. At that moment, he had directed all his attention to the thin membrane in his hand. He caressed it. The crazed delight in his eyes was gradually hidden away, replaced by a glint of surprise. This is a fragment of harmonious Morris Alba's wing. Judging by how it looks and its presence, it clearly came from the same source as harmonious Morris Alba's will. Unless it belongs to another butterfly, it has come from harmonious Morris Alba itself, which is the expanse cosmos I currently reside in. But There were no damaged parts in all the expanse cosmoses in harmonious Morris Alba to which I've gone. Then where did this fragment come from? A profound look appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and his gaze suddenly focused. The butterfly has 4 wings. One of them is harmonious Morris Alba, another is Arid Triad, and one of them is Dark Dawn and Saint Defire. Then that leaves the 4th expanse cosmos. Could it be that the fragment came from that place? If it truly came from there, then how did Song San Nu obtain it? A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. When he raised his head, he no longer found any traces of Song San Nu in his line of vision. He let out a cold harumph and put away the fragment of the butterfly's wing. With a single move, he stepped into the air to give chase. Song San Nu's face was pale. Cold sweat continued breaking out on his forehead. He was afraid now, completely terrified. It was not that he did not know about Su Ming's strength, but before this, he had absolute confidence that he could win. He believed that the so-called strongest of this aeon could only turn into a puppet before his supreme treasure. He did not think that any sort of unforeseen circumstances could ever appear because the fragment had been unbeatable multiple times in the past. This nature of the membrane had brought him indescribable confidence. Regardless of whether it was Dark Dawn, Saint Defire, or even Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos, he did not regard them with any heed. With the fragment, he stood above all cultivators. If Su Ming had not stepped into Death Vortex and entered harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos, then before the fragment he could only die. It would be virtually impossible for him to escape this disaster. In fact, even if Su Ming had come out of Death Vortex and had obtained the wills of 4 great true worlds to become the strongest will second only to Arid Triad and harmonious Morris Alba in this butterfly's universe, he would still have been unable to subjugate the fragment so easily. The main reason why he could do it was because Su Ming had used the aura in the stone and cast the art of time to return to the past, allowing him to personally witness the black-robed man absorbing the butterfly. Once he saw that shocking scene, Su Ming overcame his fears and launched his strongest strike with his will against the black-robed young man from the past. Su Ming's will might have disintegrated because of that strike, but in exchange, he went through a metamorphosis that allowed him to gain a new life. It was born after he overcame his fears and obtained a different mindset. Once he saw a powerful existence who could destroy a butterfly, it was naturally impossible for him to be shocked in any way when he saw a butterfly's wing fragment. That was why Su Ming could use his will and fight against the fragment until it acknowledged the presence of harmonious Morris Alba on him and let itself be subjugated. All of this might sound simple, but to Su Ming, it had been a great, life-threatening disaster. Once he resolved it, he narrowed his eyes and lifted his head to look in the direction Song San Nu had left. With one step, he rose into the air to give chase. With Su Ming's level of cultivation, it was incredibly easy for him to catch a person, especially since the expanse cosmos in this place had already been filled with his will. With one thought, his figure appeared in the galaxy, and not too far away from him was the pale Song San Nu. Great regret filled Song San Nu's heart. At the instant Su Ming's figure appeared, he turned his head around, and despair appeared on his face. The regret in his heart was one he had never experienced before in his whole life, and the despair drowned him like an ocean. Once he was submerged, he could no longer remember anything. Su Ming's figure grew larger in his eyes until it replaced everything in his mind. A ferocious look appeared on his face, and in desperation, he chose to self-destruct. Even if he had to die, he would do it by indulging in an act of madness. This was his pride as a cultivator in Avicania realm, but it was insignificant before absolute power. When facing Su Ming, he did not have the right to self-destruct. Su Ming's hand pushed down on the top of Song San Nu's skull. Then with a light tap, the tremor immediately shattered Song San Nu's entire cultivation base. At the same time, his soul scattered, and Su Ming's soul surged into him. He used his will to perform a soul-seek on Song San Nu. As Su Ming searched through his soul, Song San Nu trembled violently. His face contorted. The pain he felt at that moment was the worst he had felt in his whole life, but he could not fight against it. From the moment he decided to attack Su Ming, his fate had already been sealed. Su Ming did not show any mercy. He had killed his whole life, and his murderous aura surged to the heavens. He had always been incredibly ruthless against those who came on their own to provoke him. And it was especially so since Song San Nu's memories contained something that perked his interest. Since that was the case, there was even less reason for him to let the man escape. Time trickled by. When the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn was over, Su Ming lifted his right hand from Song San Nu's head, and with a jolt, Song San Nu's soul shattered completely. Cracks appeared on his body, and they continued spreading until his body broke apart and he turned into ashes that fell away from Su Ming's hand. It was just like how ashes would return to ashes, and how dust would return to dust. All things would eventually return to the embrace of earth, never to return. If time could reverse and if Song San Nu knew about it, he would definitely not choose to stand against Su Ming. The truth had also proven that Yen Pei's actions were correct, and that Zi Ruo was also correct. The moment Song San Nu died, Yen Pei, who was searching for the signs of Xianxia Zi and the others in a galaxy within Dark Dawn's camp, suddenly shuddered. His expression changed, and he brought his right hand up to pat his storage bag. Immediately, a jade slip appeared on his palm. That jade slip had cracks on it. At that moment, right when Yen Pei cast a glance at it, the jade slip turned to powder. Yen Pei was silent. After a long while, he let out a long sigh. The jade slip was Song San Nu's slip of life. As sovereigns of dawn, the three of them each had their own slips of life so that they would know whether the others were still alive. Song San Nu died. The only person who could kill him is Su Ming. I gave him a warning, but Cam San Nu's character. Yen Pei shook his head and no longer thought about it. Instead, he raised his chin up to complete Su Ming's orders even more enthusiastically than before. If Yen Pei could sense Song San Nu's death, then the only woman among the three sovereigns of dawn in Dark Dawn's camp, Zi Ruo of the Heavenly Foxes, naturally sensed it as well. She was sitting at the center of a complicated rune on the altar belonging to the Heavenly Foxes. Before her was a swirling pink fog. Her beautiful face was very peaceful, but suddenly, she opened her eyes with a hint of shock. Because of it, she appeared even more striking than before. It was enough for the hearts of all those who saw her to be tempted, regardless of whether they were men or women. This sort of beauty surpassed all other forms of beauty in the universe. In fact, it would cause people to have the urge to keep this woman hidden after they saw her. If they did not have this beauty in their possession, they would be committing a slight against themselves. She bit her bottom lip and stood up gently. There was a piece of silk gauze draped over her body so that no one could see her skin, but they could see her willow-like petite figure. It was enough to gather all gazes on her. It almost seemed like the woman had collected all beauty to herself. She lowered her head, and when she lifted her hand, a cracked jade slip appeared on her palm. As she watched the jade slip turn into ash, Zi Ruo sighed softly. Why did you have to do this? Even if you had absolute confidence, you should not have done this. It's impossible for Yen Pei to have lied about that person's strength. Even if he lied, he would belittle that person instead. He would not exaggerate his strength. But since he clearly did not belittle that person's strength nor exaggerate it, then based on our understanding of Yen Pei, that person must have surely subdued him and filled him with admiration to the point that he was willing to return to his past self, which was obsequious to others to curry their favor. When Zi Ruo sighed, and a strange, brilliant light instantly appeared in her eyes. This is what it means to be the strongest person. Looks like I'll have to be faster with my plan. If I can push him down? As Zi Ruo mumbled, a faint red hue dusted her cheeks, but the resolve on her face grew firmer. With a calm expression, Su Ming watched Song San Nu's body turn into nothingness. Then he lifted his head and stared into the distant galaxy. Viridian gods, a tribe that loved going to all the strange places in the universe when the three ancient kingdoms were still around. The people of this tribe ventured out in search of all sorts of ruins once they became of age. As for the fragment, a Viridian god obtained it at some unknown place and brought it back to his people. Viridian gods were eventually killed by Song San Nu, and he obtained this item by chance. Su Ming thought back on the scenes he saw in Xianxia news memories. After a moment of pensive silence, he moved and disappeared into the air. When he reappeared, he had already left spiritling Expanse Cosmos. He moved through Expanse Cosmoses, and when he went to each, he would spread his will through it without hesitation. In an instant, the weak wills that had just been born in each Expanse Cosmos were absorbed, and as he walked past them, Su Ming's own will became stronger, but he did not attract Arid Triad's attention. This was because Su Ming did not possess them, and neither did he occupy the Expanse Cosmos. He instead devoured the wills and made them fuse with him to complete himself. However, even after Su Ming had obtained the butterfly's wing fragment, he did not notice that every single time he walked past an Expanse Cosmos and devoured its will, the three black-robed men would split themselves to appear before each powerful warrior there, telling them in the name of Life Extermination Hall that the spirit of their Expanse Cosmos had been devoured, that their levels of cultivation would no longer increase, their lives would wither away, and all of it was because of a person called Su Ming. If Su Ming was not sealed, they would surely die, and a disaster would definitely fall on their heads. There was only one way to solve this predicament. They had to work together to seal the evil Su Ming. Every Expanse Cosmos Su Ming walked past filled with rumor. A hatred towards Su Ming gradually grew in many cultivators' hearts. They believed in Life Extermination Hall, and they believed even more so in their divine senses, which told them, when they sent them sweeping through their Expanse Cosmoses, that it had become much more withered than before. When one or two people hated a person, that power would not be strong. If hundreds or thousands hated one person, they could no longer be underestimated. If 10,000 or 100,000 people hated a person, then the force of their hatred would begin to take shape. If 1 million, 10 million, or more people hated a person, then no matter what that person did, it was evil. Even if he was doing good, it would still be evil. And at that moment, every single time Su Ming walked past an Expanse Cosmos, this sort of seeds would be scattered, and they were slowly showing signs of growing. But Su Ming did not notice the three black-robed men. They simply did not exist within the area covered by his will. In fact, he was not the only one who did not notice them, for even Arid Triad did not notice them. Harmonious Morris Alba could not do it either. Unless it possessed its complete body once more, it would be unable to notice them. The main reason for all of this was because someone had placed a drop of fresh blood on the three black-robed men's foreheads, and that blood could deceive heaven itself. That blood was the heaven deceiver blood. Su Ming moved so quickly that he managed to move through the Expanse Cosmoses in a flash, and he only stopped at an Expanse Cosmos that was located rather far away from Bear Chart Tribe. The place was in ruins, and the barrier to that Expanse Cosmos had been sealed. The person who had done so was Xianxia Nu. When he destroyed the Viridian gods in the past, he had sealed up their Expanse Cosmos and turned it into his private property. No outsider was allowed to step foot in it. His seal was so strong that only those in Avacania realm could break it, which was why no one dared to try it. Xianxia Nu was also so strong that he was the leader of the Sovereigns of Dawn. Hence, even those in Avacania realm would not dare to break the seal to his place. After Xianxia Nu died, the seal became like a tree without roots. It started gradually dissolving. Su Ming watched the barrier of the Expanse Cosmos before him and took a step forward. The bald crane was the first to fly out, and as it let out a loud cry, it rammed its head against the barrier. When it phased through the barrier, Su Ming also walked through it. Everything before him was ruins. Countless corpses floated in the galaxy, but they did not rot. The wreckage of the planets filled the galaxy. The space was full of the aura of death, which made it look like hell. Su Ming swept his gaze over the area before his eyes landed at the center of the Expanse Cosmos. There was a tall palace there. It was damaged, but it did not collapse. It exuded an ancient presence, and the opened gates showed that everything inside was dark. It looked like a dead creature with its mouth wide open. Based on Xianxia Nu's memories, he had obtained the wing fragment from the palace. Su Ming swept his gaze over it, and with one move, he crossed an incredibly great distance to appear outside the palace. Then he stepped inside it. At the instant he walked in, The oil lamps all around him lit up on their own, showering him in light. With it, Su Ming saw a chair at the center of the palace. Sitting cross-legged on it was a corpse. It belonged to an old man who had lost his life force. He was sitting quietly with his back straight. His right palm faced upwards, as if there was originally something placed there. Su Ming stared at the old man's corpse. In Song San Nu's memories, when he stepped into the palace, the old man was already dead, and he had been holding the wing fragment in his right hand. Su Ming swept his gaze past the old man and looked around himself. There were a few murals around him, but they were very faint. Due to the passing of time and the destruction of the Viridian gods, everything that remained was only a relic of the past. But this did not affect Su Ming in the slightest. He walked to the old man and lifted his right hand to push it against the old man's own. At the moment they touched, Su Ming executed the art of time. He continued standing in the hall, but the things he saw before his eyes were countless scenes that looked as if they were turning backwards. They passed by his eyes swiftly, as if time was moving in reverse. The murals became clearer, and the dust gradually vanished. When everything was as good as new, Su Ming saw Song San Nu's figure appear in the hall. With a murderous bloodlust, the high-spirited Song San Nu rained down bloody murder. Once he appeared in the hall and saw the old man's corpse, his expression turned incredibly complicated. After a long while, he took the fragment away from the old man's hand. "Elder, when you chased me out of the tribe, did you ever think that I, Song Nu, would one day return like this?" A ferocious expression appeared on Song San Nu's face, but after remaining silent for some time, he chose to only sigh and take the fragment with him. Then he turned around and left. Time continued reversing, and Su Ming saw that before Song San Nu arrived in the hall, it was frequently cleaned and tidied up. There were also people worshipping it. The Viridian gods lived in an age of prosperity, but while the murals were no longer blurry, the carvings depicting only normal ceremonies of people coming for worship. There was nothing about them that could benefit Su Ming. That was until he saw many people carving those murals. They went from being clear to being indistinct again. When the walls became blank, new murals appeared, and these events repeated themselves. The murals were continuously carved out by someone, then repeatedly changed, but none of them were useful to Su Ming. But he was not in a hurry, so he continued to execute his art of time and watch in silence. He lost track of how many times the murals around him had been changed. It lasted until the corpse before Su Ming slowly regained life force. When it came off of the corpse in thick waves, the old man returned to the time when he had yet to die. He stood in the hall with a pained expression while berating a teenager. That teenager knelt on the ground with his head lowered, but Su Ming could see the unwillingness to admit his wrongs and his resentment. The teenager was Song San Nu. Then Su Ming saw the hall in an even more complete state. Time continued reversing. The old man was silently looking at the wing fragment. He then lifted his right hand and wiped off all the murals around him. At that moment, Su Ming's pupils contracted. He saw that the murals that had been wiped off were completely different from the ones he had seen previously. When Su Ming directed his attention on them, he saw that the murals that were wiped off were personally carved by the person who would end up dying in the chair. The entire mural was divided into 4 parts. The first part was a young man leaving the tribe after he worshipped his ancestors. His people sent him off to begin his personal journey to become an adult. The second part of the mural was an old mausoleum into which the young man walked in. Around him were countless living creatures with different appearances. When a rune appeared in the depths of the mausoleum, the young man stepped into it, and his figure became indistinct before he was relocated. The third part was clearly what had happened after he was relocated. The young man appeared in a strange world. It looked like it was the vast expanse. Within that universe was a huge gap, and no one knew where it led to. When the young man approached the gap, an old man suddenly appeared in the gap. The old man was covered in blood, and he stood on an ancient ship, as if he had been wandering about outside the gap for a long time before he managed to find it. This would allow him to step into the place for the first time. The fourth part was the young man giving some medicinal pills to the old man as well as a jade slip containing a map. The old man wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed to the young man. When he raised his arm, he tore a fragment from the gap and gave it to him. The murals ended. When Su Ming saw this, his heart trembled. As he continued watching it, the murals on the wall came to a point of time when they had yet to be carved onto the walls. The 4 pictures eternally disappeared from the passage of time. It was difficult for anyone to be able to see it. What they saw was only another set of murals that appeared after the original was wiped off. Su Ming opened his eyes, though in truth, he had never closed his physical eyes. At that moment, the eyes he opened were those of his will. He lifted his right hand from the corpse's hand. Everything around him returned to its previous state. It was still broken, it was still old, and the murals were still indistinct. Su Ming was silent. The 4 murals clearly spoke of the experiences the corpse went through before he died, or rather, it spoke of the process he obtained the wing fragment. Clearly, he had never spoke of this with other people. Even the murals had been personally wiped off after he carved it. He did not want anyone to know about it. Su Ming knew what had happened, but while he seemed calm, a raging storm had stirred up in his heart. It was impossible for him to be calm, and once he closed his eyes, the scenes on the murals continuously appeared in his mind. If those murals are true, then I can be certain that this fragment isn't from another butterfly. It's a part of Harmonious Morris Alba's wings. Similarly, I can be certain that one of the 4 wings has a gap. It's a gap that will lead us out into the vast expanse beyond. Since this gap isn't in Harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos, in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos, nor in Dark Dawn and Saint Defire, should be in the 4th Wing's Expanse Cosmos. If all of this is true, then he went to the 4th Expanse Cosmos in the past. The old man he saw when he was there is from. When Su Ming thought of this, he opened his eyes. His pupils shrank, and a thought which he could not control appeared in his mind, caused his mind and heart to tremble. The old man came from the vast expanse beyond. Su Ming's breathing quickened. The scenes on the murals continuously appeared in his mind before he eventually fixed on the scene in which the old man stepped into the gap. His entire body is covered in blood. He should have been injured badly, and he used the ship as an enchanted vessel to move through space to arrive here. Who could possibly injure someone as strong as him, and just where did he come? Su Ming jolted, and he instinctively took a few steps back. He remembered the scene of the black-robed young man destroying the butterfly. Su Ming's expression changed swiftly. Is there a possibility that he came from another butterfly's world? And before that butterfly was destroyed, he fled to this place. A ship. I can remember a person who is always on an ancient ship. He is the old man Extermination. Su Ming took a few steps back, and his expression continued changing. After a long while, he lifted his head swiftly to look at the corpse on the chair. Old man Extermination brought with him a ship and searched through Arid Triad for the things he needed. All those whose offering he accepted had the right for their names to be entered into his ballad. That ballad would not die, and so all those whose names were inside it would not die too. He appeared in Arid Triad during the 3rd era. This corresponds with the contents on the murals. Then, perhaps at that time, it was the first time he entered the world of Harmonious Morris Alba. He is the old man Extermination, and he came from Dark Dawn. Dark Dawn. This is also indeed Dark Dawn. Su Ming's pupils shrank again. A cold chill rose from the bottom of his heart and filled his body. Then, what were his goals when he fled from his world once the black-robed young man destroyed it? And where is he right now? Rumors say that the old man Extermination died during the end of the 3rd era and turned into the seed of life Extermination. I have nourished half of it before. Now, the seed of life Extermination is completed, and it's with Su Xianyi and Lei Chun. Su Xianyi. What else does he know? Su Ming closed his eyes. Only at that moment did he realize that even if he was the strongest power in his aeon, the fog of mystery before his eyes had only become thicker. The old man Extermination, Su Ming mumbled. He had never expected that the origin of everything that had happened to him would be connected to this legendary person. Su Ming was not unfamiliar with the seed of life extermination either. He had in fact nourished it for a long time until the one half of the seed of life extermination grew fully. Yuxian was also the same. All of it seemed to have a vague connection to Su Ming at that moment, especially since perhaps other people would just say that the old man extermination was just a legend, but Su Ming remembered clearly that he had indeed seen an old man on an ancient ship while he was in the seed of life extermination. In fact, even the bald crane had seen the old man extermination before. At that time, the bald crane had even tried to obtain eternal life. He was a powerful warrior who managed to escape from his world when it was destroyed by the black-robed young man. He managed to move through the vast expanse to arrive in this place. I absolutely won't believe that he has died in the passage of time. Then since he hasn't died, where is he and what are his goals? Su Xianyi had been obsessed with the seed of life extermination, so he must surely know a lot more. Su Ming remained silent for a long time before he cast a glance at the hall again. Then he turned around and left. With one step, he disappeared from that expanse cosmos. Before he arrived in Dark Dawn and St. Defire's camps, Su Ming had thought he had come to understand Arid Triad as well as Harmonious Morris Alba, but only at that moment did he realize that there were some secrets that perhaps even Arid Triad and Harmonious Morris Alba did not know. There was the black-robed young man who devoured the butterfly and the old man extermination who entered through the gap from the vast expanse beyond. Compared to these, the formation of Harmonious Morris Alba's gap was no longer something important. The more he knew, the more Su Ming felt that the worlds formed by the four wings on Harmonious Morris Alba were too difficult to understand. Who created the 9 butterflies in the vast expanse, and who gave them the ability to create worlds and lives? Who was that black-robed young man, and why did he want to devour the butterflies? Then there was also the old man extermination. He had fled to this place barely escaping death. What were his goals? All these questions filled Su Ming's mind, and he left the expanse cosmos in silence. A brilliant light shone in his eyes at that moment. No matter how things would develop and regardless of whether Harmonious Morris Alba was damaged, whether Arid Triad's possession would be successful, whether the black-robed young man would come, and what goals the old man extermination had, Su Ming did not know those things well, and since that was the case, it would be pointless no matter how he mulled over them. Right then, the most important thing for Su Ming was to make himself stronger. Even if he had become the strongest in his aeon, it was still not enough. He had to become the strongest person in all the eons the four wings of Harmonious Morris Alba had experienced. In fact, he had to take a step further and become someone like the old man extermination who could move through the vast expanse. Only by doing so could he truly fight against all disasters. Even if he could not withstand the disaster, he could still preserve some of his strength so that there was a possibility for him to rise to power in the future. With this sort of resolve, when Su Ming raised his head, his eyes sparkled brilliantly. He took a step forward and went to more expanse cosmoses in Dark Dawn to devour them. Not only would he devour Dark Dawn's expanse cosmoses, he would also devour St. Defire's expanse cosmoses. Once he devoured all 360 expanse cosmoses in Dark Dawn and St. Defire, his will would go through another metamorphosis. It would then be strong enough to support him through his final spirit ascension. The devoration lasted for nearly half a month. Wherever Su Ming went, no matter what race resided in it, the weak will born in that particular expanse cosmos would be fully devoured by him, but he did not bother any of the people in those expanse cosmoses. In truth, this sort of devoration would not have too much of an effect on those people. It was just equivalent to him devouring the will in the expanse cosmos formed by the beliefs of the people in their tribe. In truth, though, that will could not even be seen as the god worshipped by each tribe. Once the will was devoured, the only harm to the tribe would be that it would no longer have the feeling of being one with the expanse cosmos. However, they could still continue with their practice in the path of cultivation, and the length of their life would remain the same. In fact, after some time had passed, another will would be born, and everything would return to normal. However, there were only a few hundred years left before the disaster. Even if Su Ming did not devour those weak wills, they would be wiped off by the disaster. But Su Ming still had not managed to notice that 3 black-robed men from Life Extermination Hall still followed him through all the expanse cosmos. They stirred up resentment and flamed the fires of hate of countless people from multiple tribes towards him. They had sowed a seed that was absorbing all the negative emotions while it grew continuously. While Su Ming devoured the wills in the expanse cosmoses, the bald crane lived its life in an incredibly fulfilling manner. Usually, when Su Ming devoured the will of an expanse cosmos, it would rely on its transformation art to gather all the crystals it could using all the despicable and dirty methods it could think of. However, to it, these were just small tricks. After all, it had even conducted scam marriages for the sake of crystals when it was in Black Ink Planet. Compared to those days, the bald crane was already much more merciful. Half a month later, when Su Ming had devoured around 7/10 of the 180 wills in Dark Dawn and was just about to continue, the bald crane also looked as if it had not looted its fill of crystals yet. Su Ming suddenly stopped when he walked past an expanse cosmos. He lifted his right hand and patted his storage bag. A jade slip immediately appeared in his hand. It was the one in which Su Ming had a wisp of Yen Pei's soul, which could help them communicate. He cast a glance at the jade slip and sent his will to scan it. Immediately, Yen Pei's respectful voice rose in Su Ming's mind. "Master, I have found traces of the people you asked for. But, Master, you should come to the expanse cosmos where the heavenly foxes reside first." There was some hesitation in his words. It seemed like he did not know how to put his thoughts into words and how to explain the matter at hand. He was worried that he would incite Su Ming's anger, which made him sound very nervous and hesitant. Su Ming pondered over his words for a moment before he put away the jade slip. With one move, he headed towards the expanse cosmos where the heavenly foxes were based on the map in his head. That expanse cosmos was one of the 3/10 of expanse cosmoses Su Ming had yet to devour. He did not know what sort of tribe the heavenly foxes were, but Yen Pei had told him once that the sovereign of Dawn Ziruo belonged to them. Su Ming did not have much of an impression of Ziruo, who Yen Pei had said to be the strongest woman in Dark Dawn's camp. As he moved forward, he did not waste a single moment to loiter around. In just the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he passed through multiple expanse cosmoses and stepped into the expanse cosmos which belonged to the heavenly foxes. When he stepped into it, Su Ming immediately frowned. The galaxy in this expanse cosmos was not black, but pink. The pinkish hue would cause people to feel their bodies grow warm without their notice when they saw it, but this warmth did not mean that their bodies had truly become warm. Instead, their blood flowed faster, and a hint of heat would pool in their bodies. The unexpected scene gave Su Ming a very strange feeling, but with the might of his cultivation base and the great strength of his will, he did not think too much about it. After all, each expanse cosmos had its own characteristics that differentiated them from the others. Almost at the instant Su Ming stepped into the expanse cosmos, long arcs charged towards him from up ahead. When he looked over, he found that all of them belonged to incredibly beautiful women. They did not wear revealing clothing, but gave off a demure and elegant feeling. All of them were stunning beauties. They did not have a single flaw. When they came forward, they formed 2 long rows in front of Su Ming. Each of the women had a smile on her face as they lifted red lanterns high above their heads, illuminating the pink galaxy in a manner that it instantly filled it with a feeling as if it was a rose. It looked incredibly dazzling, and there was an ambiguous air in the area which Su Ming could not put to words. Yet that ambiguous air was incredibly faint. If there was anyone who had wicked intentions in their hearts, they would be able to sense it incredibly clearly. Yet if those who were pure in heart saw this, they would only think that this place was incredibly beautiful. Su Ming was not the former, and neither was he the latter. He frowned and cast a cold glance at the long path formed by the 2 rows of women. He had no idea where it would lead to. Regardless of whether the women were pretty or ugly, they could not catch Su Ming's attention. The urges were not strong in him, because he had never had those kind of experiences in his life. "We, the heavenly foxes, greet Senior Su Ming." The women spoke softly, and their quiet words had a dignified air as they bent their knees in a small bow to Su Ming. Their voices were incredibly pleasant to the ears, sounding as soft as velvet, but not licentious. Their words were respectful, but also seemed as if they were unintentionally teasing someone, though no one knew whether this was just a figment of their imagination. Even Su Ming could not help but cast a few glances at them. When he heard them speak, he too found them very pleasant to the ears, which made the frown disappear from his face. "Senior, this way please. Our tribe leader, Sovereign Z, and Sovereign Pei are both before us. They are kowtowing towards this place to welcome you," one of the two women in the front said softly. Her eyes moved to Su Ming, but there was a pure look on her face. Su Ming nodded. When he was about to take a step forward, the other woman quickly knelt down and spoke softly. "Senior, would you like to sit on a sedan chair? Or would you like to walk?" The woman's voice was as clear as bells. When it reached Su Ming's ears, it felt like warm rain had poured on his heart. A comfortable feeling rose in him without his knowledge, and Su Ming stopped to look at her. "What do you mean by sedan chair?" he asked faintly. When he said that, Su Ming was immediately stunned, because more than 100 women from among the two rows instantly gathered together. They placed their hands on the shoulders of the woman before them, and in the blink of an eye, they formed the shape of a snake. At the center of the snake formation was a soft chair formed by the bodies of around a dozen women, creating an incredibly erotic sedan chair. "Senior, please get on the sedan chair." The woman who had spoken to Su Ming previously bent her knees and bowed to him. She spoke softly, and there was not a hint of change on her face. She looked as proper and dignified as ever, as if this sort of sedan chair was universally accepted. If someone thought too much into it, it was not the women's fault, but the person's alone. Su Ming fell silent. If it had been Su Ming from 1,000-something years ago, he would have definitely blushed. He might not pay too much attention to the workings between men and women, but he still understood some principles about dual cultivation. But the current Su Ming was known as an old monster. He might feel slightly uncomfortable and awkward about this, but not a single sign of these emotions showed on his face. He swept his gaze past the sedan chair formed by the coquettish women, then decided to just walk over and sit on the erotic sedan chair. Underneath Su Ming was a seat formed by the soft bodies of around a dozen women. When he sat down, he immediately sensed the softness under him, but he did not bother himself with what part of the women's bodies he was sitting on. Su Ming just closed his eyes and began meditating as well as exercising his breathing. Once Su Ming sat down, a look of scorn immediately appeared in the bald crane's eyes. It flew over while looking like it was incredibly unwilling to do so. It sat down next to Su Ming with an expression that spoke about how it was already nitpicking the chair in its head. It looked around itself, and the scorn on its face grew stronger. "It's just a bunch of skin and flesh, so what's there to show off? Humph, once I have feathers on my body, I will definitely look even better than these women." The bald crane mumbled under its breath and patted a certain bulging part of a woman's body beside it. "Sure is soft, but they look so ugly. They don't even have any feathers on them. So ugly, so ugly. Ha! When can I ever find a beautiful female crane who can fly with me?" As the bald crane sighed with great emotion, it instinctively squeezed the body part with a scornful and contemptuous look on its face. It did not go away. Su Ming did not pay attention to the bald crane's actions. As the sedan chair beneath him moved, a pleasant fragrance wafted to his nose. The two rows of incredibly beautiful women lifted Su Ming and walked forward. In the beginning, Su Ming could not really get used to it, but soon he opened his eyes. His expression was calm. While he remained seated on the sedan chair, he looked at the pink galaxy around him. Soon after, he stopped meditating and leaned against a woman who had immediately sat up demurely when she saw Su Ming leaning back. She used her back to support his weight. This form of treatment and enjoyment was something Su Ming had never experienced since he could remember himself. When he leaned back, a lot of hands immediately stretched out from the chair around him and began massaging him gently. Su Ming's willpower was not great. The feeling this brought would have caused even him to be momentarily lost. The bald crane also received the same erotic treatment as Su Ming, but its body was slightly smaller. So when the hands caressed it, The bald crane's figure was practically buried under the flesh and skin it regarded with scorn just moments ago. Su Ming did not refuse. He was a temperamental person and always acted as he pleased. He did not have a lot of morals tying him down. Since he had already sat down on the sedan chair, he did not intend to put on the airs of someone with high moral standards. But neither would he do anything out of hand. After all, he did not know what sort of action would be considered as out of hand. He only leaned back against the woman and allowed the sedan chair to move. When about an hour passed, a huge circle of light appeared in front of Su Ming. It shone with a pink light. As it spread out, a girl with a pink silk gauze dress appeared within it. The appearance of this woman was enough to instantly attract all gazes. At the moment she appeared, the beauty of the women surrounding Su Ming instantly paled in comparison. When compared to normal women, the women around Su Ming were as brilliant as the bright moon. But when they were compared to the woman in the pink dress, they were just the faint glow of a firefly. The woman in pink was tall. She had a slim figure and not many astonishing curves. However, this gave her a weak and delicate feeling, causing all those who saw her to immediately feel affection for her. Purple crystals acted as ornaments at the center of her brow. When she chuckled sweetly, an indescribable charm appeared without her notice, causing all those who saw her to never be able to forget her. The woman's beauty came from her fair wrist that could only be barely seen through her sleeves, her eyes that looked as if they were sparkling water from a spring, her fingers that were long and fair like white jade, and her lips that were so red that she looked as if she had a red pearl in her mouth. Every twinkle in her eye and every smile on her lips could cause a person's heart to pound. All the women Su Ming had seen in his life, be it Bai Ling, Song Lan, Su Hui, or even Yu Xian, could not compare to this woman's beauty. It could be said that the beauty before him was the most gorgeous lady Su Ming had ever seen in his life. Once the gentle smile, the seemingly indescribable loveliness in her eyes, the dignified air, and her faint charm fused together, the impact could cause all lives to pale in comparison before her. Even if Yen Pei was also a sovereign of dawn, when he stood next to her, he could not help but be a much paler presence, causing all those who looked over to be unable to help themselves but overlook him. Yen Pei seemed to know about this, which was why he chose not to be too close to her. But even so, he still could not avoid being ignored. There were other heavenly foxes around the woman, and about 8/10 of them were women. Only 2/10 of them were men, and all of them were handsome men. They surrounded the area, and the moment they saw Su Ming, they knelt down and worshipped him. "We greet Senior Su." While their voices were echoing in the galaxy, the woman in pink chuckled softly and took a step forward. Her gaze landed on Su Ming, who was on the sedan chair. When she saw him, she bent her knees slightly and opened her mouth. "I am Zirua. Greetings, Senior Su." Even though they were both sovereigns of dawn, but her choice and attitude were completely different from Tsang San Nu's. When her gentle voice tumbled out of her lips, Yen Pei cast a strange look at her, and his heart shuddered. Based on his understanding of Zirua, he felt like he could tell what she was thinking, and it left him shocked. This Ziru, she. Yen Pei sucked in a sharp breath and immediately lowered his head to bow to Su Ming. Su Ming was still leaning against the woman while sitting on the sedan chair. He swept his gaze across Yen Pei and Zirua. Even though he had never met Zirua before, he could still tell that this woman was the third sovereign of dawn. "Well then, tell me why you have asked me to come to this place," Su Ming said flatly while leaning against the woman. Leaning back and sitting on the soft bodies was incredibly comfortable. Su Ming's voice was flat and indifferent, but when it landed in Yen Pei's ears, it caused his heart to tremble. All his jumbled thoughts were immediately swept away. He steeled his expression and took a few steps forward. When he wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming, he immediately spoke. "Master, this is..." Just when Yen Pei was about to continue speaking, Zirua took over with a gentle voice. She looked at Su Ming with her beautiful eyes, and her voice was soft and gentle, as if she was a little anxious. "Senior Su, please don't blame him. This is my fault. That matter all those years ago. There were indeed a few people in Arid Triad's divine essence star ocean who had not opened the tunnel but used the power of the tunnel to come to Dark Dawn's camp. And they are in the Heavenly Fox's expanse cosmos. But we can swear by the Heavenly Fox's destiny that we have never seen those people before. When they were relocated to our expanse cosmos, they were sucked into a strange place in our expanse cosmos. Ziruo lowered her head when she spoke quietly. She did not lie, for she would not dare to hide anything. Even though she did not know what sort of divine abilities Su Ming had, the art of reversing time Yen Pei had mentioned was enough for Su Ming to be able to crush all lies. Su Ming appeared calm, and his emotions could not be seen on his face. But he was no longer leaning against the woman. Instead, he had sat up straight. While staring at Ziruo, he said calmly, "Continue." This one simple word was enough to make Ziruo's heart shudder. But the more it was so, the stronger the fire in her heart burned. It filled her entire body, causing her to gain a feeling of wanting to lower her head before a powerful warrior. There was no form of indignation within this feeling, but indescribable security. The mighty pressure from Su Ming's gaze caused Ziruo's heart to race. The thought of pushing him down instantly became incredibly strong in her mind. They are in the Old Man Extermination's tomb. The Old Man Extermination was once a legend in all the expanse cosmoses in Dark Dawn's camp. Before he died, 4 of the 180 expanse cosmoses in Dark Dawn built his tomb, and one of those tombs is in Heavenly Fox expanse cosmos. The people who were relocated here from Divine Essence Star Ocean have been sucked into the Old Man Extermination's tomb, Ziruo explained gently with her head still lowered. The Old Man Extermination's tomb? Su Ming stood up slowly from the sedan chair formed by the women. A brilliant light shone in his eyes. Before he gained an understanding of the wing fragment and had come to the conclusion that the Old Man Extermination came from the vast expanse, Su Ming would not have thought too much into what Ziruo said. But right then, Su Ming's eyes sparkled before that glow disappeared. Once a calm look settled in his eyes, he took a step forward and walked out of the erotic sedan chair formed by the women to arrive before Ziruo. When he approached her, Ziruo felt a presence that could suppress her come crashing into her face, and it made her instinctively want to move back, but she forced that urge down. Instead, she lifted her head and stared at Su Ming walking towards her. Her eyes were incredibly beautiful, like stars, but when Su Ming saw them, his expression remained as aloof as ever. He arrived before Ziruo and said faintly, "You will lead the way to the Old Man Extermination's tomb." The bald crane's shriek shot up into the galaxy from the sedan chair formed by the women. As it shrieked, it struggled and finally managed to extract itself from the hands after much difficulty. Then, it flapped its wings and flew while looking incredibly disheveled. The derision and contempt on its face had long since disappeared to turn into terror. "Damn it! Damn it! You can't touch that place, you." The bald crane flew out in a disheveled state and immediately went to Su Ming. When it turned its head back, the sedan chair dissolved itself into the many chuckling women again. The bald crane immediately shuddered. These bags of skin and flesh. These damn bags of skin and flesh. How dare they treat the great-grandpa crane like this? How dare they touch that place? The bald crane was livid. Even its featherless body had turned red due to its rage at that moment.